In a dim and damp cavern, the corridor was so moist it reeked of mold. Tiny bioluminescent microorganisms flickered on the walls, like dying light bulbs about to go out. As I walked forward, the narrow passage opened up into a massive underground cave. Hundreds of green-skinned goblins scurried chaotically around, each no taller than a meter, their long, grotesque noses making them look even less appealing. They wore nothing but a few scraps of animal hides and leaves for modesty, or honestly, some didn't even bother with that. At the very front of the cavern was a crude throne made of packed dirt. Every goblin glanced toward it with visible fear in their eyes, because it was where their king sat. The king was a slightly bulkier goblin, just a little over a meter tall, but that distinction alone made him stand out. Really? Of all things to reincarnate into, I had to end up as a goblin. I rested my chin in my hand, frustration boiling inside me. It felt like fate had its foot on my neck, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I tried to console myself. If fighting was futile, the least I could do was survive for now. Being a leader certainly came with perks. Just sitting around doing nothing meant I got to eat the best food and make use of the best resources. But the one thing I couldn't stand, the thing that made me feel like gagging, was the sight of those short, ugly goblin females. They constantly swayed in front of me, hoping to climb their way into the spot beside the throne. Sure, my body might now be goblin, but my soul was still human. The more I looked at them, the more nauseating they seemed. The idea of fathering children with those things? Hell no. I'd rather castrate myself. I've got to figure out a way to strengthen this tribe, I muttered, tapping my forehead in frustration. This was a world filled with gods, magic, and countless dangerous races. Humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, dragons, you name it, and any one of them could crush a goblin like a bug. To make matters worse, the surface world was ruled by followers of the gods of order. Long ago, during the Great Divine War, the gods of light had triumphed. The powerful races stayed on the surface, while inferior, faithless ones like the goblins were pushed underground. Our tribe was on the outskirts of the underground world, close to one of the entrances to the surface. But we were surrounded by hostile neighbors, things like cave-dwelling spiders and gnoll packs ready to pounce at the first misstep. One wrong move, and our tiny stockpile of resources would be stripped clean, down to the bones. But the question was, how could I get this pathetic bunch of goblins to not just survive, but actually grow stronger? The more I thought about it, the bigger my headache became. Goblins didn't earn their spot alongside slimes and skeletons as the shame of the monster race for no reason. Their potential was pitifully low, and their baseline was so abysmal it was laughable. An adult goblin is so weak that a properly equipped normal human could easily take down 3 or 5 of them alone. And if a professional adventurer showed up, they could effortlessly wipe out an entire tribe of 100 goblins in one go. Calling goblins trash would be a compliment, frankly. Just as I was spiraling deeper into despair, a robotic ding echoed in my head. Ding. Multi-offspring prosperity system activated. First activation. Initialization rewards issued. Rewards. Dark Goblin Species Template. Goblin Talent Scroll, Leader Tier. Hearing that voice, my pupils shrank. A system? Multi-offspring prosperity. So if I take wives and have children, I get rewards? And the more children, the stronger they are, and the better the rewards. I trembled in excitement. For the first time, I felt hope. I thought I was destined to waste this life in a mound of goblin filth, and now, at the last moment, a miracle had arrived. Claim the rewards, I said, my voice practically a whisper. The moment the words left my lips, a rush of energy surged into my body, forcefully transforming it. My skin turned an even deeper green. Dark golden patterns etched themselves across it, and a menacing aura immediately radiated from me. However, when I flexed my fists, my physical strength didn't seem to increase significantly. Soon, a window of text appeared before me. Dark Goblin. Description: a degenerated being corrupted by twisted, malevolent divine energy. No cross-species reproductive isolation. Capable of forcibly reproducing with females from other races. Traits: rapid reproduction * pregnancies result in birth within 1 to 2 weeks. Offspring reach adulthood in under 2 months. Divine empowerment * capable of surpassing typical growth limits. with potential for infinite evolution. This trait is non-heritable. Corruption * females blessed by you receive a soul imprint, developing dependence. Offspring inherit maternal talents with a chance of exponential growth, including potential elite mutations. You are the only dark goblin in this world. I scratched my head, feeling uneasy about the implications. I couldn't shake the feeling that this sounded off. But regardless, at least I was no longer just some disposable goblin trash that anyone could trample on. I turned my attention to the glowing scroll in my hand. Goblin Talent Scroll. Leader tier. Use this to randomly gain 1 leader tier racial trait. I didn't hesitate for a second and crushed the scroll in my hand. It wasn't like anyone else could use it, and keeping it would only invite trouble. Ding. Leader tier racial trait obtained. Absolute Dominion. Absolute Dominion. Leader tier talent skill. Description: an exclusive talent of goblin leaders capable of uniting their kind. Effect: within your territory, you wield absolute authority over any goblins below the leader tier, forcibly overriding their wills. They must obey your commands unconditionally. Note: if multiple dominators exist in the same territory, higher-tier individuals take precedence. In the case of a designated territory ruler, the ruler's authority is prioritized. With power comes the right to dictate life and death. I drew in a sharp breath. This ability was insane. Every goblin within my domain was practically at my mercy. If I ordered them to march to their deaths, they'd have no choice but to comply. Now there's only one unresolved issue, I muttered, rubbing my chin. Where the hell am I supposed to find a woman? The system of distributing rewards is based on the number of children. I can give birth, but there's no way I can handle it alone. With goblins? I'd rather die. A deafening crash suddenly echoed. The cavern shook violently. Dust filled the air and splattered across my face, making it seem like everything would collapse any second. I frowned. What's going on? A thin goblin stumbled towards me, gasping for air, flailing his arms in panic, terror written all over his face. I understood his message. Humans are approaching, and not just one or two. They're powerful. Adventurers. My scalp tingled. Anyone daring to descend this deep must be professionals. Warriors, mages, or other combat classes. Even first-tier rookies could effortlessly wipe out dozens of goblins. If it's a fully fledged adventuring party, my 100 or so underlings are nothing more than cannon fodder. The earlier explosion? There's got to be a mage in their group. A direct confrontation would be a guaranteed massacre for us. Seriously, what's wrong with these people? I muttered under my breath, biting my lip in frustration. The gnolls in the neighboring enclave are a way bigger prize. Their mining expertise alone makes them prime targets. Raiding one of their camps is bound to yield iron or if they're lucky, even mithril or adamantite, which means instant riches. We goblins, on the other hand, are broke. Our treasures are just piles of worthless junk. What do they see in us? Skipping over the gnolls and coming straight for us? Pure harassment. Adventurers with broken brains. Annoying as this is, if I don't deal with them, we're dead. Lead them into the gnoll territory. I quickly gathered the goblins, heading to a crossroads a few hundred meters from our cave. One path led to the surface, another to the gnoll camp, while the last returned to the goblin den. I sent a small group of goblins forward to draw the adventurers' attention, deliberately provoking them on their approach route. Meanwhile, I hid in one of the dark alcoves of the tunnel, biding my time. The underground world is dimly lit with bioluminescent creatures here and there, but most places are pitch black. Without torches or magic, ordinary humans are blind as bats. Only subterranean monsters are at home in this darkness. Kill the goblins. Don't let them warn the others. Fireball. Boom. A blast of fire ignited the cavern, briefly illuminating the surroundings in its orange glow. I squinted, making out the pursuers, a silver-armored shield bearer, a female mage, a warrior carrying a massive sword, and a bare-fisted martial artist. For adventurers, all rookies, by the look of it. I exhaled in relief. If they were seasoned veterans, I'd already be dead. Experienced pros don't just outperform us in strength. They'd navigate every strategy one could come up with like they were reading a book. Nat, stop rushing. My mana's almost depleted. The mage glanced pale and tired. As a newly classed spellcaster, her reserve was probably stretched thin, 5 or 6 spells, and she spent. She'd surely be worried about potential threats lurking deeper inside. No worries. They're just a bunch of goblins. I can take them all myself. Nat sneered confidently. In no time, the 10 goblins sent out as bait were reduced to just 2 or 3, screaming as they ran toward the knoll territory. High on adrenaline, Nat looked ready to chase them to the ends of the earth, but was stopped short by the shield bearer. Wait, something's off. They seem to be deliberately luring us. Luring us? Nat frowned in disbelief. Goblins are infamous for being the weakest of monsters, cowardly and dim-witted. Planning a deception like this, they weren't supposed to have that level of intelligence. A creature barely outmatching an unarmed civilian would now dare use tricks? Impossible. When did these goblins learn to strategize? Nat grumbled. The shield bearer leaned down to inspect the ground by the other tunnel entrance, holding his torch closer. Look here. He pointed to a faint trail of footprints. This path has tracks, the other one doesn't. It means the goblins escaped this way. Nat blinked. Then why were they running toward the other direction? The shield bearer smirked. Isn't it obvious? The side without footprints must be trapped. They're trying to trick us into picking the wrong route. The one with tracks is actually safe. Odds are, there's a mutated goblin commander pulling the strings. Still dumb, though? This kind of trick might fool amateurs, but not me. The shield bearer sounded smug, as if the outcome was already decided. Listening from the crevices of the dark rock, my eyebrow twitched. Nothing bothers me more than arrogant know-it-alls. After a pause, Nat gave in and nodded. All right, we'll take this route then. The group of 4 turned, advancing toward the tunnel where I laid in waiting. I took a deep breath, knowing I couldn't avoid them now. This passage directly connects to our goblin den, a dead-end cave enclosed on all sides. There's no escape route, no fallback plan. Even if I ran, it'd be pointless. Without my goblin minions acting as meat shields, I'm practically defenseless. I probably couldn't even beat a normal human in one-on-one combat. If death's inevitable, I might as well go all out and gamble everything. All or nothing. Go big or die trying. Fixing my eyes on the procession, they settled on the lone woman among them, the mage. Her loose robe couldn't hide her figure, slender, long legs, a narrow waist, and curves so exaggerated they were almost distracting. On top of that, her face was stunningly beautiful. That woman, I'm taking her. But first, I need to eliminate the 3 nuisances by her side. 1 nearly depleted mage, 3 melee combatants. My golden yellow eyes glinted coldly in the shadows. Troublesome, but not impossible. The winding tunnel is complex, and I know the layout inside out. Their visibility in the dark is trash, which gives me an advantage here. The shield bearer spoke in hushed tones, his nerves on edge. Stay alert. Something's not right with these goblins. Eyes fixed on the inky blackness ahead, his palms gripped tightly on his shield. Nat, unfazed, snorted. What's there to be scared of? They're just. Thud. He hadn't finished speaking when the ground beneath the shield guard suddenly cracked open. The man, along with his shield, plummeted into the hole. The shield guard had stepped into nothingness, landing awkwardly at the bottom of the pit. There's a trap. His voice trembled. The weight of his heavy armor and massive shield pinned him to the pit's base, leaving him unable to climb out. Nate gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as he reached out to help, a swarm of goblins surged forward from ahead, an overwhelming tide of chaos. Hastily, he swung his greatsword in a desperate bid to hold them off. Ah! A scream erupted from behind. The female mage, poised to cast a spell, found herself ambushed. Another group of goblins had sneaked up from her rear, snatching her staff in an instant. 4 of them tackled her to the ground, pinning her arms and legs firmly. Nate's sword strokes grew increasingly erratic. The usually timid goblins were acting crazed, throwing themselves at him relentlessly. He had just managed to cut down a dozen before several latched onto his arm with an unyielding grip. Thunk! A dagger slipped through the gaps in his armor, piercing into flesh. Poison. His vision blurred as he collapsed to his knees, his strength failing. The blades coated in venom. I muttered in the shadows, wiping down the faintly green glowing dagger. The toxin derived from Marvine grass wasn't fatal, but potent enough to put these rookie adventurers out of commission. Dozens of goblin minions had brought 3 of them to their knees. The last one standing, the brawler, was beaten until he was drenched in blood. He fell in desperation, disbelief written across his face. Dying at the hands of goblins was something he never imagined. Why resist? I murmured, stepping out of the shadows, shaking my head as if lamenting their foolishness. But there wasn't even a flicker of mercy in my action. I turned my gaze to the shield guard still trapped in the pit. My brows furrowed. "That turtle shell is tough to kill," I remarked. "Then just bury him," I commanded. The goblins immediately scrambled over, shoving dirt into the pit until it began to fill. The mage, Catherine, lay trembling on the ground, scooting back in sheer fright as she watched her comrades fall one by one. Her voice quivered as she cried out, "What do you want?" At last, it dawned on her. This dark goblin was the real puppet master behind it all. Tears streamed down Catherine's face, her entire body shaking with remorse. If she had known it would come to this, she would never have snuck away from her family. "Want to live?" I asked, reaching out to gently caress her face. My dark gold-patterned skin contrasted with a soft smile. Seeing that smile, fear overwhelmed Catherine. Her very soul seemed to freeze. I pulled a chain from my belt and fastened it around her neck like a collar. "From now on, you're my pet," I declared with a twisted grin. "Pets don't stand taller than their master. In front of me, you will kneel. Always." Her ornate robe, woven with intricate patterns, hung loosely as she collapsed to her knees. Slowly, she crawled forward, humiliated and degraded, her stature somehow more pronounced against the backdrop of her crawling form. Face consumed with disgrace, Catherine was dragged deeper into the cavern like a dog on a leash. She didn't want to die, but to have her revenge, she'd need first to survive. No matter the pain, no matter the humiliation, she had to endure. Somewhere deep in her shattered hope, she clung to the faint belief that her family would come for her. Inside the exclusive chasm of the Goblin tribe's leader, Catherine was strung up with chains against a stone pillar, her entire body suspended as her face hung toward the floor. Terror filled her eyes as the dark goblin crept closer with calculated steps. Her robes were ripped away, seams tearing loud in the silence. Only in agonizing pain did the naive mage realize just how foolish she had been to imagine surviving in such darkness unscathed. Leaving the cavern behind, I ordered several goblins to guard its entrance and commanded the rest to scavenge for supplies and food. Dark goblin offspring boasted an extraordinarily high survival rate. The mother would give birth within 2 weeks of conception. Nutrition during this time was crucial. Without adequate sustenance, neither mother nor child could endure. The other goblins didn't understand their chieftain's actions. To them, these lanky, odd-looking humans, why not just kill them outright? Ordinary goblins lacked any ability to reproduce across species. 2 weeks passed, and the mage's abdomen had visibly swollen. Suddenly, the wail of newborns echoed through the cavern. My eyes lit up as I stood outside the cave. The system's cool, mechanical notification chimed in my ear. Ding. Offspring detected. Standard tier offspring +4, elite tier offspring +1. Rewards obtained. All attributes +5, fire element magic +10. First offspring bonus, talent scroll x1. A surge of overwhelming strength coursed through my body, overtaking me like a flood. I felt my physique grow exponentially tougher. Glancing at my barely over 1 meter tall frame, my expression soured. Why am I still this short? The dark goblin's unmatched reproductive capabilities could adapt to any species. However, this height diminished the sheer intimidation I craved. No chance of lifting someone effortlessly for dominance. Still, the attribute upgrades were tangible. I gripped the adventurer's discarded loot. A heavy one-handed sword weighing at least 100 pounds, a weapon 3 or 4 regular goblins would struggle to lift. Previously, I could only barely hoist it. Now, I wielded it like a feather. With newfound ease, I could manage heavyweights and was primed for battle without fear. This body, at its current peak, surpassed most fledgling adventurers in raw strength alone. For a goblin, this kind of growth was unheard of, a monstrous anomaly. Fire element magic? Caster's magic. Looking down at my hands, I willed the fire element forward. Raw energy surged, condensing into a glowing ember in my palm, radiating heat until it glowed a vivid red. Magic formed the foundation, but to fully cast spells, I would need to carve spell glyphs within my body using magic power. The glyphs would combine into spell models, channeling mana to actualize complete spells. Now, I had the base most mages yearn for: magic potential. Power. In other words, I've unlocked my ticket to becoming a mage. Now, all I need to do is learn to construct models and cast spells, and I'll truly become a flame mage. A mage? Why look far when I have one right here? I shifted my gaze towards the dark cavern. My very first servant is already a flame mage. Though just a rookie fresh out of the beginner's village, they definitely possess the most basic knowledge. I held the talent scroll in my hand. Talent scroll activates latent potential and bloodline upon use, granting a random talent. Level varies. Ordinary stuff, not as precious as the boss level one I had before, but I'm not picky. Being reborn as a goblin, one of the lowest races, means every additional talent is another lifeline. And if luck strikes hard, and I get something practical, or even a boss level talent, that's a jackpot. Without hesitation, I crushed the scroll. With a crisp crack, it dissolved into specks of light and entered my body. Ding! Potential and bloodline activated, evolution achieved. Boss level talent gained. Vision sharing. Vision sharing. Share the vision of your offspring, servants, and followers within your territory. A boss level talent? My eyes lit up. Paired with my absolute domination, this ability was simply made to fit. Next time adventurers enter my lair, I won't even need to show myself. I can toy with them to death right from the safety of my den. Creak. I pushed open the crude wooden door to reveal a pitch-black grotto. Catherine was bound by all fours to a wooden table, her body limp like a broken puppet. Her once radiant golden eyes now dimmed, void of any spark. By her side lay 5 newborns, whimpering as they slept. Though goblins, their traits had a striking resemblance to humans, their skin and facial features human-like, except for the exaggerated noses that made them resemble dwarf gremlins. It didn't surprise me in the slightest. My bloodline had been warped by divine power, adapting to the traits of the mother. Catherine was human, so these children looked more human-like and carried higher potential than ordinary goblins. I studied the 5 children intently. 4 of them were ordinary, but one stood out. With reddish skin, flame-like markings, and a build larger than its siblings, it was clearly an elite offspring, born with an innate ability to control fire. When it grows, it could rival a beginner-level caster. Kill me. Catherine's murmurs echoed faintly in the darkness, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She resented her own defiance, her choice to flee from her family. If she had only married the noble heir her parents had chosen, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Once a proud mage of high standing, she now lay captive, reduced to a breeding tool for this detestable goblin. Her body, time and again, violated by this lowly creature. Regret consumed her, but regret could not save her. Don't be foolish. Why would I let you die? I stroked her cheek, my tone gentle, yet my eyes brimmed with cold malice. I still need you to bear more children. You're destined to be a great mother. In your dreams. Catherine turned her head away, disgust writ across her face, her hatred for me palpable. A disobedient pet just needs a bit more training. I wasted no more words, pulling up my loose robe as I had done countless times before. Dignity, and its loss, reaches a point of no return when trampled upon repeatedly. Resistance is futile. Under the weight of divine power, she would eventually break and accept her fate. Such is the life of a slave. In the underworld, it's survival of the fittest. Had I been the weaker one, my entire goblin tribe would have been wiped out. Here, mercy isn't an option if you want to survive. I pitied her, sure, but who in this world pitied this weak goblin that I was? Still, I wasn't heartless. Outside of breeding purposes, my slaves received only the best the tribe could afford, in food, shelter, and necessities. Her long hair veiled her face. Her white-knuckled fists gave away her anguish. Moments later, her wide, frightened eyes opened, reflecting nothing but fear and despair. She prayed desperately in her heart, pleading to the gods to deliver her from this wretched hole and its demon overlord. Gods, hearing her delirious mumbling, I sneered. Your gods cannot see this place, nor hear your pleas. The underworld is a chaotic realm, one untouched by divine presence. What will it take for you to let me go? Her broken voice of despair reached me just as I turned to leave. I paused, knowing full well that without a sliver of hope, she might truly end her life. I didn't want that. She was a tool. More than that, truly, but her death would bring no benefit, just harm. And, faint as it was, guilt lingered somewhere in my chest. After a brief silence, I spoke. Because of you and your kind, half of my people are dead. If you want freedom, then repay the loss by giving me enough children to replenish my tribe. Only then, you're free to go. For the first time, a flicker of light shone in Catherine's deadened eyes. The darkness remained, yes, but amidst it, she glimpsed a way out, a chance to flee this hell and the demon who ruled over it. I will survive. I will bear enough children. Her quiet determination caught me off guard. She truly believed she could endure until that day came. Have it your way, I thought to myself, smirking coldly. After all, the count of lost tribe members was mine to dictate. Wait, there's one more thing, I said, stopping in my tracks to stare her down one last time. Catherine watched me with wary eyes as I continued. Magic has 4 tiers. Cantrips, low tier, mid tier, and high tier. The higher the level, the more intricate the spell structure and the more terrifying the mana consumption. Cantrips have almost no offensive power and are merely tools for apprentices to begin their training. Lower tier magic is 10 times harder than cantrips and can only be constructed and cast by novice mages. Among beginner spells, Fireball is the simplest, I said. Seated on my throne, I raised my hand. Flames swirled within the palm of my hand, forcefully condensing into a fireball about the size of a human head. Normally, casting requires the use of a wand as a medium. A wand helps conserve mana, records the spell model, and allows mages to cast stronger spells more quickly and reliably. But without a wand, mana becomes like a wild beast off its leash, restless and chaotic. A single external disturbance could cause the spell to collapse. At best, it results in a failed spell. At worst, it backfires and injures the caster. Someone like Catherine, a fledgling mage who's just learned the basics of magic, would be utterly useless without her wand in the face of danger. The moment her focus crumbles, her mana spirals out of control, leaving her defenseless. Only experienced battle-hardened mages would dare to cast spells directly without a wand and still hold their own in combat. This time, the novice adventurer group I encountered stood no chance, making my victory easy. But had it been a seasoned group of mercenaries, I'd have won only after scraping by, barely alive. Luck like this doesn't strike twice. The underground is merciless, a cutthroat world where survival is carved at the edge of a blade. Every scrap of resources or food is contested, and killing is the norm. Survival of the fittest rules supreme. The Goblin tribe managed to persist this long because they're weak enough to avoid drawing attention and have no direct conflicts of interest with nearby forces. But for the tribe to grow, territory and resources must be seized, inevitably crossing someone else's line. War is unavoidable. My job is to make sure we're armed and prepared before conflict arrives. And the fastest way to grow stronger? Breeding. One slave isn't enough, not by a long shot. One mother, from conception to birth, takes at least 2 weeks. A single pregnancy yields anywhere from 3 to 5 offspring, depending on the mother's physique, race, and bloodline. If I use Catherine, a human mage, as a brood mother, she'll birth around 3 to 5 goblins per cycle. Switch to someone more robust, like an orc, and the number might exceed 10 per pregnancy. Stronger bloodlines, however, don't always yield more offspring. Too powerful, and the numbers dwindle instead. For instance, legendary creatures like dragons have such overwhelming bloodlines that they rarely conceive more than 1 to 3 offspring at a time. Right now, Catherine is all I have available. Even working her to capacity without rest, I'd only have 10 offspring a month. Not nearly enough. Not even close. I need more slaves, I muttered, my eyes narrowing as my mind raced. This is about survival. There's no time to hesitate. I'm not doing this for myself. It's all for the tribe. As the tribe leader, my life is entirely tied to the survival of my people. A narrow tunnel opened into a massive cavern. This was home, the Goblin settlement. The walls of the cave were carved into a grid of small burrows that served as makeshift homes and storage spaces. I scanned the territory, my chest tightening with unease. We'll need to undertake a serious overhaul. This area might have sufficed when our numbers were small, but given our current trajectory, the Goblin population would skyrocket soon. This cramped space wouldn't be enough for housing or food. Overcrowding would doom us to death by starvation or disease. Worse, the living conditions were beyond squalid, filthy and chaotic, waste scattered everywhere, the stench stagnant and suffocating. The goblins might be used to it, but to my human sense of judgment, this place was a disaster waiting to explode. Renovating the territory would require lumber and iron. Wood wasn't an issue. The dense forest outside the cavern provided plenty. The real problem was iron, critical for strengthening fortifications and forging weapons. Nearby, the only viable source of iron was under kobold control, overseen by a pack of gnoll overseers. A small kobold mining camp lay near the goblin territory, a modest operation of several hundred kobold miners guarded by a dozen or so gnoll taskmasters. Taking over the camp would secure all the iron we'd need. When my neighbor stockpiles steel, I stockpile arms. And my neighbor? My neighbor becomes my warehouse. I weighed the risks. A head-on assault would be a death sentence. Gnolls were far stronger than goblins. One determined gnoll could easily take down an entire squad of goblins in combat. To survive, I'd have to outwit them. Low-tier creatures, after all, were notoriously simple-minded, perfect for staging traps and isolating targets. Deep in the shadows, a chunk of roasted meat was tossed onto the ground. The scent wafted over, making the gnoll overseers' eyes glaze with hunger. Drool dripped from their fangs as they eyed the temptation, hesitant but unable to resist. One of the gnolls sniffed, stepping toward the bait. The stench of goblins hit my nose. The beast immediately bared its fangs, ready to howl a warning, but before it could make a sound, a pack of goblins lunged out from the dark, pinning it to the ground with all their might. In a flash of cold steel, a short sword, stolen from an adventurer, thrust through its eye socket and deep into its brain under my manipulation. The gnoll taskmaster died instantly. This is what you call skill triumphing over sheer brawn. Seated on a throne within the goblin tribe, I commanded remotely using absolute dominion and shared vision. Once the kill was done, the goblins quickly scattered to hide, preparing for the next taskmaster to take the bait. I smeared each goblin corpse with a layer of herbal concoction. Gnolls might be dumb, but their noses are sharp. The scent of blood would quickly lure nearby taskmasters into the trap. The herb, called mirage weed, had a sharp, piercing smell that masked most natural scents when ground into powder and mixed with water. This special property easily disrupted a gnoll's keen sense of smell. Sure enough, the scent of blood drew a small group of gnoll taskmasters. Intruders. The gnolls bared their fangs and snarled as they spotted their comrades lying in pools of blood. But before they could react, hidden goblins swarmed them in ambush. A massive vine net fell from above, ensnaring the gnolls as the goblins stabbed and hacked with their crude weapons. The gnolls soon fell, shredded to pieces, but not before their wild death throes took down a few goblins with them. We lost a few more. I frowned. There were only about 60 or 70 goblins in the entire tribe to begin with, and every loss made survival harder. If this continued, I'd soon be left all alone. But to keep the tribe alive and thriving, this was a cost I had no choice but to bear. Through traps and trickery, I had already taken out 7 gnoll taskmasters. However, even gnolls weren't dull enough to ignore the loss of half their numbers. Their remaining forces began gathering together for safety, clearly gearing up to retaliate. This couldn't drag on any longer. If even one escaped, it would summon reinforcements, and the goblin tribe would be obliterated. There'd be no time to grow strong enough to face such a threat. Rising from my throne, I grabbed a massive single-edged sword taller than myself and marched toward the gnoll encampment. Enemies need to be wiped out completely. Inside the mine, 7 gnolls huddled cautiously, eyes darting through the shadows. From the darkness, I emerged, a goblin adorned with intricate golden patterns and carrying an enormous greatsword. Behind me, a loyal band of green-skinned goblins followed like a disciplined unit. The gnoll leader eyed us, bewildered. Of all the possibilities, it had never imagined the attackers were goblins, the weakest and most worthless of creatures. Anger flared in the gnoll leader, and with a snarl, it ordered its subordinates to attack. The taskmasters charged, claws and fangs glinting ominously in the dim light. Nearby gnoll miners, timid and non-combative, cautiously began encircling us as well. Though weak and only skilled at digging, they were always confident they could overpower goblins. A sharp, wet sound silenced their arrogance. The charging leader found its head separated from its body, felled by my sword in one swift strike. Blood drenched my frame as the glowing gold marks pulsed with their eerie light, exuding a suffocating aura of killing intent. Don't come back as a mutt next time. I raised a hand, summoning flames that roared to life in my palm. With an earth-shattering explosion, the fireball detonated in the gnoll ranks, leaving 3 critically wounded in its wake. That spell drained all of my magic, but it was enough. The remaining gnolls, paralyzed with terror, turned tail to run. I flung my great sword, catching one in the back and pinning it to the ground. Another 2, panicking, stumbled into well-hidden pit traps, where entwining vines viciously bound them. With a swift jab of a knife, the gnolls were eliminated. My foot pressed firmly on the leader's corpse as I cast a cold gaze toward the advancing miners. These 5-foot-tall creatures with bulldog-like faces looked menacing, but were as cowardly as they were weak. Witnessing the demise of the taskmasters, many of them paled and fled in terror. In the tense silence that followed, an elder of the gnoll miners cautiously stepped forward. Under the weight of my sharp gaze, he trembled, falling to his knees as his voice shook but remained steady in its intent. Almighty Goblin Lord, I, on behalf of the Ironstone clan, offer you our respect. Please allow us to serve you. Serve me? A flicker of surprise crossed my mind. In the ruthless depths of this underground world, weaker creatures often swore allegiance to the strong in a bid for survival. But for gnolls to willingly bow to goblins? Their fear wasn't directed at my tribe, it was directed at me. Just as gnolls dominated the subservient kobolds, this reversal indicated that I had crossed into a new realm of power. Swearing allegiance meant they were presenting their necks, fully submitting as vassals to my might. Powerful species like dragons often amassed countless subordinates. But goblins? No tribe had ever claimed a vassal group. Contemplating briefly, I finally spoke. I accept your allegiance. The elder released a long, relieved breath. For the Ironstone clan, survival came first. As for loyalty, growling, yet adept at exploiting human greed and desires, it corrupts and erodes this world through various means. The kobolds were aware that just saying something superficial wouldn't cost them anything. In their heads, they were calculating. This kind of lip service didn't come with any constraints. The day the gnolls came back for blood, these kobolds could easily turn around and kneel before them again. It's no surprise that the kobolds have survived underground for this long. It's because of how slippery and cunning they are. I stared at the old kobold elder, my gaze colder than a stone. I could see right through what he was scheming in that old brain of his. But I didn't care. Loyalty is cheap. What matters is utility. Loyalty without usefulness is worth less than a slime in my eyes. Even if they plot betrayal every other day, as long as I'm strong enough, I can crush that betrayal before it sprouts. I got straight to the point. I need a large amount of iron ore. Where are you keeping it? The kobold elder quickly bowed and led me to the edge of a mine. The mountainside had been hollowed out into a large cavern. The entrance was blocked by a rough wooden door wrapped in rusty chains. Great one, this is where the gnolls store their iron ore, the elder said, nearly groveling. All the ore, along with whatever valuables we dig up, is kept in there. Every 6 magical tidal cycles, the gnolls come to transport the ore away. 6 tidal cycles of magical energy. I frowned. Without a sun underground, time was measured based on fluctuations in magical energy. Magic ran on a 24-hour cycle, peaking and waning. One full cycle is called a day phase. Every 30-day phases, there's a surge in magic known as a magic tide, which makes all monsters more agitated and amplifies their darker instincts. So 6 tidal cycles would be 6 months. That timeline, it directly complicated my plans. The Goblin tribe's development hinges on time. And if we happen to clash with the Gnoll clan during this period, we'll stand no chance. When was the last time the Gnolls came? The kobold elder thought for a moment. About 2 tidal cycles ago, plus 10-day phases. That gave me 3.5 months of breathing room. It was enough time. In 3 months, I could push the Goblin tribe's development significantly forward. Even if we couldn't beat them, we could at least hold our ground. With the metallic clink of a lock breaking, I swung my great sword down and shattered the chains around the door. 2 kobolds worked together to shove the door open. The sight before me hit like a gold rush. Half the cavern was stacked high with iron ore, the dull black gleam of the metal catching the light of our torches. Jackpot! The cave was packed with iron ore, tons of it, at the very least. Iron meant weapons. Iron meant armor. Iron meant fortifications. But it also brought complications. Who would do the forging? The kobolds knew how to smelt iron, but the best they could manage were crude iron implements. Fine weaponry or armor was beyond their capabilities. Only one solution came to mind: the surface. There had to be villages near the surface entrances. Villages meant blacksmiths. If I could capture a few, I'd have craftsmen. But if I made too much noise, it might draw the attention of the church or high-level adventurers. That would spell doom for the goblin tribe. What's that over there? My eyes wandered to a pile of miscellaneous junk in the corner of the cave. Just junk dug up during mining, Great One. Useless stuff, we don't even know what it's for, the kobold elder dismissed without a second thought. It wasn't unusual. Who knows how many civilizations have risen and fallen in the underground, leaving behind ruin and relics buried in the minerals. I stepped closer and nudged the pile with my foot. Most of the items were so brittle they crumbled to dust on contact. Except for one, a rolled-up first scroll. Though yellowed with age, it remained intact. Curious, I bent down, picked it up, and brushed off the dust. Unfurling it, I saw what appeared to be a complex design. Looks like a magic circle or something. I muttered to myself, tucking the scroll away for later inspection. The dim light in the cave wasn't great for examining its details. Later, I brought it to Catherine. Catherine, though only a novice mage, had received the finest education growing up, with a distinguished mage from the imperial capital as her teacher. Her words were definitive after just a glance at the scroll. "This is an inscription for some sort of ritual," she said. "Judging by the script, it seems to be connected to demon summoning, maybe even sacrificial magic." The scroll was extremely ancient, but the text oozed a sinister coldness. Clearly, it was crafted specifically to summon or feed demons in some way. As for what kind of demon it referenced or the outcomes of the ritual, even Catherine couldn't decipher more. That was within the expertise of dedicated demon hunters. I studied her for a moment. Her belly was noticeably swollen now, evidence of how quickly time had passed. Her clothes, looted from adventurers, still didn't quite fit, even when washed clean. Around her feet, small goblins, barely reaching her knees, scurried about as if she were the center of their world. Unexpectedly, she carried an aura of maternal care. "You've adapted pretty well," I commented dryly. Catherine shot me a look, her tone matter of fact. "I'm just counting down the days until I'm free." Her emotions toward me were a tangled mess. Reason spurred hatred. Hatred toward me for dragging her into the abyss, for all the humiliation she'd endured. Yet, something deeper within her began to waver, something she couldn't quite explain even to herself. After all, I had promised her eventual freedom. I observed her a bit longer, as though trying to decipher her own unacknowledged transformation. But I didn't dwell on it. My attention shifted back to the scroll, a scroll tied to demonic sacrifice. My eyes shone with excitement, my curiosity growing deeper by the second. This world is riddled with divine influences. The orderly gods and the chaotic gods oppose one another, while ancient and forbidden deities lurk in the shadows, watching. And demons stood defiant against all gods. Hold on to a card that even the gods dread. In ages long past, gods and demons waged a cataclysmic war that nearly led to their mutual extinction. The flames of war scorched countless planes of existence, and in the end, neither side emerged victorious. They were forced to call a truce, bound by an ancient contract. The pact decreed that demons could not set foot in the material plane unless summoned by a mortal, one who offered their soul and sacrifices. While demons obey this law, they retain a power that even gods hesitate to meddle with. The abyss spans thousands of layers, each ruled by a demon lord. The strongest lords dominate dozens of these layers, holding the power of life or death over billions of lesser demons. They may not be as immortal as the gods, but their sheer might rivals divinity itself, prompting even deities to steer clear of conflict with them. Demon summoning rituals are almost always drenched in cruelty and bloodshed. Even so, demons summoned to the material realm remain bound by ancient laws, unless one encounters a berserk, uncontrollable fiend. Most demons, however, will consume the sacrificial offerings and, as a token of encouragement, grant a small boon to the summoner, ensuring there's bait for future rituals. The ritual doesn't look too difficult. I stared at the intricate patterns on the scroll. Appeasing gods often involves strict taboos and reverence, but demons? They're far more straightforward. They only care if what you offer is enticing enough to whet their appetite. For demons, the most valuable currency is flesh and soul. No soul available. Flesh, though? I've got plenty of that. With a snap of my fingers, I ordered the goblins to drag in every corpse from the surrounding area. Adventurers, gnolls, even dead goblins themselves, it didn't matter. Every single body was heaped onto the square. The stench of rotting flesh and blood was overwhelming. Maggots squirmed and demonic flies buzzed about. The noxious scent was enough to make weaker creatures faint on the spot. Once the formation was carved, I began chanting the ancient incantations as instructed by the scroll. Ancient demonic language. Words I couldn't even decipher, so I made up the sounds as I went along. Oh, demons of the abyss, come feast on my offerings. If you can hear me, answer my call. At first, nothing happened. Sweat gathered on my brow as doubt gnawed at me. This messy process, if attempted with one of the gods, would have been outright heresy. I'd be lucky to avoid divine retribution. But demons? Surely they wouldn't be picky. Hoarding meat in the abyss must be a luxury. Still, I couldn't shake my unease. Would it even work? Just as I was about to write the ritual off as a failure, the altar erupted in a burst of cold, dark light. A beam of eerie violet energy shot skyward as every last bit of the pile vanished in an instant. The next moment, a hand, pale as polished jade, emerged from the glowing sigils on the ground, its fingers slender and radiant with a chilling gleam. Moments later, a woman stepped out of the completed formation. Her long, inky black horns curved elegantly from her head, and her cascading dark hair brushed her shoulders. There was an innocent timidity in her expression, though it clashed with an unearthly, fatal allure. Her body was exaggerated to an almost surreal degree, with provocative curves that bordered on offensively perfect. Clad in little but skin-tight leather that only covered the bare essentials, her pale complexion shimmered faintly with subtle, shifting patterns. Her enchanting gaze landed on me, and for a brief moment, she seemed genuinely taken aback, evidently surprised to see that the summoner was a goblin. But she quickly recomposed herself, flashing a sly smirk that felt more like condescension. Pathetic as this offering may be, it shall suffice as proof of your loyalty, she purred. In return, I'll grant you this body to enjoy. Experience pleasure beyond your wildest imagination. Yet the longer I looked at her, the heavier the unease in my chest grew. Why a succubus? Out of every possibility, why did it summon her? Among demons, succubi rank near the bottom of the hierarchy, yet they're arguably the most troublesome. Their society is overwhelmingly matriarchal, with male succubi practically non-existent. No matter what species they mate with, the offspring is always a female succubus, ensuring their queen bee dynamic endures. Succubi sustain themselves by seduction and temptation. Their specialty is overwhelming males with boundless euphoria, shattering their control while draining them of every last drop of vitality. For ordinary people, even a day under their spell is enough to reduce them to an empty husk. The more powerful the succubus, the more dangerous their abilities. At the pinnacle, they can bring even renowned warriors to their knees with nothing but a glance, leaving them to die utterly spent. The succubus before me was clearly no bottom feeder. She was at least a high-tier demon, one with a true name. But strangely enough, I wasn't panicking. Had it been any other kind of demon, I'd have zero chance of survival. Succubi, however, are notoriously frail in combat and rely almost entirely on their charm magic. No charm, no threat. And as for me, let's just say I'm not the kind of creature easily swayed by pretty words or illusions. Ding. You've been targeted by the high-tier succubus Evelyn Sithrald's charm magic. But your racial traits and dark divine power grant you complete immunity. After reading the system notification, my expression didn't so much as twitch. Dark goblins like me are cursed variants, warped by divine dark energy. We're exclusively male, given no choice but to raid other species for breeding. To us, charm magic is less of a lure and more like background noise. Instead, I began eyeing Evelyn with interest. Succubi and dark goblins are like two sides of the same coin, their natures eerily similar, yet designed to counterbalance one another. What would happen if our bloodlines combined? Would the result favor her kind or mine? I had every intention of finding out firsthand. Eager for a closer conversation? Works for me. With a lunge, I brought my heavy blade down. A flash of steel, and schluck, her pale arm flew clean off. Hesitation? Not a trace. The ritual was still active. Even if I pulverized her on the spot, I could simply call on another succubus. Demons were limitless in the abyss, and her limbs? Replaceable. Removing them was just my way of leveling the playing field. Don't run. Filthy goblin. How dare you ambush me? Evelyn finally realized what had happened. She was trembling with pain, still struggling to believe that she had been overpowered by such a lowly creature. What crushed her even more was the fact that her charm magic had been completely ineffective. Don't rush. I just need you to cooperate a bit later, I said coldly. I prefer obedient slaves. I didn't hesitate, landing a few more strikes that rendered her limbs useless. Then I wrapped her tightly in a chain, loop by loop. Dragging her like prey, I hauled her from the square all the way to the pre-prepared underground chamber, Site 2. With a sharp tug, the chain tightened, suspending Evelyn midair. Any struggle only caused the metal to grip her tighter. I lifted my gaze to meet hers, my tone devoid of any emotion, as if simply stating a fact. Succubi like you love to revel in pleasure, don't you? I slowly tightened the chain. Well, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy yourself. In the pitch-black cave, Evelyn could only see a pair of dark golden eyes filled with malice. Fear washed over her like a tidal wave, constricting her breath. She had always been the one exerting control over others, but now, as if her lifeline had been seized, even a single motion was beyond her. The tattered remnants of black leather armor littered the cave floor. A coarse, oversized hand gave her a push, sending her body swinging violently back and forth, the chains pulling her weight in cruel harmony. Evelyn's eyes widened in horror. This day would haunt her as her darkest nightmare. She could feel the goblin who had maimed her radiating an unrestrained beast-like savagery, a primal ferocity threatening to rip her apart at any given moment. Even with her powerful succubus constitution, she was utterly subdued. My hand gripped her waist, pressing against her soft, vulnerable spots as I let out a long sigh. They're right about demons. Humans don't even come close. The rhythmic clang of hammers echoed through the goblin settlement. Kobolds poured molten iron into molds, swiftly forming the foundations of the structure. Over the next 10 days, over 100 kobolds worked tirelessly, transforming the goblin tribe entirely. First, molten iron was spread across the ground to harden into a firm layer, over which they laid stone slabs chiseled from the nearby mountain. Walls were carved with orderly chambers, each cleaned and lit with embedded glowing crystals, radiating a glare that was almost too bright. Catherine inspected the newly improved housing, nodding with reluctant approval. Not exactly fine craftsmanship, but at least it's livable. I cast a glance at the brood of young goblins trailing behind her. Out of 10 offspring, 3 were elite fire goblins, red-skinned and brimming with innate abilities. To my delight, the latest batch of 5 younglings had produced another 2 elite specimens. Progress was evident. My stats had improved significantly, and I now wielded fire magic compatible with 3 consecutive fireball casts, effectively rivaling a novice mage. After ensuring Catherine was settled, I headed to the adjacent chamber. Steel chains bolted into the iron-reinforced rock secured a bound Evelyn, leaving her suspended. All 4 of her limbs, along with her head, were firmly shackled. Despite her regenerative succubus abilities, her severed hands and feet had only partially regenerated. The most striking feature, however, was her previously slender waist, now distended and taut like an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. With a forced seductive smile, Evelyn wiggled slightly, her voice soft and pleading. "Dearest Mark, let me go? I promise I won't run again." Yet, nearly simultaneously, the system's notification echoed repeatedly in my mind. I hardened my expression, stepping closer to Evelyn's restrained form. My coarse fingers traced down her spine with measured calculation. You still don't understand what obedience means, I remarked, calm yet menacing, the underlying threat as sharp as cold steel. In my eyes, demons like her, born for rebellion, needed harsher measures to fall in line. Panic overtook Evelyn. The suffocating terror of my dominance surged anew, supplanting her defiance with sheer dread. And no, please. I've learned my lesson. I was wrong, she cried, pleading desperately. Forgive me, I beg you. I cast her a downward glance, quiet but deadly. Mistakes have consequences. You won't learn without pain. Ding. Offspring detected. Ordinary +8, elite +2. Reward obtained. All attributes +20, charm +10, charm resistance +10. 2 weeks later, Evelyn finally delivered her first brood of offspring. Before her eyes stood a lineup of goblins with pale skin, dark stripes, and pointed ears, their features unnervingly exquisite, a far cry from the typical goblin. Evelyn was dumbfounded. Succubi offspring, no matter the partner, should always turn out as pure succubi. Yet here stood these goblin hybrids, laced unmistakably with her bloodline. Behind her distress, I felt nothing but satisfaction. This brood birthed twice as many as Catherine had, and the system's rewards were even more tantalizing. Each child produced by Evelyn delivered exponential benefits, confirming my belief. The stronger the source, the bigger the payoff. Selecting slaves with greater potential would yield unparalleled results. Keep contributing to the tribe, I declared, gripping Evelyn's sharp chin. She glared at me with seething hatred, her expression twisted, but her rising defiance was smothered once more by the fear lurking within. In my presence, she was nothing but a caged beast under lock and key. A month later, her offspring reached adulthood astonishingly quickly. On average, they stood 1.23 meters tall, towering over ordinary goblins by a significant margin. I examined the results with immense satisfaction. These broodlings already rivaled human combatants in strength. The fire goblins, blessed with innate flame magic, could summon and hurl 3 to 5 fireballs effortlessly. Their prowess far outstripped the fire techniques I had painstakingly learned. With elite offspring showcasing this level of superiority, I had no fear of even larger threats like the Knoll tribes. A handful of these hybrid children alone would be enough to obliterate minor monster nests entirely. A loud boom interrupted my moment of triumph. I dashed out of the cave to see a giant spider rampaging through the dimly lit goblin village, smashing wildly into the wooden walls. Cracks spread across the planks as the barricade threatened to collapse. A dungeon spider. Standing at 2 or 3 meters tall, it was a monstrous creature clad in black armor, its crimson eyes scanning the area for goblins with single-minded determination. Dungeon spiders were supposed to dwell deep underground, highly territorial, and seldom venturing beyond their domain. For one to appear here, there could only be one explanation. It had been forced out by something even stronger. Crash! The reinforced wooden walls gave way under its assault, snapping like twigs. With the barrier gone, I finally got a full view of the creature. Jet black, its exoskeleton shone like metal armor, bristling with dense, skin-crawling hairs. Its 8 spiked legs, exceeding 2 meters even when bent, ended in points sharp as spears. Its 2 sets of glaring red compound eyes left almost no blind spots, and its mandibles, hidden beneath patches of dense fur, could snap a person in half like a twig. This thing couldn't use magic, but it didn't need to. It relied on brute strength, impenetrable armor, and an almost flawless defensive physique. Among creatures of its tier, few could even dream of cracking that black exoskeleton. Well then, I said, gripping my single-handed greatsword tightly. Let's see how tough that shell of yours really is. I launched myself into the air, channeling all my strength into a massive overhead strike. Clang! The blade struck with force, but the impact felt like hitting a steel pillar. My hands went numb from the vibration, and all I managed to leave was a shallow scratch on its shell. That defense was absurd. The dungeon spider charged at me, one of its sharp legs piercing through the air like a lance. I sidestepped, avoiding the thrust by a hair's breadth, and bent low to swing my blade at one of its joints. Crack! Its leg snapped clean off. Using the momentum, I rolled around and swept my sword at another limb. Snap! Another leg went down. My gaze turned icy. No matter how tough its armor was, The joints were a glaring weak spot. The spider screeched in pain, its compound eyes flaring an intense, murderous red. It opened its mandibles and spat out a massive web, enveloping me. The web was as sticky as glue. The more I struggled, the tighter it constricted, digging into my skin painfully. This web, it's tougher than steel. Suddenly, a blazing fireball shot out from the cave, colliding with the dungeon spider and forcing it back. Emerging from the gloom was a goblin adorned with fiery tribal markings, wielding Caitlyn's magic staff. The fireball did the trick. The web around me burned away instantly, crumbling into ash. The dungeon spider recoiled, its previously aggressive demeanor giving way to fear as its compound eyes flickered with panic at the flames. "It's afraid of fire?" I muttered, raising an eyebrow. I grabbed one of its severed legs to inspect it. The moment my hand touched the black surface, it seared my palm like a hot iron rod, and I reflexively pulled away. That's when the realization hit me. The armor wasn't just tough, it was an outstanding conductor for heat. Fire was its undoing. It made sense now. In the sweltering confines of the underground, heat would build up like in a furnace. While its exoskeleton could withstand tremendous physical attacks, its internal organs were far more vulnerable to thermal extremes. Get it hot enough, and even this seemingly invincible monster would perish. No wonder the spider was terrified of fire. Its webs, for all their tensile strength, were just as flammable. It had no counters against flames. Having likely rarely encountered fire-wielding foes underground, it had lived boldly, preying on weaker creatures without fear. But now, so, you do have a weakness. That makes things easier. I lit a torch, and with the help of the goblin, we drove the dungeon spider deep into the cave. Each time it tried to bolt for the exit, the goblin would blast it back with a fireball, driving it further into the oppressive heat of the confined space. Fear etched its very being now, its movements desperate and erratic. Still, I didn't finish the job right away. Killing it would have been simpler, but doing so would squander an invaluable resource. Its silk was near indestructible, capable of crafting traps, ropes, undergarments, and even protective linings. A thread no thicker than a finger could hold up several tons. Its value as a material was immeasurable. But taming this beast, well, that was a different ordeal. Wild and dim-witted, it wasn't the sort of creature to submit easily. Trying to harvest its silk might end in total loss, but leaving it untamed felt like abandoning a renewable resource. "We'll give it a shot," I concluded. I ordered the fiery goblin and 2 others to guard the cave entrance, ensuring the spider was fed and monitored daily. Whether or not it could be tamed, only time would tell. If it proved untrainable, well, spider meat was still on the table. For now, I had 2 severed spider legs to deal with. These things were larger than me and packed with meat. Tonight's feast would be unforgettable. I hoisted the massive legs onto my shoulders and made my way toward the newly rebuilt kitchen. The meat from higher-tier monsters was incredibly nutritious, capable of boosting physical abilities. Who knew how much stronger I'd get from eating this? Ding. You have consumed dungeon spider flesh. All attributes +1. Ding. You have consumed dungeon spider flesh. All attributes +1. Ding. Divine power activated. Bloodline evolution triggered. New racial talent acquired. Dark exoskeleton. I savored the 2 colossal spider legs, feeling the surge of power coursing through my body. Somehow, I'd also managed to snag one of the spider's innate abilities. Dark exoskeleton, rare talent. Effect: skin can harden into a protective exoskeleton, strengthening in tandem with your diet and physical conditioning. Asterisk weakness: highly vulnerable to heat and fire. Fire damage received is doubled. Asterisk. Dark exoskeleton, I murmured, knocking on my arm. My once soft skin solidified instantly into a tough carapace, resembling natural armor. This new defense made it virtually impossible for intermediate-tier creatures to harm me. But the fire vulnerability was a glaring Achilles heel. I looked down at the spider's severed leg in my hand. The material's durability was phenomenal. If reforged properly, it could yield a weapon of unparalleled sharpness and strength. The only problem? I didn't have anyone skilled enough to handle the crafting work. The blacksmith. Kobolds aren't exactly known for their brains. If they can refine ore, I'd count it as a stroke of luck. I was tempted to head to the surface. There were bound to be human villages near the cavern's entrances. Blacksmiths and craftsmen would be plentiful. Kidnapping a few could solve the problem. But I quickly quashed the idea. Things down here were chaotic enough already. If we stirred up trouble with surface humans, the Goblin tribe would end up caught in a double assault. If I were to make a move on the surface, it'd have to be after fully stabilizing our foothold underground. There's more than just one kobold settlement nearby. I divided my regular goblins into small scouting teams and sent them exploring the tunnels around the kobold territory. The rest were ordered to stay on high alert around the tribe. There's always the risk of another ambush by creatures like the cave spiders. Until I've built up enough power to truly defend ourselves, we'd need to proceed cautiously. Ding. Detected the birth of your offspring. Common grade +8, elite grade +2. Rewards received. All stats +20, charm +10, charm resistance +10. For the next month, the Goblin tribe remained outwardly calm. Under my direction, our numbers surged past 50. The offspring born from Catherine and Evelyn were named separately by me as the Demi-Goblins and Enchantress Goblins. Demi-Goblins were humanoid in appearance, more clever than regular goblins, and capable of mastering different weapons. With proper training, they could even wield magical powers or develop martial combat techniques like auras. Enchantress Goblins inherited the talents of the succubus lineage. They could manipulate people's emotions and minds, mentally destabilizing their targets or driving them insane. Elite individuals among them could even enslave weak-willed creatures, similar to advanced succubi. Watching this new wave of power rising within the tribe set my blood aflame. Once they've grown and matured, the tribe's combat strength would skyrocket. Even if it came to a direct conflict with the Null forces, I wouldn't hesitate to pay a price to ensure their annihilation. 2 months. I stared at the darkened caverns beyond our encampment, my eyes burning with ambition. Give me just 2 more months. Gnolls, kobolds, both would kneel and serve as slaves. This tribe's name? It's outdated. A tribe was only the beginning. Every powerful race or faction boasted its own clan name, like the Ironstone clan of the kobolds. Names carried weight, history, and prestige. Once the foundation was strong enough, the tribe would evolve into a clan. The goblins of the past weren't worthy, but now, things are different. From today onward, we are the Caesar clan. I am the leader of the Caesar clan, and one day, I will become the Goblin Emperor. Humph. Suddenly, my vision went dark, and one of the goblins linked to my shared sight vanished entirely. Gone in an instant, the connection severed. It was like they'd been wiped out in one blow. Kobold settlement. My fingers clenched tightly, twisting the iron throne beneath me into a warped mess. The only ones who could act so boldly and kill one of my goblins in that region were the gnolls. Absolute oversight. I immediately switched to the vision of another goblin nearby and directed my view toward the kobold mines. As I reached the mine's edge, a pitiful sight unfolded before me. A group of trembling kobolds huddled together. They were completely surrounded by over 100 gnolls, leaving them no way out. The kobold elder, drenched in cold sweat, urgently tried to explain something. The gnoll leader, a hulking figure standing a head taller than the rest, sneered and stretched out a clawed hand, gripping the elder by the throat. In the gnoll's eyes, only scorn and malice remained. The gnoll leader suddenly paused, sniffing the air, and its eyes locked onto the darkest corner of the cave. Had I been discovered? A flash of claws crossed my vision, and I quickly withdrew from the shared sight. The gnolls. They've come earlier than I expected. I lowered my voice, suppressing my frustration. The Bloodclaw clan was supposed to collect their tributes from the mines only every 6 months. However, it was not unusual for them to send scouts to check things out in the meantime. It was inevitable that the changes in the Ironstone kobolds would eventually be exposed. I just hadn't anticipated it happening this soon. If I had just 1 more month, I wouldn't even have to concern myself with this pack of brutes. Gathering all my offspring and goblin followers, I led the group in a swift march toward the kobold territory of the Ironstone clan. Within the kobold encampment, the elder kowtowed before the gnoll leader, legs trembling. Bloodclaw Lord, it's not that we refuse to send tribute, it's the damned goblins. They've raided all our mines. Hufong Bloodclaw licked the blood from its lips, tossing aside a goblin corpse it had been holding. What you're telling me, old mutt, is that my Bloodclaw gnoll warriors were bested by some goblins? Its eyes bore down on the elder, sharp and piercing, like knives poised to stab. You think I'm stupid? The elder's life was pinned by those few words. You dare take me for a fool? Hufong growled, teeth grinding against each other. Without hesitation, it tackled the elder to the ground. The kobold elder's panicked gaze darted as it uttered desperate pleas. But a mere second before Hugfang's teeth sank into its neck. Boom! A searing explosion of flames erupted against Hugfang's chest. The gnoll leader was sent flying, crashing into the walls. Pathetic ambush. Its roar shook the cavern. Staggering to its feet, Hufong scanned his surroundings furiously, covered in ash and blood. From the shadows, a figure emerged. A goblin with dark golden markings etched across its skin. Hufong froze for a split second. The one bold enough to attack it was a goblin? Still alive, huh? I looked on indifferently. Even after taking a direct fireball to the chest, this gnoll was still standing. It was easily as tough as an intermediate-level magical beast. However, useless in my eyes. At the very least, an advanced creature. Only then would it be worth my time. And then Bloodclaw let out a roar so loud it shook the cavern walls. A filthy pack of goblins dares provoke the Bloodclaw clan? Kill them all, leave none alive. Nearly 100 raging gnolls with red, bloodshot eyes charged toward me. From behind me emerged a group of sharp-featured goblins adorned in black runic tattoos, their glowing crimson eyes radiating a strange charm. The charging gnolls in the front suddenly stopped in their tracks, a dazed expression crossing their faces. A few outright snapped, turning to bite their own companions, throwing their ranks into total chaos. The gnoll leader, seeing this unfold, charged straight for me. He had no idea what trickery the goblins had employed, but was certain I was the root of it all. You think I'm that easy to mess with? I smirked coldly, my lips curling. With the activation of my dark carapace, my skin hardened instantly, covering my entire body like armor. Bang! The leader swung at me with all his might, only for the hardened keratin layers to absorb the full impact. I didn't budge an inch. I had already grown to the level of an intermediate combatant, stacked with the talents of a deep cavern spider. From the very start, this fight was already decided. If you're here to die, die here then. I hefted my great sword and swung, slashing from his shoulder down to his abdomen, painting his furred body red with blood. The wound was so deep I could see the pulsing of his exposed organs. A dull thud followed. The leader collapsed to the ground, twitching weakly before all motion ceased. With their leader killed, the gnolls' morale shattered, and their retreat quickly spiraled into disarray. The awaiting goblins quickly sealed their escape with webs crafted from the deep cavern spiders, trapping them in. Dragging along the dead leader's body, I advanced threateningly, watching as the remaining gnolls were slain effortlessly by my goblin thralls. They were too terrified to fight back. For lower-level creatures like these, their survival depended solely on their wild instincts and the strength of their morale. Take away their leader, and all that remained were lowly chattel waiting to be slaughtered. Out of the 100 gnolls, half were wiped out in no time at all. The remainder, succumbed to overwhelming terror, collapsed as a mass onto the ground. Broken, sobbing, and afraid to even raise their heads, they pleaded for mercy. More and more gnolls dropped to their knees, bowing in submission. "O great Goblin Lord, you have shown us the true strength of power. Our bloodline shall offer its loyalty to you. Please accept our allegiance." A sharp-looking gnoll stumbled forward, stammering in the common tongue of the underground. Kneeling, it crawled its way over to me, desperately kissing at my feet like a lowly dog. Loyalty, huh? I arched an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, but I quickly pieced together the reasoning. Goblins, gnolls, kobolds, beings of this lower tier lacked true backing or faith to anchor them. Their survival was reliant on latching onto stronger powers, bowing their heads as subordinates to dominant clans. Even in the service of dragons, the most common vassals encountered are gnolls and kobolds. In the world beneath the surface, kneeling to a stronger force is simple logic for the weak. Being able to defeat their leader so effortlessly must have made me their next master in their eyes. "I will take your allegiance," I declared. "From this day forth, you belong to the Caesar clan." Wiping them out entirely wouldn't serve any purpose. It'd be a waste. Taking them in was hardly a loss, more like a gain. They could be put to work as laborers or serve as cannon fodder in future battles. Gnolls weren't weaklings either. and adding them to the mix would directly bolster the combat strength of the Caesar clan, making it easier to seize territory. Of course, the disadvantages were equally clear. Gnolls are notoriously cunning and untrustworthy. At the first sight of a mightier force, they'd have no qualms about turning tail or betraying their allegiance. But considering they're practically free cannon fodder, I wasn't about to complain about quality. Still, an unexpected bonus, I thought aloud. With the addition of these gnolls, the Caesar clan had grown itself a second group of subservients. They're low-tier trash, no doubt, yet it's a start. But my ambition doesn't end here. I'll need even more slaves, because the system leaves me with only one option: birthing more offspring. This isn't for me, I told myself. Everything's for the clan's future. The thought weighed on me, though. I'd soon have to meet with Evelyn, working on warming her up emotionally and unleashing some pent-up frustration with her. A succubus ought to enjoy that sort of thing. Not that she'd find it particularly demanding. But where the hell am I supposed to find better brooders? After helping Bloodclaw's gnolls settle in, I furrowed my brow, pondering this dilemma. The stronger the mother, the more powerful the offspring I'd conceive, and the greater the rewards I'd receive from the system. Just churning out numbers wouldn't cut it. Time wasn't unlimited. Even if I did nothing beyond eating, sleeping, and grinding away on women 24/7, I couldn't just magically turn into some endless breeding machine. With offspring cycles coming every 2 weeks, time was precious. I needed to maximize every opportunity. That meant finding the best possible female candidates. But I didn't let myself dwell on it for too long. I turned my attention to assigning my offspring to lead teams, escorting the gnolls back to their tribe for a visit. The gnoll camp wasn't far from the kobold settlement. Low-level creatures like these couldn't hold vast territories like dragons, spreading across dozens, or even hundreds, of kilometers. According to the gnolls, their Bloodclaw clan numbered around 200 in total. Half of them had come out this time, leaving the remaining half to guard another mining site. The Bloodclaw clan apparently held sway over 2 kobold tribes in total. The Ironstone tribe was just the smaller one. Nearby, there also happened to be a much larger kobold group, the Black Iron clan. An estimated 300 kobold slaves worked tirelessly under them, mining rare black iron or veins. Black iron wasn't your ordinary iron. It came from deep subterranean ores, enriched and reshaped by cycles of magical tides. Jehuida. The ore looks like obsidian, with a high magic conduction capacity, excellent malleability, and double the hardness of steel. This kind of material is extremely scarce. Even after mining dozens of iron or veins, you might not stumble upon a single piece of black iron ore. I didn't think there'd be one nearby, and so close to my territory. According to the kobolds, it's only a 3 to 5 hour journey. No wonder over 100 kobolds guard it at all times. Take the black iron mine and bring the gnolls and kobolds under our control as well. I decided instantly. No matter the cost, I was determined to claim this vein. Black iron ore is tough and difficult to mine, and its yield is low. I can't let others get to it. The value of 1 black iron ore vein is equivalent to 10 ordinary iron ore veins. Even if I don't have an immediate need for it, the Caesar clan will eventually use it. Better to stockpile it than to let someone else get their hands on it. Not just the vein. I'll swallow both the gnolls and kobolds' territory in one go. I'll expand my reach to its maximum limit at once and gradually consolidate later. The risks are there, but I believe I can handle them. With a wave of my hand, I summoned all my subordinates and servants. I left a small group behind to guard the base, while the remaining monstrous army marched straight toward the gnoll tribe. Although the group was massive, we kept things as quiet as possible. The underground tunnels crisscrossed like an anthill. Some were just a few dozen meters below the surface, while others led to depths of thousands of meters. Who knows whether another powerful monster's territory or even a slumbering dragon lies beneath our feet. Awakening some ancient creature would be a catastrophe. My forces wouldn't even count as a snack for them. It took 3 hours to reach the gnoll settlement. Much of that time was spent winding through serpentine passages. In reality, a direct path might have taken only an hour. The tunnel walls had been eroded and hardened over countless years by magical tides, making them impossible to break through and capable of masking energy and breath. Digging a new path could easily lead to a collapse or the opening of another monster's lair. Stumbling across advanced monster species would be our demise. not worth the risk. When we reached the settlement, it was eerily desolate, with only a few dozen elderly, women, and children moving about. The bioluminescent microorganisms on the black walls flickered faintly. Most underground species had adapted to darkness, able to see in low light conditions but sensitive to brighter light sources. I led my forces, capturing these weak and elderly residents without resistance. I ordered a leading gnoll to guide us to the black iron mine's location. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the outskirts of the Urvain. Even before we entered, the biting stench of fresh blood filled the air. Fresh blood. My expression darkened. I wasn't afraid to fight the gnoll guards head-on. I feared a stronger force might already have their eyes on the black iron mine. If it's low-level monsters, that's manageable. But an encounter with a mid to high-tier species would force the Caesar clan to retreat. No matter how many kobolds and gnolls there were, they wouldn't stand a chance against advanced monsters. They'd, at best, buy me some time to escape. I advanced with a group of goblins, pushing the gnoll and kobold armies toward the mine. But inside the mine, there were no other monsters in sight. What remained was merely a pile of injured gnolls and kobolds, with all traces of footprints and blood wiped clean. The loss of several dozen troops wasn't significant. What truly hurt was the black iron, or they'd just dug up. It had been taken. The attackers clearly came prepared, snatching the ore and retreating without engaging further. Interesting. I smiled while staring at the emptied pile of ore. This is no ordinary resource. It can't be eaten and has limited basic uses. Who would take such a risk to steal it? Unless they had a use for it, a very significant use. This saves me some trouble. With a wave of my hand, an overwhelming tide of monsters surged forward. The remnants of the already crippled gnolls and kobolds had no chance to form a defense before being pinned to the ground. The kobold leader of the Black Iron Clan trembled as he knelt. The Black Iron Clan pledges allegiance. "Please, spare us," he begged. I nodded coldly. "I accept your lives, and I accept your loyalty. All able-bodied kobolds are to be integrated into the Caesar clan." I scanned their wounds and noticed the clean cuts, not made by claws or fangs, but by weapons. Human weapons, perhaps. It was then that a gnoll from the Bloodclaw clan came rushing over, presenting what seemed like a treasure, a broken sword. "Mastermark, we discovered this in the mine." I took the broken sword and tested it casually. A mere swing of the broken piece against my single-handed greatsword left a deep notch in the blade. Two weapons forged of iron, yet the sharpness difference was staggering. This only meant one thing. Whoever forged that blade was extraordinarily skilled. Was this dropped by adventurers, or is someone actively making these? I frowned at the injured scattered around me. To inflict such damage on so many gnolls and kobolds, a single weapon wouldn't suffice. The attackers must have a stockpile of these weapons, or, worse, the capacity to mass-produce them. My interest was now thoroughly piqued. In the underground world, species with forging abilities are already rare. But one capable of crafting such fine weapons? That implies brains, danger, and most importantly, opportunity. This couldn't possibly be the work of low-level creatures like kobolds. Do you know what species the attackers belong to? I grabbed an uninjured gnoll and pressed him for answers. Never seen them before. Short, but unervingly strong. The gnoll stammered, shrinking back in fear, into what felt like a furnace. What a haul," I muttered, unable to contain a victorious grin as I flexed my hands, feeling the newfound surge of blazing power course through my veins. This was more than just a power-up. This was a game-changer. Everything had been meticulously laid out. A development plan for the Caesar clan with no rush for expansion, solid internal management, and a stabilized territory that no nearby tribe dared to challenge. But now, with the flame tome in my arsenal, everything, absolutely everything, just shifted. I was no longer just a burgeoning leader of a dominant underground clan. I was becoming something far more dangerous. First things first, though, where in the abyss is that mysterious monster tribe? I growled under my breath, now irritated by the lack of results from those endless reconnaissance missions. For an entire month, my goblin squads had combed through the surrounding labyrinth of tunnels. The cost? Nearly a squad of goblins lost to various dangers. The gain? Mapping the region's hostile inhabitants and their tribes, but nothing leading back to the weapon-forging monster tribe that had piqued my interest. To the east of our territory lay a direct surface exit, one of the scarce entrances to the sprawling underground cavern system we called home. To the north, south, and west were multiple monster tribes, mostly manageable, though still requiring careful consideration when devising strategy. Among them, the northwestern ogre tribe stood out as the biggest foreseeable headache. Ogres, even a small group of them, demanded respect. These towering beasts, standing anywhere between 10 and 16 feet tall, were brutal mid-tier monsters with immense physical strength and skin like living armor. Their intelligence? Limited, akin to a human child, but their sheer destructive potential rendered tactics against them fraught with danger. 20 of those walking tanks, while manageable, could easily carve through half the elite forces of the Caesar clan during an all-out battle. The thought of such a costly conflict weighed on me. Our victory would be tentative at best. I wasn't about to risk my budding clan on something as reckless as taking on an ogre horde. At least, not yet. Then again, with the treasure I'd just acquired. I glanced at the fire mark on my hand, still glowing faintly with residual heat. The flame tome might very well balance the scales. For now, I shelved the idea, deciding to study the ogre threat further while focusing on cementing our strength internally. They would remain a check on my ambitions, but one that could wait. Caesar clan stands as the undisputed ruler of the cavern outskirts for now. I muttered to myself, allowing myself a brief moment of assurance. Let them come if they dare. As for the mysterious weapon-making tribe, I still believe they were somewhere nearby. No monster group leaves its forges and stronghold without traces. If they found their way to the kobold tribes and traded weapons, they had to be hiding within reach, maybe deeper into the cavern network my goblins couldn't fully access yet. The path forward was clear. Recruitment, breeding, power consolidation, it was all going too smoothly. Even as the goblins and kobolds labored away expanding territory control, I felt my restless ambition screaming for more. Strength is everything. If the flame tome had gifted me such a godsend, who was I to refuse the call of destiny? Catherine, I turned toward the cave where one of my elite offspring incubators, Air, Charm Demons, was resting after her latest contribution to the Caesar clan's future. The mixed allure of the fiery demon bloodline combined with goblin cunning made her an indispensable addition to our forces. And now, ahead to your child? I chuckled to myself. You're outpacing yourself, but I won't complain about genius. Caesar clan's numbers had already reached a near 100 strong, a rapid cranking of the population courtesy of both goblin and kobold efforts, and coordinated with bloody efficiency. Additionally, elite-level individuals already rivaled 20 beginner-ranked human professionals when combined. With that kind of power at my back, I was no fool. No mid-tier monster tribe could challenge my position unless they had absurdly advantageous terrain or some other trick up their sleeves. I had the numbers, the goblin ingenuity, the kobold miners and sentries, and now the magical firepower to crush nearly any competition within the cavern periphery. The prospects swirled in my mind like the chaotic flames now resonating within the tome's magic. Visions of dominance, of rival tribes bowing their heads or being scorched into oblivion, played out in vivid intensity. Expansion could wait. A strong base, a loyal following, and absolute power had to come first. But there was still one lingering itch. That mysterious monster tribe forging weapons. Someone had gotten away with something valuable right under my nose. Keep looking. I barked at a cluster of goblins dressed in their rudimentary but serviceable scavenger garb. Their morale had dipped slightly after weeks of fruitless searching, but when your chieftain wielded the power to incinerate you by accident, cowering was much easier than rebellion. Yes, my lord. They scrambled away the moment the words left my lips, leaving me alone amid the bustling operations of the Caesar clan. One step at a time, I reminded myself, flexing my hand one more time and feeling the smoldering heat of the flame tome's power ripple beneath my skin. They wouldn't evade me forever. That weapon-forging tribe would either be found or face the wrath of fire raining down upon their stronghold. And when it was over, the depths of this cavern would tremble under the might of the Caesar clan. Wall of flames, I shouted, channeling my magic into the spellbook. In an instant, searing flames erupted forth, forming a towering wall over 10 meters long. Even standing several meters away, the heat made the air feel almost unbearable. But I frowned shortly after. This was just a mid-level fire spell, yet it drained almost a fifth of my magic reserves in one go. If I had to use an advanced spell, even with the support of the spellbook, I would barely manage it once. The faint glow of the magic crystal illuminated the underground chamber. Catherine stood frozen, staring in disbelief at her newly birthed offspring. For ordinary goblins and one peculiar infant wreathed in fire. The heat emanating from the fiery infant was intense, almost unreasonable, yet the flames acted as if they had a will of their own, not even singeing the other younglings nearby. Its skin shimmered red, with intricate, molten vein-like patterns snaking across its body. Its glowing orange eyes were so bright, they seemed to pierce through the darkness. Even with her limited knowledge, Catherine immediately understood something was off. This oppressive feeling. She had only experienced it before in the presence of high-level monsters. But how? She vividly remembered. These seeds were nourished day and night by me. There was no possibility of a mistake. A goblin offspring becoming a creature on par with a high-level monster? Impossible. Even if some ancient bloodline re-emerged, this was absurd. Unless, had she been unfaithful? The very thought shocked even Catherine herself. Is this what you call a chieftain's offspring? I, on the other hand, was far from surprised. My gaze bore into the fiery goblin infant, my innate dominance bearing down on it. The creature shuddered, its fiery eyes reflecting sheer terror. Its instincts silenced any notions of resistance. It instinctively scampered behind Catherine, as if to shield itself. I narrowed my eyes, a sense of satisfaction creeping over me. A chieftain-tier offspring, once matured, could hold its own against even mid-level monsters like dungeon spiders. With this fiery goblin, the Caesar tribe now boasted a second cornerstone of combat strength next to me. Speaking of dungeon spiders, I suddenly recalled the one we had imprisoned back in the settlement. Was it still alive? Without wasting time, I exited the underground den, heading straight for the creature's holding chamber. A handful of regular goblins stood guard outside, led by a flame goblin. The walls bristled with torches, illuminating the entrance in flickering, golden light. Through the iron gates, the dungeon spider could be seen retreating into the shadows, curled up defensively. It feared fire and clung tightly to the dark corners, motionless, but it seemed well-fed. Its missing limbs had regrown, and its frame had swelled with even more bulk, as if storing energy for something. Father, the flame goblin leading the guard detail dropped to one knee upon seeing me, a mix of fear and reverence etched in its features. This unparalleled loyalty was ingrained deep into their blood. No matter how strong, they would never dare defy their creator. How's that thing been behaving recently? I nodded toward the enclosure. My offspring, though bearing goblin blood, leaned closer to humans in their intelligence. They learned quickly, worked methodically, and often surpassed actual humans in capability. Given time, I believe they could forge a race that rivaled humans, elves, or beast folk. That is, provided they had protection. In this world, countless races outclass humans in raw talent. So why do humans reign supreme? Not because they are better learners, but because they have the gods behind them. Dragons are born near legendary, and elves' long lives make even the dimmest among them wise masters over centuries. Yet, humans still rule the surface world. Because of faith, humans worship a myriad of gods. Nearly every deity counts humans as a significant portion of their followers. The more humans, the greater the faith. The stronger the gods, the more influence they hold. Humans' relative weakness is an asset. They offer faith freely, without posing a threat to divine supremacy. If I were a god, I'd pick humans too. So, to challenge humanity's throne means to challenge the gods themselves. That's a fight for another day. For now, at the start, it was especially violent. Injured quite a few guards. The flame goblin rasped nervously. But after being confined and fed all this time, it's calmed down a bit. Except, it hesitated, wringing its hands. Except during mana surges. Then, it goes berserk all over again, just like before. What about the spider silk harvest? I asked, looking sharply at the curled-up dungeon spider. We've kept it alive this long. It should have surrendered by now. And if not, well, I wasn't here to keep a freeloader. Every creature eats for a purpose. Those that refuse to be useful forfeit their right to survive. Every time we try to harvest its silk, it goes completely wild. There's just no way to collect it. The flame goblin's head drooped, looking ashamed. I narrowed my eyes and pushed open the iron gate, stepping inside. The darkness ahead felt almost alive, as if ready to swallow me whole. In one corner, the dungeon spider lay curled, feigning sleep. Yet, the moment I stepped closer, its many eyes snapped open, locking onto me with feral intensity. When it recognized me, its predatory gaze faltered, replaced by a flicker of fear. "Spin your silk." My voice was as cold as the air outside the torchlight. "You've been fed and sheltered long enough. Work or die." Its pincered mouth trembled as its eyes grew a deep, fiery red. Unmoving, it clearly resisted. "You really want to make me force you?" I stepped forward, deliberately slow and deliberate. That slight approach sent the spider into a frenzy, its new legs stabbing wildly toward me like spears. Bang! Before they could reach me, hardened black chitin erupted across my skin, deflecting the attack easily with only a shallow scratch. Without hesitation, I grabbed one of its legs and swung. The spider's massive body smashed into the stone ceiling, sending tremors through the chamber. Dust trickled from above as I brushed my shoulder clean. Stepping forward again, I stared down at the crumpled beast as if it were no more than an insolent insect. Bang! Another blow, this time my fist crashing against its body. The ground shattered beneath it, leaving a dented crater. In mere moments, the dungeon spider lay motionless, utterly defeated. "If you won't yield, you won't live." The crackling sound of fire burst forth as a flaming spellbook manifested before me. Magic surged through my fingertips, ready to consume. The flames behind me coalesced, forming a fiery mass. The cavern spider's eyes were filled with dread. It flipped over, exposing its soft underbelly, all its legs flailing in a frantic attempt to show submission. I narrowed my eyes. The flames gradually dissipated. Fixing my cold gaze on the spider, I commanded sharply, "Spin silk." The cavern spider hesitated briefly but couldn't withstand the oppressive aura. It chose to comply. It wasn't intelligent, but its instincts told it plainly. Disobedience meant death. Fwip, fwip, fwip. It ballooned its abdomen and shot out streams of white silk in one continuous burst. When it was done, it lay on the ground, completely spent. Panting heavily, it was too weak to even lift its head, its gaze silently pleading with me for mercy. I glanced at the pile of silk now filling half the cave and gave a nod of approval. I motioned to some goblins outside the cave, instructing them to drag in the corpses of various other monsters. At the sight, the spider's eyes lit up, and it immediately began devouring the remains. "Keep it well fed. Don't starve it," I ordered. This creature could produce silk repeatedly. Keeping it around was like having a never-ending resource. I then directed another group of goblins to gather up all the silk and carry it out. While I was mulling over how best to use the silk, a chilling feeling suddenly hit me. One of the goblins under my control had disappeared. Through my dominion, I could sense every goblin under me. The surrounding area was already cleared of monsters. Their disappearance wasn't random. Someone's come in. Following the trail back to the last known location of the fallen goblin, my attention locked onto the entrance of the cavern. The goblin I had stationed there as a lookout, gone. A moment later, another life signal winked out. This time, I caught a glimpse of the intruder. Dressed in black, they clung to the shadows like a phantom, sneaking behind the goblin and delivering a fatal knife strike to its throat. No sound, no struggle. It was as if they already knew the precise location of every hidden sentry. I frowned. Adventurers again. Without sensory skills or detection tools, there's no way they could uncover my sentry posts hidden in dead zones, every single one without fail. This group wasn't like the rookies I encountered before. Even without engaging them, I felt a palpable pressure emanating from them. They were sharper, more ruthless, and their attacks were swift and decisive. Something told me this wouldn't be as easy as last time, where I could crush them effortlessly. But so what? I smirked, lips curling into a haughty grin. The Caesar clan was no longer the small tribe that could be wiped out by a stray monster. If they wanted to test their luck, I'd gladly oblige. Even if they were high-level professionals, I'd square off with them face to face. A single thought from me, and every subordinate and offspring within my territory began to converge. Sitting on my iron-forged throne, I rested my chin on one hand, eyes cold and unfeeling, watching the entrance from my elevated position. The deep, dark gold hue of my gaze carried the weight of the abyss, devoid of any warmth. Before me, 100 monsters stood in formation, their killing intent thick enough to make it hard to breathe. I'll be right here, waiting for you, adventurers. This time, would it be the hero who slays the Demon King, or the Demon King who annihilates the heroes? Come, let's find out. Strange, where did all the goblins go around here? At the cavern entrance, a team of heavily armed adventurers was cautiously making their way inside. The robe-clad male wizard furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. Don't overthink it. They're just some ordinary goblins, sneered the rogue at the front, spinning his dagger nonchalantly. With their strength, goblins in the outer layer weren't even a challenge. A little caution never hurts, the shield-bearer replied, his voice tight with unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that the cavern was like an open mouth, poised to swallow them whole. This was just the first layer, the outer perimeter. Yet his instincts were screaming warnings louder than ever. Stay steady, the female warrior leading the group said, her tone calm but firm. The mission is to rescue the noble's daughter. We're not going beyond the first layer. Her judgment was that only low-level monsters lurked in this area. There shouldn't be anything within the outer perimeter that posed a significant threat. Their team consisted entirely of mid-level professionals. Unless they encountered something outrageously strong, they could retreat even if a fight didn't go their way. And their opponents? Goblins, the lowest of the low. Monsters infamous for their pitiful level of threat. Creatures that weren't even worth considering. But her prudence never faltered. Even the weakest of enemies, if underestimated, could deliver a nasty blow. It was caution and vigilance that had kept her team alive all this time. Anything could happen in a place like this. What looked like a safe corner might suddenly harbor a high-level monster with lethal intent. Her caution had saved her life more times than she could count. Find that runaway noble brat quickly, bring her back, and the job's done. The female warrior pulled out a glowing crystal from her chest pocket. It was a specially designed soul crystal, embedded with a fragment of the target's essence. The closer they got to its owner, the brighter it would shine, capable of indicating both location and life status. The brighter the light, the closer they were. And if the light extinguished, the target was dead. Their path led deeper into the cavern, the crystal's glow intensifying as they went. The wizard squinted slightly at the light, his expression a mix of excitement and impatience. This mission had dragged on far too long. If not for the hefty reward, he wouldn't have bothered with rescuing some spoiled noble brat in such a godforsaken place. Frankly, whether nobles lived or died wasn't his concern. If they all perished tomorrow, he wouldn't waste a single tear. For adventurers like them, born as commoners, nobles were the last kind of people they had patience for. All he cared about was dragging the target out alive so he could collect the fat payday. This one job alone would fund them for half a year. The wizard couldn't help but grumble. I just can't understand those noble young masters and ladies. They've got it all. Effortless lives where a simple word can get them things we couldn't even touch in a lifetime. And yet, they still throw themselves into the fire, treating their lives like some joke. The female warrior had heard this kind of talk too many times to bother responding. She knew the man came from a remote mountain village, scarred by hardships. His parents and older sister had been killed by nobles. That hatred ran deep in his veins. If he weren't desperate for money lately, there's no way he'd have taken this job. Something's wrong. The female warrior suddenly raised a hand, signaling the team to stop. Her expression darkened. She had noticed remnants of goblin sentry posts along the way, but there was something distinctly off about the tracks. Normally, these caves were crawling with goblins, ready to spring an ambush. Yet as soon as they'd arrived, the goblins appeared to have vanished, as though tipped off beforehand. The doors were left wide open, practically inviting them inside. This wasn't just some petty provocation, it was a trap. Isabel was on high alert. Whoever set this up wasn't just bold, they were confident. Worse, they might actually be smart. There was no avoiding a tough fight. And retreat? That wasn't an option anymore. She didn't have concrete proof of looming danger, and her companions certainly weren't about to abandon the job. Too much time and money had already been poured into this mission. Failure would tick off the nobles, and that was a price she couldn't afford. At the end of the day, their partnership was based on mutual gain. Everyone, stay sharp, Isabel said through clenched teeth before leading the way. The mage began scanning their surroundings with spells as they advanced. But the journey was eerily calm. No ambushes, no traps, not even a stray rock. That was until they reached the outskirts of an enormous monster settlement. High steel walls loomed before them, with the main gate wide open. Hundreds of monsters crowded the square, kobolds, gnolls, and others mixed together, staring them down with bloodshot eyes. Their gazes drifted past the sea of monsters to the back of the square. There, lounging on a steel throne, was a mutated goblin clad in dark, gold-marked armor. Looking down from his seat of power, he wore a sneering grin of contempt. I let my cold, arrogant gaze sweep across the group. "Adventurers," I said, my voice dripping with disdain. "Welcome to my domain." The assassin eyed the cluster of lower-tier monsters, his look dripping with scorn. "I've killed more goblins than all of you combined," he muttered. Sure, a goblin leader capable of controlling kobolds and gnolls was unusual. But so what? I'll end him. Before anyone could respond, he vanished, darting toward me like a shadow. In his mind, the entire mob was propped up by their leader. Take out the boss, and the whole army would crumble. All they needed to do was get inside the cave behind me, and the mission would be over. "Hogan, don't," the shield bearer yelled, but dread hit him like a hammer before he could finish. A blazing pillar of fire suddenly erupted at the front of the monster ranks. A scream tore through the air. The invisible assassin was forced into sight, his body engulfed in flames. His charred skin peeled away in horrific patches as he stumbled backward. Several flame-wielding goblins grinned maniacally, their eyes glowing as white-hot fire erupted around them. Fireballs detonated across the group's formation. The mage's face paled with disbelief. Goblins can use fire magic. That first attack? Mid-tier magic, at least. Instant cast, too. Even he couldn't manage that, yet the dark-skinned goblin on the throne had unleashed it with just a wave of his hand. Hovering in front of me was an ancient tome engulfed in flames. Surprised that goblins can use magic? How small-minded. My tone was mocking, as casual as if discussing the weather. I wouldn't waste my minions for no reason, and I wasn't interested in playing fair. Let's start with a little gift, shall we? Pouring raw power into the magical tome, I sensed the cavern's air churn with elemental fury. Brilliant flames roared to life, their glow illuminating the vast, shadowy cave. The male mage's voice quivered. High-tier magic. The pressure alone made it clear they couldn't take this head-on. "Run," Isabel commanded without hesitation. But I smirked. "Run? You're too late for that." High-tier fire magic. Inferno Nova. A blinding mass of fire, like a meteor tearing through the atmosphere, plummeted into their center. The resulting blast swept a ferocious wave of heat like a miniature sun born in the cavern's heart. The explosion swallowed everything in its wake, to the extent that even my own monsters were toppled and scattered by the sheer force of it. The firestorm raged on for an agonizingly long moment. When it finally subsided, the molten ground had cooled into a smooth, glinting crust. A shattered, steaming layer of ice, once a hastily cast shield spell, lay cracked and useless on the floor. The shield-bearer's heavy iron shield had melted into slag, his armor disfigured and burned beyond recognition. The mage and assassin were both incapacitated, completely out of commission. The only one left standing was Isabel, and despite the exhaustion visible in her stance, her fiery aura was even more ferocious than before. "Kill," she growled, her voice low yet brimming with rage. With a burst of speed, she disappeared, her formidable frame reappearing as she plowed straight into the mob of monsters. Isabel's greatsword carved through ranks of lesser creatures like a scythe through wheat. But she didn't linger to fight them long. Her target was clear. The steel throne. Me. Only the caster of high-tier spells could pose a threat of this magnitude. If she didn't eliminate me first, another massive attack would annihilate the rest of her team. She didn't even entertain the thought of escape. Since the day she chose this path, she'd never once abandoned her comrades. Her battle aura exploded, creating a devastating wave that annihilated any low-tier creature daring to approach her. But as she drew closer to the throne, her energy began to wane. Her breaths came in heavier, ragged bursts. A group of dark-patterned charmer goblins gathered before the throne, their glowing eyes unleashing wave after wave of mental assaults. Their relentless psychic attacks shredded at her consciousness, tugging her into a mire of desire and despair. Dragon form. With a roar, Isabel forced herself beyond her limits. A surge of power radiated from her, silencing every lesser creature within its reach. Her skin sprouted a gleaming layer of dragon scales, her head crowned with sharp horns as her form shifted further into something monstrous. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this request. Your life depends on how you behave," I said coldly. "Make me satisfied, and maybe I'll spare them." With that, I turned and walked away, leaving behind an oppressive silence in the cave. Isabel slumped over the table, tears dripping down one by one. The weight of her despair came not just from humiliation, but also the absence of hope for tomorrow. She wasn't afraid of death itself. She feared her companions dying because of her. To protect those people, no matter how much pain she endured, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and survive. On the third day, her belly started to swell, pushing her humiliation to its breaking point. Isabel never imagined she would carry the foul bloodline of a goblin. "This kind of evil shouldn't exist," she muttered, glaring at her stomach with burning hatred, wishing she could end it all herself. But thoughts of her companions paralyzed her. She knew that goblin too well. The moment she dared to resist, her friends wouldn't live to see another day. And so, resigned, she watched as that repulsive life continued to grow inside her. Meanwhile, Evelyn approached me in the cave, flashing a sly smile and speaking in a honeyed tone. "My dear Mark, I've given you so many already. Isn't it time you let me go?" Her outward obedience was nothing but a facade. Deep down, she was always calculating her escape, devil's cunning at work. Ding, ding, system notifications pinged one after another. I looked at her coldly, not believing a single word that left the succubus's lips. "Learn to truly behave, and we'll talk," I replied indifferently. Evelyn's forced smile faltered. Despite exhausting every trick in her book, I still didn't relent. It was as if I could see through every deceit she concocted. With a low grumble, she muttered, "I'm a succubus, not a spider demon meant for endless breeding." Yet the stirring in her womb reminded her another was on the way. I checked on my offspring, as usual, before glancing at the condition of the slaves. Isabel was visibly distraught, while the other two seemed stable enough. Calculating silently, I noted that another batch of children wasn't far off. Then, something came to mind. This pendant looks like a piece of magical equipment. Seated on my throne, I toyed with the crystal pendant that gleamed with a faint, cold light. Within it, a small flame danced, alive, pointing persistently in one direction. After changing course several times, the flame finally settled, directing me toward an underground entrance. Following its guidance, I arrived at Catherine's cave, where the flame burned brightly at its peak. "Didn't you just come by? Again? You seriously think I'm your next-door succubus?" Catherine snapped, having just lain down moments prior. Despite her irritation, she instinctively rose and moved toward the center of the room, where that peculiar chair lay. Not in the mood for chatter, I tossed the pendant to her. "You recognize this?" The moment Catherine caught it, her entire body stiffened. "Where did you get this?" she asked in a sharp tone. I remained silent, narrowing my eyes and watching her reaction. This is a soul-bound artifact," she murmured, lowering her voice. "Only priests of the Soul Church or soul specialist mages can craft something like this. It stores a person's life essence, allowing tracking no matter the distance. If the flame extinguishes, it means they're dead. When I came of age, my parents had the Archbishop craft 3 of these for me. This is one of them. And I found it on those adventurers," I said coldly. "So it seems your family sent them to find you." All the color drained from Catherine's face. Through gritted teeth, she explained, "My grandfather is the Empire's strongest legendary flame sorcerer. Our family is part of the Empire's top-tier nobility. I ran away and ended up like this." Regret, sharp and raw, filled her eyes as her voice quivered. "If you let me go now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened for the sake of the child. But if they find this place, you'll be dead, without question." Knowing her family wouldn't spare the goblin tribe for the sake of their reputation, Catherine couldn't afford to let any rumors slip. The involved parties, myself included, would most likely be killed to silence the story. But I remained unmoved by her warnings, smirking. As long as those adventurers failed, there'll just be more. If I cowered at every potential threat, the Caesar Goblin clan would have never risen to power. Can they beat me? That's the real question. Isabel was nearing the birth of her first offspring. If I could acquire a dragon-blooded child, it would bring immense rewards. When that happens, who will end up on top? That's yet to be seen. Catherine's family might have legendary firepower, but even legends have their limits. She admitted herself that her grandfather was aging and probably wouldn't last much longer, just a few decades at most. Rumors already suggested his death, and with his absence, their family began to crumble under the assault of rival nobles. In desperation to salvage their prestigious title, her elders coerced Catherine into marrying the heir of another legendary family. Political alliances through marriage were common among nobility, a lifeline to steady the sinking ship while fostering the next generation. For the legend, what has been lost can always be reclaimed sooner or later. But she didn't want to be a sacrificial offering, so she ran away, only to end up falling into my hands. Legendary family. I narrowed my eyes after hearing the story. I had known her background was strong, but I never expected it to be this formidable. There's a world of difference between those below legendary and those above it. A top-tier professional can change the tides of a battle, but a legend can determine the outcome of an entire war. Forget about anything as minor as my current Caesar clan. Even a major kingdom could be turned into rubble if they offended a legendary mage. There's a reason they're called legends. Their power is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even to the gods, a legendary being isn't just some bug to casually crush. The good news? That old legendary mage is most likely already dead. The bad news? Even without a legend backing them, the Catherine family still has a heap of high-ranking mages, and possibly no shortage of top-tier professionals, either. Just a couple of them would be enough to wipe the Caesar clan out of existence. But I wasn't worried in the slightest. I saw the situation clearly. Right now, the Catherine family has its hands full. No way could they spare the manpower to send high-level individuals coming after me for trouble. They might occupy legendary land and enjoy legendary family privileges, but without a legend seated in power, they're like a toddler clutching a gold brick, surrounded by nobles all eager to take a bite. They're already scrambling to deal with all the schemers eyeing their bounty. Who has the time to bother searching the world for a runaway family scion? If they did have time, Catherine's parents wouldn't have tossed the whole matter to a bunch of adventurers in the first place. By the time they do manage to quell their internal chaos and summon their strongest members after Catherine, I'll have long since stopped considering their family a threat. Because my growth rate is ridiculously fast, faster than most monsters in this world, even surpassing God-chosen individuals. Time flew by. Half a month later, she still hasn't given birth? I stared at Isabel's round belly, surprise filling my eyes. In the same span of time, both Evelyn and Catherine had already delivered, even falling pregnant once again. I'd also mobilized all my followers to gather a stockpile of rare underground magical potions to replenish their energy after childbirth. Every delivery was a massive drain on their vitality. Even professionals and demons couldn't withstand it without supportive potions. As much as I lack a sense of compassion, I still like to keep my books balanced in that respect. Thanks to those potions, they managed to recover cycle after cycle, and Catherine didn't just avoid weakening. She absorbed the residual energy to push her magic into the mid-tier professional range. Combine that with being gradually strengthened by divine blessing, and although the quantity of power is small, the quality has fundamentally transformed. Now, at least a third of her children rank as elite individuals. Evelyn, on the other hand, didn't see as dramatic a benefit, though her gains weren't insignificant either. But moving up a tier from high-level demon to ultimate-level demon isn't the kind of thing that happens overnight. In the Abyss, an ultimate-level demon is already a dominant ruler capable of running rampant. Only demon lords who govern entire layers of the Abyss can suppress them. Trying to force a breakthrough into that rank by consuming potions would take far more than tenfold or even 100-fold the usual dosage. And of course, the same potions, when consumed in raw form versus being refined into magical elixirs, exhibit performance differences off the charts, sometimes 5-fold, other times 10-fold. But alchemists and potion masters are even rarer than mages. Finding even a handful on the surface is difficult, let alone underground. Even if I wanted to nab one to use, I wouldn't know where to look. Thankfully, The underground is so saturated with mana that magical plants grow like weeds. Most monsters don't recognize their value, and humans haven't explored or harvested them on any large scale yet, so you can practically find them every step of the way. If I don't have enough, I can always gather more. If their potency is weak, I'll make up for it in quantity. It's not like I'm wasting anything of note. But one thing still puzzles me. Why hasn't Isabel given birth after all this time? She hasn't shown a single sign of it, either. Normally, my offspring would take no more than 2 weeks to be born. If it's dragging on this long, it can only mean one of two things. Either some external interference is at play, or the bloodline is too powerful, requiring an enormous amount of nourishment that even the mother struggles to support. I furrowed my brows as I thought it through. The adventurers' lives are still in my hands, so even if Isabel wanted to play stubborn, she wouldn't jeopardize their lives to spite me. That means I can rule out external interference, which leaves the other possibility. This baby is too strong. Looks like we've got a real monster incoming. I muttered under my breath, the excitement in my eyes barely contained. The dragon race is already one of the world's most powerful species, possessing terrifying strength and immortal lifespans. Even the weakest dragon in adulthood has combat power rivaling legends. Though Isabel's bloodline is diluted, it still carries draconic heritage. Add her unusually long pregnancy into the equation, and there's no way this kid will turn out normal. I threw myself into a frenzy, gathering magic potions and slaughtering monsters for their flesh, all to send them to Isabel in hopes she could endure until the child was born. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the mountain cave, a sound unmistakably belonging to a mighty dragon. An unseen pressure spread out, surging across the skies over the territory like waves. Every monster under the Caesar clan shuddered, trembling where they stood, not daring to lift their heads. I shot up from my throne as if propelled by a force beyond myself. Then, a month had passed, and finally, my offspring were born. Asterisk ding. Detecting the birth of the host's offspring. Leader tier offspring +4, ruler tier offspring +1, asterisk. Rewards obtained. All attributes +180, dragon's blood, metallic dragon. Ruler tier talent scroll, dragon exclusive. When the system notification popped up, my eyes widened in astonishment. I had anticipated the rewards to be substantial, but seeing the numbers left me speechless. An increase of 180 points to my base attributes alone was an incredible boost. Not to mention the dragon's blood and the ruler tier talent scroll, such rare and valuable items. For leader tier and one ruler tier at once. No wonder it took so long to nurture them. I murmured, excitement shining in my eyes. Previously, I had only encountered one leader tier offspring, Catherine's leader tier flame goblin. With potential to rival intermediate tier magical creatures, its adult form could easily surpass mid-level mages and might even have a chance at high-tier strength. But now, I had 4 leader tier offspring at my disposal. Once they matured, the Caesar clan's combat power would include 5 forces capable of standing against intermediate or even advanced tier professionals. Within the outskirts of the underworld, that strength would be intimidatingly unrivaled. And then there was the ruler tier offspring. Although I don't fully grasp the extent of ruler tier power, just knowing that a leader tier offspring could match intermediary professionals as adults made it clear ruler tier is leagues ahead, starting from advanced tier strength. The day this brood matures, anyone daring to challenge my rule in this region would face complete annihilation. I stepped into Isabel's cave. Inside, 5 newborn cubs blinked drowsily, still adjusting to the light. Isabel stared at them, her expression complicated. Her rational mind refused to accept these children, for they bore the bloodline she despised most. In her eyes, their very existence was an abomination. But what was done could not be undone. No amount of her regret mattered anymore, unless she chose to end their existence with her own hands. Yet even the fiercest of beasts would not harm their own young, and certainly not her. If Isabel had possessed the ruthlessness to do so, she wouldn't have ended up here, subjected to the whims and desires of a lowly goblin like me. Seeing her sulk, I paid no mind. Her hatred had long been dulled by divine power. It was nothing more than defiance in words now. What made such resistance so insidious was that the more she believed herself to be conscious of it, the easier it became for her to rationalize her slow transformation. Give it a few more months, and through further nurturing, Isabel would come to accept her new life just as Catherine had, completely abandoning any thoughts of defiance and adapting to her reality. I had once promised Isabel freedom once she bore enough offspring. But now, it seemed she had forgotten that conversation entirely. She no longer mentioned it, nor displayed the desperation for liberty she once had. I stroked my chin and gazed at the newly born cubs. Most of them looked predominantly human, with slight goblin features. Their silver-gray eyes were reptilian, vertically slit like a snake's. One of them was distinctly larger than the rest. On their backs and near the base of their spines were little protrusions, undeveloped wings and tails. Aside from being visibly sturdier, they showed no other unusual traits, yet. "We'll call you dragon-blooded goblins," I muttered, my eyes gleaming with satisfaction. These children would become the backbone of the Kesar clan's future, elite offspring crafted by none other than myself. They were nothing like ordinary goblins. However, I soon frowned. My efforts alone were insufficient. The number of mothers available was far too limited. Even if I worked tirelessly, the number of offspring I could produce in a month barely scratched the surface. If I wanted the clan to grow strong enough to rival human factions, my efforts alone would never be enough. One person has limits, but descendants are infinite, I murmured, my mind racing with schemes. My offspring were meticulously bred elites, far too valuable to be treated as cannon fodder. Though I personally disliked grotesque monsters, my children might not be as picky. If I captured a few suitable tribes, like kobolds or gnolls, and let them interbreed, I could produce waves of disposable units. After a few battles, once the less functional goblins were wiped out, I could recruit new cannon fodder to replenish the numbers. All for the glory of the clan, of course. I'm doing this for the tribe, I sighed, though inwardly, I knew exactly what I was doing. The kobold and gnoll warriors could fight on the front lines or slave away in the mines. As their chief, it was only fair that I help strengthen their numbers in their absence. When those fools returned from war and saw their tribes filled with numerous offspring and pregnant females, they'd surely be overjoyed and even more eager to serve me. I had already convinced myself I was the most thoughtful and benevolent chieftain in the entire underworld. My gaze shifted to the floating orb of blood in the air. My breath caught in my chest. "Dragon's blood," I murmured. The silvery gray liquid shimmered like polished metal, radiating an oppressive aura despite being no more than a single drop. The dragon clans came in many varieties. There were the notorious chromatic dragons, and then there were the so-called noble metallic dragons. The metallic dragons were divided into 5 types: brass, bronze, iron, silver, and gold. The drop of dragon blood before me came from an iron dragon known for its unmatched physical strength. The variant could control flames. Among the metallic dragons, it was one of the toughest and fiercest. I set up the container and sealed the dragon's blood inside. In the next instant, I jumped straight into the container. The dragon's blood submerged my entire body, its ferocious energy seeping into my pores. My skin lit up with dark golden markings that flickered like ghostly light. Soon after, fine dragon scales began to emerge from beneath my skin, as if I were being forcibly dragged toward becoming a dragon. The moment the dragon blood was completely absorbed, a system notification resounded like a bomb going off. "Ding! You've absorbed the blood of the Steel Dragon clan. Bloodline has vastly evolved. Acquired. Thin Dragon Bloodline, Steel Dragon. Ding! Bloodline enhancement complete. All attributes plus 300, physical damage reduction plus 10%, magic affinity and elemental affinity significantly increased. Ding! You've obtained a rare talent. Beginner Dragonization. Upon Dragonization, all attributes greatly increase. Imposes Dragon's Intimidation on low to mid-tier creatures. Grants an additional 20% physical damage reduction, and amplifies fire-based magic power and efficiency. A dragon's strength comes entirely from its bloodline. Hidden within dragon blood lies the rawest and most primal power. This single dose of blood boosted my combat power to an entirely new level. I clenched my fist and felt like a mid-tier professional was nothing more than a one-punch job for me. Even a high-tier professional wouldn't last long against me. And if I activated Dragonization, even top-tier professionals would have to face me head-on. That's the terror of a dragon's bloodline. Even the thinnest trace is enough to forge the mightiest of warriors. Dragonkin Talent Scroll. I stared at the scroll in my hand. It bore intricate dragon carvings and exuded a pressure so intense, it felt like a dragon's piercing gaze. Using this would grant me a dragon's exclusive talent, one of leader tier quality. I've seen how powerful leader tier abilities can be. Skills like absolute domination and vision sharing alone were already absurdly overpowered. And that's without even factoring in the dragons. Even the weakest leader tier dragon ability couldn't possibly fall short of something like a goblin leader's talents. Raising my hand, I crushed the scroll. It shattered instantly, and a deep dragon's roar rumbled in my ears. The fragments dissolved into starlight and merged into my bloodstream. At the same time, the dragon blood inside me bubbled furiously, like a boiling cauldron. Dormant bloodlines were forcibly awakened. Ding! You've obtained a leader tier dragonkin talent, Steel Throne. Steel Throne, Dragonkin, leader tier, talent skill. Steel Throne, a steel dragon leader's exclusive gift, reserved only for those with the qualities of a ruler. Effect 1. Gain absolute domination over subordinate creatures, allowing you to forcibly bend their will to carry out your commands unconditionally. Effect 2. Summon the Eye of the Dragon to survey your domain. With this, no corner of your territory escapes your sight. Negates stealth, illusions, and all probing magic effects. Effect 3. Summon the Soul of the Great Dragon. While the throne empowers your subordinates, their attributes are massively bolstered. Physical damage taken is reduced by 20%, and hostile targets suffer from the dragon's intimidation, reducing their attributes and inducing fear. The soul of the great dragon stands with you. Steel Throne. I ascended to a higher tier and stepped onto the throne. Turning, I seated myself. Silver light immediately enveloped the throne, and the heavy sound of a draconic growl pressed down on the air like a weight on one's chest. A dragon's soul emerged from behind the throne and fused into it, transforming its shape. The throne became majestic yet oppressive, as if a great dragon itself coiled upon it. Around it grew thorny brambles, and the ground was littered with embedded weapons of countless kinds, signaling to all that this was not a place for negotiations, only submission. Seated atop the throne, I felt like a monarch gripping the reins of war and power. Activating the Eye of the Dragon, my vision shifted. A sprawling map of my domain unfurled, revealing the entire span of the Kaisar clan's territory. Kobold villages, Knoll tribes, caves, and encampments, all were cast under the shadow of my authority. Every movement across my lands was revealed, like an intricate diorama paused or sped up at my whim. I quickly discerned that this leader-tier talent was essentially a fusion of absolute domination and vision sharing, powered up into something vastly stronger. However, beyond the edges of my domain map lay uncharted darkness, interspersed with faint red dots, perhaps other creatures or tribes lurking in the shadows. But when I tried to focus on them, the images blurred, shrouded in ethereal mist. Figures. The second effect only works within the bounds of my domain. However, the first and third effects weren't restricted. As long as a target belonged to my subordinates or territory, they benefited from the throne's empowerment no matter where they were. Suddenly, a bright red glow erupted from part of my territory. Those scattered red dots were moving at alarming speed toward the Black Iron Clan. It was like watching an army on the march. What's this? My brows furrowed as I zoomed in. A group of small, stocky figures clad in finely crafted armor and carrying all types of weaponry was making a beeline for the Black Iron Clan mines. Their route was precise, as if they had scouted the area in advance. Their target was unmistakable, the Kobold's warehouse containing the black iron ore. Narrowing my eyes, I couldn't help but recall the earlier batch of black iron ore that had been stolen. Back then, I had just taken in the Knolls and 2 Kobold tribes when the Black Iron Clan had been ambushed by a group of well-equipped, unknown creatures. The clan had been left in shambles, with most of their warriors dead and their black iron or completely plundered. Swept clean. The scene before me was all too familiar, the short-statured ones darting about with practiced ease. Veterans, clearly. 8-to-1 odds. It had to be the same group back again, returning to plunder. Once, I could forgive. Twice. My voice fell cold. Catch one of you here and skin you alive. You think I'm that easy to bully? Resting my chin on my hand, my gaze darkened. 2 months of searching and no leads. But these fools brought themselves straight to my doorstep. My knuckles tapped rhythmically on the iron armrest of my throne. The sound echoed. If they had the guts to show their faces again, they weren't walking out a second time. The armor they wore wasn't ordinary craftwork. Their weapons gleamed with precision. They were skilled smiths, no doubt about that. If bent to serve the Caesar clan, our power would double instantly. But for them to be so brazen here, they had to carry some weight behind their strength. The kobolds and gnolls alone? Likely not enough to handle this. The dragonblood goblins? Not matured yet, too risky. No choice, I muttered to myself. Looks like I'll handle this myself. Standing up, my stature wasn't towering, yet the weight of my presence pressed down like a collapsing peak. The air turned sharp. A deadly silence swept through the clan camp. Within moments, the entirety of Caesar's forces began to mobilize, converging toward the Black Iron clan's mining site. At the outskirts of the Black Iron mine, Elder, we already raided this place once. Think they'd be prepared for us this time. A dwarf clad in heavy armor, only his eyes visible, clutched his hammer tightly, glaring at the warehouse ahead. Gnolls patrolled its perimeter, their eyes combing their surroundings, visibly on guard. The Elder, his beard gray and flowing, snorted with disdain. Prepared? For what? Have you looked at their weapons? Sharp enough to cut butter, maybe. Let me tell you, gnolls are brainless slugs. They're nothing. He sneered, his tone dripping arrogance. There isn't a tribe stronger than ours in this entire underworld outskirts. Not ogres, not these leather-hided gnolls, nothing. The Elder spat on the ground. And honestly, if we didn't need these idiots mining for us, I'd have wiped out the gnolls last time around. But Elder, one of the dwarves hesitated, speaking cautiously. This black iron, it's their haul. Should we just take it? Isn't it a little? The Elder's voice dipped cold and sharp, cutting him off. Our own mines are already dry. This spot is the last black iron deposit in this accursed area. If not us, what then? You think these brainless scavengers will put it to good use? They'd ruin it. Waste it. No. Black iron belongs in the hands of those who can use it. We take it because we must. For our people to survive. With that, he raised his hammer high above his head. Move out. In the shadows, figures stirred. Gleaming steel flashed in the dim underworld glow, and the dwarves surged forward like a tide. The unsuspecting gnoll sentries barely had time to yelp before they were grabbed, smashed, and tossed aside. Low growls rose in alarm, echoing deep from the mine's tunnels. In response, gnolls and kobolds spilled forth, drawn by the commotion. Don't touch the kobolds. We'll still need them to keep mining. The Elder kept walking, barking orders behind him as he smashed the warehouse doors with a deafening boom. Inside, iron black or glimmered under their flickering lights. Gods be good. Now that's how you mine black iron, the Elder muttered, his eyes lighting up greedily. Black iron. Tough to find, tougher to extract. Their best workers could barely manage a handful each day. And yet these scrawny kobolds? 4 or 5 times that, easily. The seasoned ones even more. But there'd be time to marvel later. With Theor bundled up and ready to cart off, the Elder finally ushered his crew out of the storehouse. The moment they crossed the threshold, *whoosh star. The cavern erupted in dazzling flame. Firelight surged down the tunnels, illuminating everything in a crimson blaze. The sudden brightness forced the dwarves to squint. By the time their eyes adjusted, their escape was cut off. Before them, an iron throne loomed, dominating the way out. Rows of gnolls and kobolds, all battle-ready, stood arrayed on either side. Silent but seething rage burned in their blood-red pupils. They watched, snarling softly, as if barely leashed. At the far end of the path, seated atop the dreadful throne of blackened steel, was me. Golden runes marked my body, glowing faintly as they twisted and coiled around my darkened skin like living streams of power. My glare drilled into their shivering ranks. Short, stocky, their clansmen barely stood a head taller than my goblins, but their muscle carried the weight of steel itself. Each of their hammers looked monstrous, far too large for any beast to wield. They weren't just dwarves. They were battle-trained dwarves. One glance, and I could already size them up. Dwarves, as a race, were deceptively small, but made of pure strength. Even mid-tier monsters couldn't match their raw might. Their builds, compact yet solid, could rival ogres. But more than their bodies, it was their craft that terrified nations. They lived for the forge. Arms that hammered steel sang as naturally as their hearts beat. Even the most mundane weapon forged by dwarf hands would turn into an artifact amongst humans. And here I was, gears turning in my mind, new possibilities unlock. I didn't just see raiders standing there. I saw labor, potential, value, craftsmen. I spoke coldly. I am the ruler of the Caesar clan. You have two choices: pledge fealty or die where you stand. My hand lifted, and a fire-etched tome appeared, hovering beside me. Heat seared the cavern, magic pressing down so heavy it sapped the air itself. Beads of sweat formed on dwarf brows as the true weight of my intent finally hit them. The elder's beard bristled as he barked. Break through. Smash out. Axes and hammers hammered against my forces as gnolls braced for impact. The dwarves charged, a living battering ram, leaving dogs and lizards scattered, crumpled. But I smiled coldly. You face me now. Let's see you run from hell itself. Spreading my fingers wide, I invoked an advanced magic. Judgment of the Flame. The rooftop of the cavern rumbled as searing fire spiraled downward, coalescing into a pillar of destruction. Enraged flames consumed the raiders, their cries rising amidst the all-consuming blaze. Through the torrent of fire, there was a thunderous crash. A bellow tore through the inferno. Dwarven hammer. A colossal strike shattered the flaming torrent, ripping apart my spell as the elder led a bloodied, burned pack of survivors past the fire's edge. They barely held formation, but they still stood. Still got some fight in you, huh? I rested my chin on my clawed hand, leaning forward. No rush. They wouldn't get far. Wrapping my throne lightly, I let loose the real terror. Behind me, the shadows stirred and twisted. A massive silhouette sprang to life, scales of iron black glinting ominously. My dragon spirit roared, a sound so fierce it chilled bones and shattered wills. At the call, my forces surged with newfound ferocity. Scales crept up flesh. Pupils thinned into predatory slits, claws extending, fangs baring. The dragon's essence had awakened within them, turning my already feared legion into something primal, unyielding. Their escape? A fool's dream. The Black Iron clan had delivered itself into my hands. And I never let prey go. Fangs jutting out, their figures expanded to over 10 feet tall, muscles bulging as if their strength might tear their own bones apart. I calmly looked at the transformed subordinates before me and spoke lightly. From this moment, you are Dragonborn. The dwarves, who had just begun to muster their battle spirit, suddenly felt the pressure around them surge like a crashing wave. A dwarf warrior swung his hammer toward a lurking gnoll, thinking the fight would be an easy victory. But he was horrified to find his once simple foe had become a relentless predator. Two gnolls, now sinewy and ferocious, their eyes bloodshot, foaming at the mouth, coordinated their assault seamlessly. One directly took the hammer blow head-on, while the other pounced from behind, pinning the dwarf to the ground. In just minutes, dwarves were strewn across the battlefield, incapacitated. Boom. A goblin, cloaked in dragon scales and wreathed in flames, extended his hand and fired off a barrage of fireballs. Waves of fire consumed the dwarven front lines relentlessly, breaking their formation with ease. Leaning faintly on my throne amidst the chaos, my voice carried effortlessly over the battlefield. I want prisoners. The dwarven elder had been lying low, biding his time for an opportunity. Seeing my apparently defenseless posture, his eyes lit up. Gripping his warhammer's handle, he spun it with ferocious velocity. Thunder crackled and boomed as arcs of lightning danced across the weapon. In the next moment, he let go, launching the hammer with every ounce of his strength. It streaked through the air like a meteor, straight for my throne. He was certain this strike would kill that goblin mage. Boom. Lightning detonated at the base of the throne, swallowing it whole. The blinding light made the throne completely vanish for a moment. As the glow faded, a single dragon-scaled hand emerged, gripping the electrified warhammer tightly. I stood, now fully transformed, my body cloaked in gleaming silver scales with sharp horns and expansive wings. My cold, silver-gray eyes bore down on the dwarven elder, unyielding. Puffing out a breath of frosty mist, my voice was calm, detached, like handing down a sentence. Out of all the elites you could have targeted, you just had to pick the one boss here. Crack. The hammer in my grasp bent and fractured, its finely crafted form crushed into nothing more than a twisted chunk of scrap metal. With the beat of my wings, I disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing just above the dwarven elder. He barely had time to look up as my shadow enveloped him like a death shroud. Do you see the gap in power now? Raising a finger. Bang! A shockwave rippled out, obliterating the ground beneath, sending the elder hurtling through the air. He crashed into a crowd of his own warriors, clearing a path as he crumbled in a heap amid the shocked dwarves. Surveying the diminishing resistance, a cold smirk tugged at my lips. With a commanding growl, I declared, "Dragon's might." The battlefield froze. The oppressive aura that accompanied true dragons descended upon everyone like an avalanche. Both dwarves and monsters alike faltered under its weight, but it was the dwarves who bore the brunt of my focus. Under the unrelenting pressure, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and the mere thought of resistance was crushed before it could even form. Surrender or perish. The choice is yours. My icy voice pierced their ears like daggers. Their most powerful elder felled in an instant. The disparity in strength was too immense, the glimmer of any hope for victory extinguished. One brave, or perhaps just terrified, dwarf was the first to drop his hammer. It hit the ground with a loud clunk. Slowly, more followed. Weapons fell to the dirt, leaving only expressions of pale fear and helplessness. Landing with a calculated thud before the defeated elder, I grabbed him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. My glare bored into his soul, radiating murderous intent. "Speak. What's your decision?" The elder gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. He knew that if he even so much as stuttered a no, his life would be snuffed out in that very moment. "Almighty Goblin Lord, I, Hog Copperbeard, pledge the allegiance of the entire Copperbeard clan to you." With his head bowed low, he added, "Please accept our loyalty." "Wise choice. As the chieftain of the Caesar clan, I accept your fealty." Reverting from my dragon form, I released the elder, tossing him aside like a rag doll. My gaze swept across the group of young and able dwarves, satisfaction flickering in my eyes. Not only had I secured a force of skilled warriors, but I'd also acquired a clan of master blacksmiths. From this day forward, neither weapons nor armor would ever be a concern. Your sole task is simple: forge weapons and equipment for the Caesar clan. I'll provide the ore and materials. You just focus on forging. The elder's eyes lit up at my pronouncement. For dwarves, life could revolve around crafting and forging. If all they had to do was focus on their craft, then what difference did it make? With access to resources, the dwarves could immerse themselves in their passion. Add just a bit of ale, and even their grudges would dissolve in the ringing of the anvil. Honestly, if they'd known they'd be treated this way, this war might not have been fought in the first place. The Copperbeard clan settlement was hidden within an unassuming cave passage. The entrance was sealed by a massive boulder, so sturdy that no other race would even think twice about moving it. I stared at the massive rock blocking entry, my brows tightening. No wonder it took so long to find you. Their hidden village was barely 30 minutes' walk from the kobolds, yet none of my scouts had noticed its existence during countless explorations. Because who else, besides dwarves, would think to hide their front door behind a boulder like that? The dwarven elder rolled the boulder aside, unveiling a deep, winding tunnel that eventually opened into a sprawling village. It had a layout reminiscent of a human town, bustling by dwarven standards. The sudden heat hit me like a tidal wave. Frowning, I realized the air here was at least 20 degrees hotter than the outside. Just stepping inside felt oppressive, as though I stood before an oven. And yet, the dwarves lounged about, seemingly basking in the warmth, their faces glowing with contentment. Typical. The dwarves had created their own little paradise. I had to suppress my discomfort, silently cursing how ridiculously well this group had adapted. The elder pointed at a nearby empty mine pit and sighed. This used to be a volcanic vein perfect for forging. We even had rich deposits of black iron, but it's all mined out now. I glanced at the bubbling pit of molten magma at the center of their village, the heat so intense it almost stung just being near it. The entire Copperbeard clan had built their settlement around the volcanic mouth, as if their lives were tethered to the flames. The elder explained that their clan consisted of no more than around 100 people, including the elderly, women, and children. Dwarves lived long lives, but their birth rate was pitifully slow. It could take decades just to welcome a newborn. At their peak, they numbered about 200 at best. But I wasn't here to count their population. My visit had nothing to do with admiring dwarves. I got straight to the point. Where are all the weapons you've forged in the past? The elder's demeanor turned cautious as he motioned toward a cave that looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. My lord, they're all stored in there. I narrowed my eyes and instantly leapt to the cave's entrance. The thickly layered dust covering the ground made it look like centuries had passed without a single visitor. I raised my hand and conjured fire. Being so close to a volcano, fire elements were abundant in the area, so it barely cost me any mana to form a massive flaming orb. As the light from the flames illuminated the cave, everything inside was laid bare. Mountains of weapons and armor, all buried in dust, lying forgotten for what must have been ages. Yet at the front of the cave sat a batch of newly forged weapons and armor, their cold gleam cutting sharply through the shadows, even from a distance. Dwarven forging was something else. They had the skills to infuse the essence of magical materials into the very structure of the weapons, creating enchanted effects. They pushed the performance to its absolute limit. The rarer the materials, the more intricate the layering effects. While it bore similarities to magical crafting, dwarf forging relied entirely on physical smithing, with fewer gimmicks but deadlier results. I picked up a long blade at random, finding its grip familiar in my hand, though I frowned almost immediately. Why are they all so small? In my current goblin form, my height was average for a goblin. Even after absorbing dragon's blood and evolving, I'd only be around 4 feet 5 inches. These weapons were the right size for goblins and dwarves, but for gnolls or kobolds, they'd be frustratingly tiny. Dwarves only made weapons for themselves, leaving me to just grit my teeth and bear it. The same went for the armor. Most of it was sized for goblins and dwarves. Outfitting a gnoll in this gear would be a joke. While there were a few larger sets scattered throughout the cave, they were rare, maybe 50 at best, far from enough to arm my entire entourage. They can probably be modified to work, I muttered, picking up a set of black iron armor before turning to leave. But then something caught my eye. At the center of the pile of aged weapons and armor lay a massive black axe. The design was ancient, with its handle crafted from some polished wood wrapped in beast hide. The axe head and blade were a deep, abyssal black, seeming to swallow the very light around it. The axe was enormous, too big for a human, just barely manageable for even the strongest orcs. But the moment I gazed upon it, I felt something inexplicably pull at me, refusing to let go of my attention. Before I realized it, I'd stepped closer, instinctively reaching out for the axe. "Don't touch that axe." The elder's voice trembled behind me, as though he'd just stared death in the face. I frowned and glanced back. "What's wrong with the axe?" His expression turned grim. "It's cursed. Everyone who's ever tried to wield it has died. Not a single person survived." The more he said, the more intrigued I became. A weapon's power is defined by its wielder, not its reputation. A mere axe couldn't kill someone on its own, right? Squinting at the edge of the blade, I pressed further. "Tell me the whole story. Where did it come from?" The elder looked cornered, but had no choice but to explain. "That axe is a legacy weapon of the Grey Dwarves, forged from the shattered soul of a legendary orc. That orc was so powerful they dared to challenge the gods themselves, until they enraged a deity who shattered their soul in vengeance. Our ancestors retrieved the fragments and forged this axe using soul-smithing techniques. That's how it came to exist. But from the moment it was created, no one has been able to pull it from the stone it's embedded in. Worse yet, anyone who touches it is driven mad and dies shortly after." His voice dropped, becoming almost reverent in the silence of the cave. "Even the ancestor who forged it was found dead within 2 days, driven insane. For over 1,000 years, hundreds have tried to claim the axe, not one succeeded. It bears the curse of a god." I couldn't help but laugh under my breath. Divine curses? Doesn't matter to me. If a weapon could kill someone just by touching it, it was bound to be extraordinary. Rather than argue, I suddenly switched topics, probing further. "You mentioned gray dwarves earlier. There are different kinds of dwarves?" The elder nodded. Dwarves have existed since the age of myths, diverging into many factions. There are dozens of subgroups, each with their quirks. Mountain dwarves, volcano dwarves, and gray dwarves are the most prominent and strongest among them. Mountain dwarves value justice and morality. Apart from forging metal, they busy themselves meddling in the business of others. They've even dabbled in alchemy, picking up human methods that deviated from true dwarven smithing. Volcano dwarves live by volcanic craters. They are the only dwarven clan to use magic, specializing in crafting magical weapons. And then us, the gray dwarves. Our forging skills are the purest and strongest. But our disagreements with the moralistic mountain dwarves forced us into the depths of the earth. Other clans have varying strengths and traditions. We've been underground so long. Even we don't know how things on the surface have changed. The elder recounted these tales one by one, his voice tinged with nostalgia. These stories, passed down through generations, were their clan's legacy, their only remnants beyond their craft. The old dwarves told these to their children like bedtime tales, though the truth behind them was long buried with time. The ash dwarves have always believed that they are the true heirs since the day they were born. To them, the mountain dwarves, who have abandoned their ancestral forging heritage to dabble in human alchemy, don't deserve to be considered the real deal. Even if alchemy and smithing lead to stronger weapons, the ash dwarves refuse to acknowledge it as part of dwarven craftsmanship. I clicked my tongue, thinking to myself, well, the ancestors of the ash dwarves really must have been something back in the day. No wonder they've got treasures like this hidden in their caves. I wasn't interested in their internal grudges or centuries-old rivalries. My eyes were fixed on that axe, a weapon forged with the soul of a legendary orc warrior. There's no way it can be worse than your run-of-the-mill magical equipment. My old greatsword had already been destroyed in battle, and I needed a weapon I could rely on. That axe is mine. Ignoring the elder's protests, I stepped forward to claim it. The axe blade was pitch black, exuding a primeval, oppressive aura that swallowed the surrounding light like a black hole. Dried blood clung to the handle, turned dark red with age, staining the entire grip. Let's see what a god's curse even means, I muttered as I grasped the handle without hesitation. The moment I made contact with the axe, a savage will rammed into my mind like a battering ram. Red skies bled across blood-soaked plains, where an orc warrior wielding a great blade roared defiantly at the heavens, his unyielding cries challenging the gods. The skies burned crimson, the wrath of deities descending in a wrathful cascade, shattering the warrior's soul, destroying him completely. To hell with the gods. The orc's anguished yet raging howl exploded in my brain. And that's when I understood why no one who touched this axe had ever survived. Trapped within the weapon was the lingering will of a legendary orc warrior, burning with hate, murderous thirst, despair, and legacy. The ancestors of the ash dwarves had forcefully sealed the warrior's soul into this battle axe, transforming him into a spirit of battle and heritage. This wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was practically a sacred relic. Claiming it meant seizing the power of this legendary warrior, but to earn its loyalty, I'd first have to endure his trial. Orc weaponry empowered by bloodlines was nothing new. Generation after generation imprinted their will onto weapons, stronger the purer their bloodline. And once recognized by ancestral spirits, their power would surge. But this axe didn't care about bloodlines. It only cared if your will was strong enough. I focused on the bloody inscription carved into the base of the handle. To the unyielding orc warrior, Grommash Hellscream. Hellscream, a legendary orc who challenged the authority of the gods themselves, his soul obliterated under divine wrath. His roar had once shaken the world. Now, what lingered of his will seeped into me like poison, driving me to kill, to fight, to let blood paint everything red. Dead men belong in their graves, I muttered coldly, immovable as ice. I feared not the gods, so why would I fear the residual spirit of a warrior dead for who knows how long? Shut up. Glinting dragon scales emerged across my skin, and my pupils turned to cold, silver-gray slits. The darkness inside me surged forth, colliding directly with the axe's frenzied spirit. In that instant, the scattered soul fragments were subdued. Then, an overwhelming figure of divine brilliance materialized, a godly apparition looming over me with glaring disdain. A massive, radiant hand descended like an unmovable mountain, its thunderous voice shaking the air around me. "You insolent worm! How dare you defile the dignity of a god?" I tilted my head, my gaze sharp as I gripped the black battle axe tighter, the corners of my lips curling into a mocking smirk. "You call yourself a god?" I sneered. "If gods are just trash like you, then get off the throne. I'll take it myself." I lifted the axe and cleaved through the radiant figure in one mighty swing. Reverence for the gods never crossed my mind. If I were destined to oppose the gods, then so be it. I would herald their twilight. The divine specter shattered, dissolving into nothingness, like fragile foam scattering in the wind. Figures. I couldn't even bother to blink. It was nothing more than a remnant memory of Hellscream's vision of the gods, relying solely on fear to sustain itself. The more you feared, the stronger it grew. If you didn't fear it, it was just a piece of paper waiting to be torn. So, a goblin is the first challenger to make it. A surprised voice echoed in the air. I turned to see a green-skinned orc warrior, tusks bared, staring at me with an odd expression. "Hand over the legacy," I said coldly, cutting straight to the point. I wasn't in the mood to waste words. All I wanted was the axe. Once in my hands, it would easily double my power. Elite adversaries I could cut down in an instant. Even the strongest wouldn't survive a few swings. As for refusal, I wouldn't bother asking twice. I'd take it anyway. The orc warrior chuckled instead of growing angry. "That arrogance. No wonder you didn't flinch in the face of a god. You're exactly the kind of successor I was waiting for. Take my legacy and fulfill my final wish." "I'm not interested." My rejection was instantaneous. I was here for strength, not to clean up someone else's mess. You can't run from it. This is your destiny. The orc's bloodthirsty face loomed closer, just inches away, his breath reeking of iron. "You and I are the same. Even if you don't act, they will come for you. The gods won't tolerate a threat to their power." I raised my hand and crushed his remaining soul like a fragile insect between my fingers. My expression remained distant and unmoved. "Who gave you the right to tell me how to live? Someone like you. Compared to me, you're nothing." An insignificant relic fragment had dared to make declarations in my face. If the gods dared to strike, so be it, they'd meet the same fate. Give me more time. Even the gods aren't untouchable. If pushed to the edge, I wouldn't hesitate to drag a god down and make her bear my children. Offspring born of divine blood would undoubtedly be stronger. My eyes glimmered with malice as I thought. One day, I'll pull the gods off their thrones and turn them into tools to expand the tribe. The shattered soul of an orc warrior? I devoured it whole. I stripped away its chaotic memories and emotions, leaving only the purest battle instincts. A truly legendary warrior, I whispered. The combat techniques in those memories, honed through bloodshed, were savage to the extreme. But I knew mere technique wouldn't move the gods. Their strength didn't lie in skill, but in authority. Powers tied to the fabric of the world: earth, wind, fire, water, war, abundance. Such authority is the core of existence. Without these elemental forces, the world would wither. Without divine power, magic and the extraordinary would crumble into nothingness. Unless one possesses power on the same level, it's impossible to shake the god's very foundation. I opened my eyes. The dwarf elder standing beside me was visibly tense. He dared not breathe loudly and kept sneaking glances at me. "Is there something on my face?" I asked, my voice cold. One look from me, and the elder shuddered instinctively. In my crimson-tinged eyes, he sensed nothing but danger. Moments later, the elder's eyes widened in shock. The battle axe, a relic of the Copperbeard clan and untouched for centuries due to its immense weight, was lifted effortlessly by me with a single hand. I gave the axe an idle swing, and the blade sliced the air with a feral growl, almost like the roar of a beast. This ancestral two-handed axe, as heavy as a mountain, now felt like a mere toy in my grip. I casually swung it again, and the ensuing wind split the mountain wall, carving a tunnel that stretched over 100 meters. A two-handed axe is too light. Feels just right as a one-handed weapon, I remarked indifferently. The dwarf elder opened his mouth but couldn't muster a word. I held the weapon, Hell's Howl, in one hand and felt deeply satisfied. Its power was indeed worthy of the legendary label. The elder hesitated, clearly conflicted. This was a relic personally forged by the Copperbeard ancestors, a symbol of their clan. But given that it hadn't been lifted by anyone in centuries, he swallowed whatever protest he had and sighed in resignation. Just then, something caught my eye. "What's that?" I asked, noticing a flash of silver light in the distance through the tunnel I had just created. Curious, I raised a hand and sent a ball of flame hurtling toward the source. Yet the fire fizzled out the moment it approached, seemingly consumed by something. "Mithril veins," the dwarf elder gasped, his voice trembling with excitement. "Mithril?" I frowned. I'd heard of black iron, but this was new to me. The elder quickly explained. Mithril is an ultra-rare magical metal, often found near black iron deposits. It's more flexible yet tougher than black iron, capable of withstanding greater forces, even absorbing or negating elemental magic. As such, it's the ultimate material for forging armor and weapons. Bright-eyed, as though seeing a lifeline, the elder exclaimed, "It's worth a fortune." "How valuable?" I raised an eyebrow. "More than 10 black iron veins combined." The elder looked as if he was about to leap forward in glee. For over 1,000 years, the Copperbeard clan had never come across a full mithril vein. I studied the vein, stroking my chin thoughtfully, my gaze heating up. "Then we can't let it go to waste. I'll have the kobolds start mining it immediately." I pried off a chunk of the mithril by hand. Its silvery sheen glimmered faintly, and though it felt soft to the touch, its resilience was astonishing. Better yet, it could store and absorb magical energy. This stuff could forge not just divine weapons, but high-tier magical gear. Its value was unimaginable. Suddenly, a hoarse growl echoed from the shadows. "Intruders!" A figure lunged at me, but I casually extended a single finger to block it. With a quick motion, I sent the assailant flying. The thing was illuminated by the flickering flames, a creature with a lizard-like head, scaly green skin, vertical pupils, nearly 2 meters tall. Its tail dragged behind it, and it sported sharp claws and bared fangs. A lizard man? I narrowed my eyes. What was a low-tier creature like this doing here? Even after being knocked down, the lizard man tried to lunge again. I furrowed my brows and released a hint of draconic aura. The instant the superior bloodline's pressure descended, the lizard man froze, trembling uncontrollably, too paralyzed to resist. "If there's one lizard man, there must be a tribe nearby," I muttered. Lizard men are always found in groups. They can't survive alone. I immediately summoned my beast army, commanding them to seal off the mithril vein and comb every inch of the surrounding area. At the other end of the vein, we quickly discovered a lizardman settlement of over 200 individuals. But something was wrong. The moment I approached, I felt dread creep over me. Heavy, clinging death shrouded the entire camp. Everything was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. With a wave of my hand, a unit of well-armored gnolls charged in and tore apart the worn-down barriers of the camp. The next moment, rotting corpses littered across the settlement were exposed. Worse, the bodies began to stir. Like marionettes pulled by invisible strings, the decaying remains rose from the ground, their lifeless, sunken eyes fixed on my beasts with hatred. "The undead," the dwarf elder muttered darkly, his face grim. "The undead, corpses reanimated through necromancy, are driven by little more than instinct, a mindless hunger to destroy all living things. They abhor life itself. Long ago, undead catastrophes wrought by necromancers nearly brought civilizations to ruin. The more undead that fell, the more rose to take their place. Even soldiers killed in battle would stand again, joining the ranks of the monstrous tidal wave, turned into their pawns. In the end, it took a desperate alliance of all races to seal them away, leading to the collapse of the undead empire. Yet, some necromancers and liches managed to escape, lurking in the shadows to survive. For any race, the undead always represent a threat that must be eradicated. But the question remains, why have the undead, thought to have disappeared for countless years, re-emerged in the cavern world? While the dwarven elder stood there stunned, the blazing spellbook had already risen before me. Advanced spell, Flame Nova. Undead or not, if you're a corpse, a single inferno will turn you to ash. Burning flames crashed down like the sun, engulfing the entire camp in an instant. Within the sea of fire, the lizard-like undead didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. Is it all done? The dwarven elder still didn't dare to let down his guard. After all, undead are notoriously hard to kill, unless their very soul is harmed. Even shattered bones can reassemble into something stronger. Corpses and souls are their feast and fuel. It's precisely this terrifying resilience that made the undead plague from years ago so fearsome that it shook the entire continent. The lizard folk have been burned to ash, but there's something far trickier closing in. I fixed my gaze on the fire, still rolling and roaring. Ordinary undead lizards would have been destroyed, yet that suffocating, heavy presence only grew stronger. It was clear, it was the mastermind pulling all the strings. Something else. The dwarven elder froze in disbelief. Thump, thump. The cold, steady clatter of hooves echoed through the flames. Out from the fire emerged a figure astride a skeletal warhorse, an undead knight clad in pitch-black armor, wreathed in flames of death. Beneath its armor were stark white bones, and its hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly blue soul flames. Step by step, it advanced. Where it tread, the flames receded. A higher-tier undead, a death knight. With one horizontal sweep of its lance, it cast a chilling gaze over us. Die! Its bony fingers clenched, and a massive black hand, formed from the essence of death, reached out toward my army of creatures in an overwhelming strike. I raised my battle axe, hell roar, and swung fiercely, shattering the black hand in one blow. My glare turned cold. In front of me, undeath leads to only one outcome. Unmatched slash. I lunged into the air, my axe descending from above in a simple, ruthless arc of power. No tricks, no pretense, pure raw force with a single intent: destruction. This strike, anything below the level of a legend wouldn't stand a chance. The Death Knight instinctively raised its lance to block, the flames in its eye sockets flickering chaotically. But in the next instant, the axe came down, shattering the lance like brittle wood and cleaving through its skull. Even its skeletal warhorse was ground into dust alongside it. Resurrect? When your bones are reduced to powder, how are you coming back from that? I withdrew my axe and spat. Showboating nonsense. Clear it out. I scoffed under my breath. Flashy tricks are pointless. No matter how impressive it looked, one solid swing settles it. Raw power trumps all the extras. Unless they're a legend, I'll cut down anyone that stands in my path. The Death Knight did seem competent, but it lacked brains. It was likely just an errand boy. My expression darkened as I became certain there was someone behind the Death Knight. Most likely a necromancer, or worse, a lich. To command a high-tier undead knight as a subordinate, they'd have to be a top-tier necromancer at the very least. That kind of enemy is always a nuisance. Their bodies may not be strong, but they can summon waves of undead to wear you down. Given time and a sufficient supply of corpses, they could easily muster armies of thousands. And if they're willing to take risks, they might even summon legendary tier undead. I couldn't let my guard down. With my current strength, I might not be able to hold my own against the puppet master in the shadows. I glanced around, assessing the area. I deduced that this lizard folk tribe was only recently turned into the undead. The mithril vein here remained undisturbed, meaning it hadn't been discovered yet. But any large mineral deposit would eventually get noticed. We needed to mine as much as possible before it was exposed. Once the vein was discovered, extracting the ore in peace would require fighting tooth and nail for control. Leading my collection of creatures, I scoured the area around the mine, flipping every stone and crevice upside down. To my surprise, I uncovered 2 more lizard folk tribes. It was strange. How could 3 tribes all exist near the same mine? Each tribe had roughly 200 individuals. Together, that totaled around 600 lizard folk, nearly enough to rival a small to mid-tier monstrous clan. With resources scarce on the outskirts of the cavern world, clustering like this would inevitably lead to conflict. Even among those of the same species, you'd see turf wars and battles over food. It was only a matter of time before they turned on one another. However, the dwarven elder found it unsurprising, even taking time to explain. A mithril mine can gather magical energies. The area surrounding a vein is far richer in resources than other places. 3 lizard folk tribes would have no trouble coexisting here. There could even be room for more. Plus, lizard folk are omnivorous, meaning they can sustain themselves not just on meat, but even on minerals, such as the companion stones around a mithril deposit. I arched an eyebrow. These creatures can eat rocks? No wonder they're so resilient. Not only do lizard folk consume minerals, but their dragon ancestry gives them absurd appetites and digestive capabilities. They can absorb trace elements from the or they eat, enhancing the toughness of their skin and sharpness of their claws. Those living near a mithril vein, consuming it steadily over time, can even rival intermediate-tier creatures in strength. I tilted my head, glancing at a cowering lizard folk nearby. Finally, it made sense why this one had been such a pain to deal with. A goblin. I froze for a moment, my blood running cold as realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. Goblins and kobolds were breeding across my territory, and somehow their offspring were qualifying as my descendants. The system's classifications didn't lie, but how in the depths of the abyss did this happen? I felt a surge of disgust and irritation. My bloodline, diluted through such lowly creatures, was practically being mocked by this development. Even worse, the rewards for these so-called descendants were paltry at best, a far cry from what I truly needed. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. My fingers tightened. If these lowly creatures thought they could drag my divine lineage into their squalor, they were sorely mistaken. Order needed to be restored before this got out of hand. Closing the connection to my Steel Throne's omniscient sight, I paced the chamber for a moment, piecing together how best to handle the situation. Allowing such degradation of my lineage within my domain was unacceptable. As much as I loathed to admit it, this wasn't entirely the goblins' or kobolds' fault. It was my oversight. These creatures were opportunists by nature. Without strict guidance, their instincts ran rampant. I had been too preoccupied, expanding my reach, crushing enemies beneath my heel, and cultivating power, to micromanage such trivial lesser beings. Clearly, a lesson in hierarchy and obedience was overdue. My shoulders rose and fell with a deep exhale as my scowl turned into a calculating smirk. "Very well," I said, my voice reverberating with authority. "If it's power they want, I'll work them until that crude ambition burns away under my rule." The implications of this event weren't lost on me. Connections had their uses. Even low-blood offshoots could become useful tools, provided they were properly harnessed and chained to my will. I'd need to tighten control over outlying tribes, though, streamline the breeding lines to avoid such unsightly mishaps repeating themselves. But first, there was work to be done, both with my immediate subordinates and the growing armies under my command. I couldn't afford distractions. My ambitions far outscaled the squabbles of lesser creatures. The vision of my empire transcended mortal ideals of kingship. Mine would herald back an age of dominance where lineages, dragon or not, bowed at my feet, trembling. But, of course, my first concern was correcting this travesty. I had the power, and I would wield it swiftly. Elite tier flame Agent Goblin. That's when it hit me. A while back, in an attempt to expand my numbers and grow some cannon fodder, I forced my offspring to breed with my subordinates. Now the results are in, and the plan worked. These second-generation descendants only inherited a portion of my traits, but their reproduction rate? Absolutely insane. At this rate, the Caesar clan's population will double in no time. What surprised me the most is that even the second-generation offspring can bring me rewards. Even though the rewards per birth are smaller, when you multiply them by sheer quantity, the gains are terrifying. Right now, I have over 3 digits worth of offspring. If each one produces a batch of offspring every 2 weeks, it's essentially an exponential growth curve. But I soon realized I'd been overly optimistic. These offspring didn't inherit my full bloodline talents and definitely can't achieve a 100% success rate in impregnating subordinates regardless of race, as I can. Most of them take at least 2 weeks, sometimes even longer, to successfully impregnate a female monster subordinate. 2 weeks is just the baseline. The stronger the bloodline, the longer the process drags out. For example, goblins with dragon bloodlines take as long as 2 to 3 months per cycle. And as for the leaders among dragon bloodline goblins, their reproduction cycle starts at 6 months minimum. What's worse is that second-generation offspring take much longer to mature as well. After 2 full weeks, only half of my offspring managed to produce their own progeny. Sure, the system's rewards did boost my attributes and magic somewhat, but the explosive growth I envisioned is still very far off. The only comfort I find in this situation is that these second-generation offspring have managed to alleviate the Caesar clan's shortage of cannon fodder. Even with weakened bloodlines generation after generation, this goblin group's reproductive speed is still absurd, so fast that they leave other monster races in the dust. Give me a few years, and I could expand the Caesar clan to 100,000 strong. Get my hands on 10 or so compatible mothers. 1,000,000 descendants wouldn't be out of reach. Piling up stats through raw offspring numbers alone, with 1,000,000 descendants, even the most basic attribute and magic gains from the system would exceed tens of thousands. Grinding my way into legendary tier strength wouldn't be a stretch. By that point, who would care about legends? I could chop them down with one swing of my axe. Still, there just aren't any suitable races down here in the underworld to serve as breeding stock. I'll have to turn to the surface to capture some slaves, I muttered under my breath, already making up my mind. Sure, the underworld has its fair share of powerful races, the ogre tribe next door, for instance. Among monsters, their bloodline holds some weight. Ogres are naturally built for strength and endurance. Standing anywhere from 10 to 15 feet tall, they're walking tanks on the battlefield. If I were to breed with them, the offspring would undoubtedly be strong. But just imagining those brutish idiots gnawing on raw human flesh makes my stomach churn. Forget stooping to share a bed with them. I wouldn't even get past the mental block. A female ogress, standing over 3 meters tall, with a mouth full of leftover meat bits leaning in for a kiss? Her calf is taller than me. Nope, that's a solid no. I appreciate a thick, small tank, but not a massive Optimus Prime. Ogres, stay the hell away. The mere thought of it makes me want to chain smoke just to calm down. Sure, gaining extra strength is important, but not at the cost of giving myself lifelong nightmares. It's not worth it. I'm not so desperate yet. Even if I was, it's still a hard no. Compared to these beings that redefine grotesque, I'd rather target human slaves from the surface. I've always preferred succubi or humanoid races anyway. Even a beast girl with ears and a tail? I could grit my teeth and cope. But ogres? Absolutely not. Their level of ugly is unparalleled. Even the creator god would shake his head in disapproval. It's about time I cleared out the nearby monster tribes. I reclined on my throne, propping my chin on my hand as I stared at the densely packed markers on my map. Only one thought consumed my mind. If I don't strike now, I'll be buried under my own population growth. I'm not a fan of war. All I want is to stabilize and grow, lay low and survive for as long as possible. If I had my way, I'd much rather hole up for decades, even centuries, churning out offspring relentlessly. Then, when I've amassed billions of descendants, I'd resurface and kick gods around like soccer balls. But reality doesn't let me laze around, nor does it allow me to build up slowly. The Caesar clan already stands at a pseudo-dominant position in the fringes of the underground. We have the manpower and territory, but resources remain the bottleneck. Feeding this many subordinates and offspring consumes resources at a rate that would drain a smaller clan dry in no time. It's only because my territory is vast and remote, with untapped resources nearby, that we're still managing to scrape by. But this won't last forever. The more offspring I produce, the more my subordinates' clans expand, the sooner we'll hit a breaking point where resources can no longer keep up. To maintain stability in the Caesar clan, the only choice is to wipe out the surrounding tribes. Take their land, seize their resources, and abduct their females as well. We were born to lowly origins, without backing or wealth. If we want to rise as fast as possible, we have no option but to pillage. Robbing swiftly and thoroughly leaves no room for other forces to react or retaliate. By the time they catch wind of my plans, the Caesar clan will have secured its footing strong enough to contend with the big players. Even the gods might struggle to hold me down. Because in this world, gods can't just come and go as they please. Descending in their true form from their divine realm in the astral plane comes with immense risks. No deity wants to risk being slain by mere mortals. The will of the gods. At most, the gods might send down an avatar to intervene, but summoning an avatar comes with a price. Ordinary deities wouldn't waste their divine power over a few insignificant mortals. Let's start with the ogre tribe, I decided, laying down the plan. For one, this tribe was closest to the Caesar clan, making it the quickest to strike. Secondly, There was a passage near their territory leading to the surface world. Securing more access points meant greater opportunities to make contact with surface dwellers. If fortune smiled upon me, perhaps I might even come across a few adventurers and professionals capable of becoming breeding hosts. In the ogre camp, firelight blazed high into the night. Dozens of ogres gathered around a bonfire, roasting the carcasses of magical beasts skewered on sticks, their juices sizzling and dripping. Nearby, a massive iron cage held a group of a dozen humans, huddled together in fear, their heads lowered as muffled sobs escaped their lips. A noble dressed in ornate clothing trembled with fury, shouting at the mercenaries who were locked in the cage alongside him. I paid good money for you to protect me, and you can't even handle a group of ogres. Leaning against the bars lazily, one of the adventurers sneered. The coins you gave us barely cover taking on bandits or low-tier monsters. If we'd known we'd run into ogres, we wouldn't have touched this suicidal task with a 10-foot pole. Under normal circumstances, he'd never dare speak so insolently to a noble. But since they were all about to be eaten, noble or not, who cared? The noble's face twisted in rage. How dare you speak that way to me? I am the son of a baron. When I get out, I'll have my father execute you all. Before the noble could continue his tirade, a massive hand reached into the cage and grabbed him. A pair of enormous eyes belonging to an ogre pressed close against the bars, gleaming with greedy anticipation as they scanned the humans inside. Yummy, eat, rumbled the ogre. The iron door creaked open, and the noble was dragged out, still struggling and cursing. You filthy brute, how dare you touch me? I'll have you. Squelch. The ogre bit clean through the noble's head, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere as it chewed with evident satisfaction. The humans in the cage immediately fell silent, their bodies trembling violently. Even the sound of crying vanished, replaced by unbroken stillness. The ogre glanced back momentarily with reluctance at the humans in the cage, but decided against it, dragging the now headless corpse back to its companions by the bonfire. Moments of uneasy silence passed before one of the captives, trembling, whispered, "Why? Why don't they just kill us?" From the corner of the cage, a skeletal, emaciated man scoffed in a hoarse voice. "They're saving you, fattening you up. They're not stupid. They know the fatter the prey, the better the taste. When I was captured with over 20 others, one by one, they all got eaten. I'm the only one left." His voice was unnaturally calm, yet seeped with an inescapable dread. Just as the group teetered on the edge of despair, sudden battle cries erupted outside the camp. A swarm of heavily armed lizard folk, gnolls, and kobolds flooded into the ogre camp, weapons in hand. The ogres, mid-feast, roared in fury. Grabbing their hefty clubs and makeshift weapons, they charged into the midst of the invading monsters. "This is insane," whispered one of the mercenaries in the cage, stunned. "Low-tier creatures like them challenging ogres? It's suicide." The 5-meter-tall ogre leader smashed down its spiked club, sending gnolls flying in every direction. But no matter how many fell, the lizard folk and kobolds threw themselves at the ogres relentlessly. Slowly but surely, their overwhelming numbers drained the ogres of their strength, leaving the entire tribe slain. Seated in my iron throne, I observed the bloodied humans in the cage through shared vision with one of my minions. "Bring them all back," I murmured, resting my chin on my hand. They could serve as slaves for now. My domain was short on manpower. Kobolds and lizard folk could work, sure, but their sense of aesthetics was practically non-existent. Everything they built had the charm of the Stone Age. With the ogre tribe annihilated, there was no longer a significant threat near the Caesar clan. The small nearby tribes of gnolls and lizard folk could be easily cleared next. I began to consider spreading my influence to the surface. "Send a few goblins to scout the area," I ordered. A squad of goblins skittered out of the caverns. Once they surfaced, sunlight beat down on them. The scouts emerged from a narrow cave entrance hidden beside an isolated mountain. "This place is so remote. No wonder nobody's found it," I mused. The small entrance could barely fit 2 men side by side, nearly impossible to locate unless you already knew about it. It seemed likely those adventurers had stumbled in by accident. The goblins dispersed, combing the surrounding area. Before long, they found a human village. The village housed no more than 100 people, with smoke curling from chimneys as lunchtime approached. Watching through the goblin's eyes, I noted the pitiful state of the place. Muddy streets littered with waste, villagers pale and frail, clearly underfed. The houses were mostly single-story mud and thatch huts, apart from a small 3-story building in the center that stood out, likely the village chief's residence. The village also had a tiny blacksmith shop, but it seemed to only forge basic farming tools. At the heart of the village was a rustic tavern, its medieval charm glaringly obvious. Adventurers, armed with swords and staves, came and went regularly. In this world, becoming an adventurer wasn't unusual. They traveled far and wide, much like wandering knights, taking on quests to earn a living. More skilled adventurers became professional grade, delving into dangerous dungeons or monster territories. Such endeavors paid well, but the mortality rate for aspiring adventurers was sky-high. Most became nothing more than monster fodder. This place would make an excellent base, I thought aloud, assessing the village. It was isolated, sparsely populated, and conveniently close to the cavern entrance. If a stronghold could be established here, it would serve as a formidable foothold for expansion into the surface world. The defensive line. The question is how to quietly take over the village without alarming anyone. He doesn't just want a piece of land. He wants an obedient and stable human settlement. Well, it's not impossible. I rubbed my chin, my eyes lighting up. The demi-goblin and charming goblin look human enough. Disguised properly, they could infiltrate the village without anyone noticing. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize these new types of goblins. Using the charming ability to control the chief, the village would fall into our hands without a sound. From there, we could gradually absorb the surrounding territories. But if we ever got exposed, the human empire and major temples would come down on us mercilessly. On the surface, humans have always adopted the kill-it-all, no exceptions, policy toward monsters. Risky? Sure, but I think it's manageable. I thought it'd be some powerful monster. Turns out it's just a couple of goblins. A lazy, sultry voice rang out from behind me, instantly putting me on high alert. Shadows covered the two goblins in front of me, and through our shared vision, I saw them stiffly turn around. A woman dressed in a black witch's cloak and pointed hat stood there, watching them with curious eyes. Underneath the cloak was an incredibly revealing outfit, close to a swimsuit, with a deep V neckline plunging to her navel. Her sides were completely exposed, with only sheer black fabric covering her arms and below her knees. Long black hair draped down her back, and in her hand was a golden staff crowned with a ruby. Her pale, radiant skin, slender waist, and curvy figure hit every weak spot of mine at once. The two sets of cloudy, greedy eyes gave her all the information she needed. The black-haired witch frowned, raised her staff, and with a single wave, turned the two goblins to ash on the spot. She wasn't just any witch, she was the Wandering Flame Witch. She'd encountered more monsters than anyone could count. Goblins. Those were everywhere, pathetically weak, so cowardly that even ordinary humans could kill them easily. Normally, they'd run at the first sight of humans and would never dare approach a village. Unless something or someone was forcing them. Maybe even an even stronger monster pulling the strings. Looks like I'll have to spend a few more days in this village. Mary adjusted her mage's hat and took long strides toward the village tavern. The moment she stepped in, the air shifted. Every fiery gaze turned on her as though they wanted to devour her whole. Disgusting, she thought, her lips curling into a sarcastic grin. Outwardly calm, she slid into a seat at the bar. A black rum, please. It wasn't long before a blonde adventurer approached. He was dressed in snug leather armor with a knight's sword at his hip. My fair lady, would I have the honor of sharing a dinner with you tonight? Mary glanced at him, her eyes flashing with hidden scorn. No matter how polished he tried to look, she could see through that sleazy intent in an instant. Why, of course, she said sweetly, rising from her seat and leading him out of the tavern. Soon after they stepped out, the man reached out, trying to take advantage of her. Mary sidestepped with ease, her voice growing softer, almost seductive. It's a bit crowded here. We should find somewhere quieter. She motioned with a finger, turning into a dark alleyway. The blonde adventurer, his eyes gleaming with excitement, hurried after her. The next moment, flames exploded. His hat vanished in a puff of ash, and sweat burst from his forehead. Mary smiled innocently, her tone cheerful yet chilling. Will you hand over the coin willingly, or shall I turn you into a pile of cinders and sift through the ashes myself?" A few minutes later, she walked out of the alley, jangling a full coin pouch. "A noble's boy, huh? This little stash will keep me comfortable for months." With that, she headed straight into the casino. Left behind was a half-burned pile of clothes and an unconscious adventurer in them. By nightfall, Mary emerged from the casino clutching an empty wallet, her face dark as thunder. "I knew I shouldn't have gambled. Lost everything, even my food and lodging money. Those bastards must have been cheating," she muttered bitterly, rubbing her growling stomach. Just as she wondered if she'd have to choke down some dry, tough monster meat, her senses sharpened all at once. A wave of magic, thick and bloody, swept in from a distance, approaching at a speed that wasn't natural. Monster, and not a small-time one. I rushed to the outskirts of the village, and under the moonlight, I spotted a dark mass creeping closer. Claws and fangs glinted in the night, and skin gleamed like forged metal. Hundreds of lizard men led the front lines, their icy stares sharp as blades. Behind them, packs of gnolls and kobolds followed in tight formation. My heart sank at the sight. I'd only ever encountered such a formation once before. The monster army split apart, creating a path as they marched. A group of lizard men carried an iron throne toward the center of the clearing. Seated atop the massive throne was an overwhelmingly massive goblin, its skin etched with dark gold markings, its gaze cold and commanding. "Impressive magic power," it said, locking its eyes on her. "Are you standing in my way?" I propped my head on my hand, smiling faintly. That smile alone was enough to send shivers down anyone's back. Mary gritted her teeth, her voice resigned but held steady. "Troublesome or not, I can't let you destroy this town." The aura pressing down from him pricked like needles against her skin. That axe at his side made her instincts scream that a single hit meant certain death. "You want to fight here?" I didn't bother answering, letting my gaze sweep over the village. "This place is too small. A fight would erase it from the map. If you want to protect it, you'll come with me." With a wave of my hand, the monster horde surrounded the village completely. Turning, I began walking toward the plains beyond. "This village is mine, and so is this woman. The Caesarian clan has been rising for so long. It's time to expand." Mary hesitated for a moment, then agreed to move the battlefield elsewhere. Her powers were too wild. If they spiraled out of control, the village behind her would be burned to the ground. She followed me to an open plain. The winds pushed the grass flat in waves. Hovering in front of me was my flaming spellbook. I stared coldly at her and asked, "You're not human, are you?" Mary chuckled softly. "Half right." Her eyes turned into molten red, lava-like pools. Fiery veins spread across her skin as two twisted horns pierced through her skull, domineering flames radiating off of her like a tyrannical inferno. My mother was a human noble, the daughter of a legendary fire mage. My father, an abyssal flame lord. Her voice grew hoarse. "A half-breed like me isn't welcomed by any race. They call me Witch of Calamity, the harbinger of misfortune." She raised a hand. The skies turned crimson in an instant. A massive fiery cloud loomed overhead as blazing meteors hurtled toward me like falling stars. My gaze darkened. High-level fire energy, but not magic. The lack of structure in the flames betrayed the truth. What was before me was raw, frenzied chaos, more like a bloodline force forcefully commanding fire's power. I pointed a finger and declared, "Flame Dragon Roar." My spell book writhed, swallowing fire elements in its fiery core. The surrounding flames coiled and gathered into a colossal dragon, roaring as it barreled toward the heavens. With an ear-splitting explosion, the flaming meteor was obliterated, scattering embers across the plains and forest outskirts. Unextinguished fragments continued to spread, igniting the grasslands. Mary's expression flickered. She knew well why they called her the Witch of Calamity. Her bloodline magic was too unwieldy, too catastrophic to control. Every time she ventured to subdue monsters, the aftermath often left her as the greater disaster. Wherever she passed, calamities followed, natural and otherwise. Those she'd saved often found their homes in more ruin and their lives more destitute than they'd been before. Over the years, she became a fugitive, listed on an imperial bounty and sought by nations far and wide. But she couldn't have cared less. She wasn't trying to save the world, nor was she a hero. Hunting monsters amused her. Defending the powerless was merely incidental. Boom! The ground ruptured as a magma-coated giant hand tore through the earth, sweltering shadows slamming downward with unstoppable force. I remained impassive, pressing my palm to my flame spellbook. Magic poured into it in an endless cascade like a boundless sea. Ever since drinking the blood of the ancient dragon, my magical reserves had surged beyond comprehension. Coupled with an ever-growing line of descendants, my mana capacity had multiplied exponentially. With a blinding light, the spellbook exploded with a flurry of high-tier spells, shattering the molten hand in an instant. Finally complete, Mary exhaled deeply. The trump card she'd been charging all this time snapped into existence. Her fiery aura erupted uncontrollably, warping the air around her. Her body began to delve deeper into her demonic heritage. Fair skin blackened into an ashen gray, fissures akin to stone cracks stretching across every inch, glowing with magma-like power from within. Before my eyes, she transformed into a towering 5-meter lava colossus within moments. An abyssal flame demon? I raised an eyebrow. Among abyssal demons, the flame demons were superior, high-ranked entities wielding natural mastery over the laws of fire. Mary was far from the Flame Lord's near-divine levels of power, but she'd already eclipsed the reach of most elite sorcerers, hovering just shy of legendary rank. This power, this is the first time I've used it since I was born. Mary's voice resonated with strain. She knew all too well. Entering this form meant abandoning her humanity's will to the demonic instinct inside her. Her rational mind would erode, leaving only destruction in her wake. But without this raw power, victory was impossible. With the earth-shaking force of an erupting volcano, her colossal form unleashed a storm of fire, sweeping across the plains like a tidal wave of scorching annihilation. I stood unmoving as the inferno engulfed me completely. Is he dead? The flame demon's deep voice rumbled, tinged with uncertainty. But a second later, the surroundings quivered as my aura intensified, like the awakening of a slumbering dragon. When the flames receded, I was still there, untouched, standing amidst the charred ruins of the battlefield. The acrid stench of smoke and sulfur filled the air. I took a deep breath, inhaling the burning air as if savoring it. Between high heat and the abyss's stench, I'll take the latter, I remarked nonchalantly. If that's all you've got, then it's my turn. Cracking my neck and flexing my joints, silver irises gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Half legendary or not, at this level, it all comes down to attributes and raw power. That's never been something I've lacked. Boom! A single step crumbled the ground beneath me, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. My figure vanished in a blur, leaving just an afterimage. Mary's colossal form only caught the faintest trace of shadow before. Crash! The impact shattered the flame demon's arm with a single punch. The demonized colossus retaliated with a powerful overhead strike. I raised one hand in response. Boom! The sheer force collapsed the ground, exposing a running river beneath. Gripping her arm tightly, I twisted my body and hurled the flame demon across the battlefield. Her massive form crashed into the ground with an earth-shattering quake. Lava splattered everywhere. Charred fragments broke away from my scales, revealing unmarred metallic plating beneath. Not even a scratch. I had already shifted into my draconic state. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, my muscles rippled with raw power. Metallic scales shimmered coldly in the moon's glow. My clawed hands flexed effortlessly, and though my face retained a humanoid structure, untamed defiance carved its presence in my gaze. Step by step, I strode toward the collapsing flame demon. From within her giant form, Mary's voice trembled. How is this possible? She had risked her very sanity, tapping into the demonic abyss, only to be utterly overpowered. She thought, even in defeat, the struggle would be neck and neck, a fight to the bitter end. But never, this. Opposite outcomes can be cruel. The defeat came so swiftly, it felt like a dream. We were never on the same level from the start. Who made you think you stood a chance against me? In a flash, I was standing atop the flaming demon giant's head, towering above and staring into its blazing eyes. I knew full well, if I didn't want to test what other tricks she had up her sleeve, the fight would have ended the moment it began. Don't worry, I won't slaughter the village. I'm simply going to give them a new way to live and a new ruler. Under my command, they'll live better lives. As for you, you'll become my slave from now on. If you choose to fight, you must accept the possibility of losing. And losing comes at a price. With a thunderous crack, I smashed my fist right through the fire demon's head. Its flames were snuffed out instantly. The demonic aura dissipated alongside its fiery elemental energy. That towering figure turned to ashen white, and with one gust of wind, crumbled into dust. All that remained was a scantily clad woman unconscious on the ground. "Not bad," I said, running an unashamed hand over her cheek. "You'll make a fitting slave." Hoisting her up, I turned my gaze toward the dimly lit village nearby. The villagers had already been awakened by the sounds of the fight. Now, staring out at the endless army of monsters gathered outside their village, both the common folk and the adventurers looked as if their spirits had been ripped out. Fear etched into their faces. They couldn't understand what was so special about a tiny village like theirs to warrant such a calamity. Holding the woman in one hand, I stepped into the heart of the monster ranks. Her attire, tugged and shifted during the fight, revealed flashes of her alluring figure, a sight visible only to me. After all, the entire monster army was under the absolute grip of my will, mere puppets moving with vacant minds. With a languid toss, I flung the woman onto my iron throne before striding toward the village gates. The adventurers and villagers stood there trembling, gripping their weapons in a futile show of courage. But they didn't retreat. They couldn't bear to. Standing before them, my silver eyes scanned coldly over the crowd. I had intended to take this place quietly and subtly embed myself over time. However, this woman's interference had completely upended my plans. Now, there was only one option left: take it by force. I am the leader of the Kaiser clan. You have two choices: submit or die. Die, you cursed monster, came the furious shout of an adventurer who could no longer contain his hatred. He attacked first. The whistle of an arrow rang out, aimed straight for my eye. I didn't even bother dodging. I shut my eyes, letting the arrow strike my eyelid, only for it to disintegrate into fragments on impact. When I reopened my eyes, my silver irises gleamed with a cutting chill. In the blink of an eye, I was behind him. He didn't even register what had happened. I stretched out my hand. In my palm, a freshly ripped, blood-soaked heart still pulsed, dripping warm blood onto the ground. "I came here peacefully," I said. "It's you who forced my hand." The adventurer crumpled to the dirt lifelessly. The village fell silent. Deathly so. No one dared breathe. Some hadn't even seen me move, and yet one of them lay dead. If they made another wrong move, who could guarantee they wouldn't be next? Overwhelmed by sheer power, resistance quickly evaporated. The village chief, the peasants, the adventurers, they were all rounded up and forced into the central square. Every set of eyes burned with fear, and I knew, if I wanted true loyalty or submission, it would take much longer to cultivate than a single overwhelming confrontation. But this was just the beginning. To rise as overlord of both the surface and the underworld, I needed to expand the Kaiser clan relentlessly. Breeding offspring and creating monster retainers wasn't enough. Humans, elves, beastkin, all needed to be brought into the fold. After all, humans and beastkin made up the mainstream of the population. If the clan was going to thrive, they would need to be integrated, not just slaughtered. I may be cold and selfish, but I had no intention of becoming a genocidal lunatic. Ambition and desire are natural. Those without them are buried by history. And there are far crueler beings out there than me. But the hatred between humans and monsters runs deep and festers long. It would never be resolved overnight. I'm patient, though. For now, my focus will remain on the underworld. This village, it's just an experiment, a foothold, a pin driven into the surface world, acting as a bridge to bigger ambitions. How far my ambition will grow depends on the foundations the Kaiser clan can lay. If things go well, it won't be long before this village becomes my stepping stone. I couldn't care less about the villagers' rejection of me. Who they thought I was didn't matter. As long as they were fed, clothed, and had better lives than before, who would bother questioning me? In an era where divine rights suffocated the common man and class structure was a suffocating iron wall, the lives of peasants were worth less than dirt. Nobles saw them as filth, unworthy of compassion, no matter how many perished. The peasants themselves had been brainwashed into apathy, willing only to scrape by and survive. But if I offered them better lives, no resistance would matter. Over time, it could all be suppressed. This world isn't ruled by something as flimsy as kill those who aren't like us. If purity by bloodline mattered so much, where would the gods fall in these equations? The truth is, gods have followers from every race imaginable, because what binds them is faith, not blood. Equality under the gods is nothing but a leash to control the meek. But that discussion is for another time. What matters now is building up the village. A mere 100 households isn't enough for the scale I have in mind. It's too small to support what I aim for. I'll need to expand it into a large town, big enough to serve as a barricade for the underworld entrance. If I can keep the entrance concealed, I'll buy myself time. And with enough time, your input contains descriptions and elements that are highly inappropriate and do not align with respectful or ethical storytelling. As an AI developed by OpenAI, I adhere to strict guidelines to provide a safe and constructive environment for all users. If you would like help with creative writing, storytelling, or any other type of assistance that aligns with positive and respectful themes, feel free to provide a different request, and I'll gladly assist you. On the surface, the territory seemed to be developing steadily, but the problems on the ground soon exploded. Not enough food, lousy infrastructure. This isn't a village, it's a refugee camp. I glared at the inventory list, growing angrier the more I looked at it. This world has plenty of staple crops, with rice and wheat being most common, yet their yield is shockingly low. And the cruelest part? 2/3 of the harvest is taken by the noble who provides protection to the village. What little remains has to be set aside for seeds, and what's left to eat is barely enough to keep a family of 3 from starving. The villagers usually rely on something called black fruit to hold them over. That stuff is as hard as a rock and difficult to digest. Eat too much, and it'll bloat you to death, literally. But when hunger strikes, it's the only thing left for the common folk. With 2 to 3 months until autumn harvest and sowing season, the village's remaining food was enough to last, at most, a month and a half. If I wanted to rebuild this village, the first battle had to be fought over food. To boost yields, you need fertilizer. I muttered under my breath, swearing softly. But here, agriculture is all dependent on faith in the gods, and no deity gives a damn about such mundane matters. Trying to use divine intervention for higher yields? That would mean paying top dollar to hire someone from the Church of the Goddess of Harvest. A tiny village like this can't afford that. Even wealthy noble territories are reluctant to pay the price. For small villages, farming success depends entirely on luck. Seeds scattered on the ground, whether they sprout, how much they produce, is a gamble of life and death. If it's a good harvest, they call it divine blessings. If it's a disaster with nothing to harvest, the villagers blame themselves for somehow offending the gods. Put simply, it's ignorance, plain and ridiculous. I grabbed a sheet of paper and quickly sketched a diagram of a plow, tossing it to a dwarven craftsman to forge. With a proper plow, survival rates of crops could jump by several times over. As for fertilizer, that's the least of the concerns. Materials are everywhere. But with a few months until sowing season, the immediate priority was securing enough food to bridge the gap. Thankfully, if there's one thing the underground's got plenty of, it's an overabundance of magical beasts running rampant. Barely a challenge. Hunt a few large ones, and the village could last an extra month. Once food was stabilized, the next step was to forge a sustainable path for the village. I stared at the muddy, uneven roads, and a single phrase popped into my mind. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Using magic to pave roads was out of the question. I didn't have enough earth element mages at my disposal to even dream of that. So, we'd go with cement. Simple, efficient, and while we're at it, we could upgrade the houses too. After a few days of trial and error, I finally worked out the recipe for cement and prepared to give the village a complete makeover. With cement sorted, I started to plan how the village could turn a profit. If we wanted to break out of this cycle, we'd have to deal in something high margin that no one else could easily replicate. But what could we possibly sell, stuck in a poor, remote place like this? That's when I noticed some villagers plucking odd-looking fruits from a tree by the side of the road. Curious, I asked about them. The village elder nervously explained, "These are sweet fruit. They're only ripe during this season. They're sweet, sure, but they won't fill your belly and spoil quickly. We only pick them to stave off hunger when there's nothing else to eat. I grabbed one, bit into it, and the taste hit me immediately. My expression changed in an instant. This wasn't just some sweet fruit, it was grapes. Right then and there, a golden idea hit me: wine production. This world didn't even have wine. Hell, even the low-grade black rye beer here was considered a luxury reserved for the wealthy because of how precious grain is. If I could produce and sell the first batch of wine, forget sustaining a village, I could easily support an entire town in no time. Alcohol, regardless of the world you're in, is always a lucrative, surefire business. My thoughts kept rolling. Cement, check. Now, build a brick kiln. With bricks ready, roads and houses would come together more quickly. Then move on to ceramics, then glassware, all solid, in-demand commodities. I already had the knowledge of how to make them. All it would take is time to put it into practice. Just as the village was starting to find its footing, a troubling thought crept into my mind. This world had magic. If magic and supernatural powers weren't a thing, I'd have already started gunpowder production by now. And once I had gunpowder, playing warlord against the locals would be easy, one-sided domination. System notification: hosts offspring detected. Head tier offspring +3, leader tier offspring +2. Rewards available: all attributes +260, leader level talent scroll. A month later, Isabel gave birth to her second batch of offspring. 3 head tier and 2 leader tier, bloodlines still absurdly powerful. The 5 dragon blood goblins opened their naive little eyes, curiously gazing around. 2 months of relentless effort and training had finally worn down that warrior woman's spirit. Her once fiery resistance had completely shattered. Now, her gaze was filled with nothing but numb acceptance. I, on the other hand, felt nothing anymore. It had lost all its thrill. The joy of conquest lay in the process, not the end result. Another leader tier scroll. A shining scroll materialized in my palm, and this time, it wasn't dragon-specific but entirely random. With a crack, the scroll shattered into glowing particles that merged into my body. System notification: potential unlocked. Bloodline evolved. Leader level talent acquired. Deep morphing. Deep morphing, demon race, leader level, talent skill. Abilities: modify bloodline, body shape, appearance, and aura, transforming into another form. Can mimic certain innate abilities, but cannot drastically change into entirely different creatures. Weapons transform accordingly, inheriting corresponding properties. Can conceal and disguise magical nature, but intrinsic essence remains unchanged. This talent wouldn't increase raw combat power by much, but strategically, it was incredibly sinister. From the ground up, I could replace myself, enough to fool even detection techniques. Even with that, he had to admit, none of them could compare to her. Her beauty was otherworldly, almost unnatural, as if she had been hand-carved by the gods themselves to tempt and ruin mortals. The way she moved, the subtle sway of her body, the wisps of raven-black hair falling loosely from the edges of her veil, it all added to that magnetic pull she had on everyone around her. The team walked cautiously toward the ruins of the ogre encampment. Stale blood on the ground, broken cages, and scraps of discarded human remains told a grisly tale. Yet, there were no signs of life. No ogres, no beasts, not even scavengers. Horton slowed his steps, signaling the others to stop. His gaze swept across the eerie stillness. Something was watching them. He felt it deep in his bones. "Stay sharp," he said curtly. The assassin chuckled, his expression flippant. Ogres scatter when their chief's taken down. This is probably just an empty nest now. His eyes flicked back to Tina's form. "Relax, will ya? You're more likely to die from a bleeding nose staring at her than anything out there." The knight scowled but said nothing. His grip on his sword tightened. He wouldn't let his guard down, not when his every instinct screamed danger. Meanwhile, behind the darkness of the cavern's entrance, a pair of crimson eyes observed the group with predatory precision. A low, guttural chuckle reverberated in the creature's chest as it watched the humans move deeper into its web, blissfully unaware of the trap awaiting them. The former ogre den now belonged to something far more powerful, far more dangerous, a creature that could mimic their kind, yet was utterly unlike them. "Humans," it murmured, a smile spreading across its lips, "always walking straight into their own demise. Let's see how long your confidence lasts, little adventurers. The woman before me, nobody could even compare. Don't mention competing, they aren't even fit to carry her shoes. That piercing, predatory gaze swept over us. Tanessa felt a chill down her spine. She gripped her staff tightly and instinctively ducked behind the dwarf warrior. But she was too tall, and far too, well, let's just say, ample. The dwarf couldn't fully shield her, leaving most of her figure still exposed. What the hell are you staring at? The dwarf warrior had a hot temper. Seeing the lecherous glint in the man's eyes, his fury erupted instantly. He raised his hammer, looking one breath away from smashing it into the intruder's skull. The assassin sneered but forced himself to avert his gaze. Now was not the time to escalate things. Finish the job first, grab the money, then maybe they'd talk. More importantly, he couldn't win. Sure, above ground he'd have had options. Poison, ambush tactics, hit and runs. Down here, in these narrow underground walls, there was no room to maneuver. The dwarf's hammer could swing through the confined space, and there'd be nowhere for him to dodge. A natural disaster matchup. Warriors inherently counter assassins, especially sturdy, hard-hitting dwarfs. Seeing the assassin back down, the dwarf just snorted, not pressing further. After all, they were still allies for now. If it came to breaking his skull, it'd have to wait till the mission was done. "Thank you," Tanessa whispered. With the awkward tension fading, the party continued deeper into the caverns. Wait, Horton, the lead scout of the group, suddenly halted in his tracks. His voice dropped to a hushed warning. "I think someone's up ahead. Stay sharp." As the rest looked on cautiously, they noticed it too. A human warrior slumped against the cavern wall, bloodied and battered. A long sword rested limply in their hand, and their armor looked more like a mangled heap of scrap metal than protection. What the hell is someone doing here? Horton scowled. The path they were taking was obscure at best, essentially a backdoor to the ogre tribes, information they'd only stumbled on through offhand rumors from merchants. By all logic, this place should have been deserted, especially by someone half dead. No ogres encountered yet, but they chance upon a human fighter who looks like he narrowly escaped hell. Both parties froze. A heavy silence filled the cavern, tension thick in the stale air. The battered warrior pushed against his sword, staggering to stand. His eyes darted between them nervously, like cornered prey trying to gauge whether to run for his life or throw it into a desperate fight. In the underground, you couldn't trust anyone, least of all other people. Betrayal and ambush for resources was as common as breathing. Horton noticed the stranger's wariness and, oddly enough, relaxed a touch. If anything, it made him seem like another wounded mercenary, one who'd stumbled into their paths unintentionally. Still, he didn't lower his guard. It was too coincidental that they'd run into this guy in a cavern, on a route leading right to the most cunning and manipulative monsters imaginable. It stank of a potential setup. Breaking the stalemate, their party's medic and priestess, Tanessa, suddenly spoke up. "Are you injured? Do you need help?" Her voice was soft, concerned, yet unwavering. Before anyone could stop her, she stepped out from behind the dwarf and walked straight toward the lone warrior. "Don't go near him," Horton barked, frowning deeply. Sizing up strangers without clear allegiance was a rule, one even professionals could die learning. A moment of trust could easily become fatal. Yet, Tanessa ignored him. She quickened her pace, almost jogging toward the bloodied man. Eyes wide as saucers, the injured warrior flinched as if her sudden approach might kill him on the spot. The audacity of this woman made my his wounds ache. Raising her staff, Tanessa summoned a cleansing wave of holy light with a flick of her wrist. The golden warmth wrapped around the injuries. Visible to the naked eye, torn flesh mended itself in real time. Deep gashes began to knit together under the spell's power. I was stunned. No way. This wasn't ordinary healing. This level of magic was outrageous. On par with an elite, a high-tier cleric, or maybe even close to the threshold of a pre-legendary rank priestess. What kind of team was this? A random party on the outskirts couldn't possibly field someone like her. At that moment, I was relieved I hadn't underestimated them earlier or sent my beastly minions as distractions. One wrong move, and they would have been obliterated, wiped clean off the board. I studied them more closely. Even the weakest seems like top-tier professionals, I surmised. And their presence doesn't stop at one potential pre-legendary. There could easily be more. Whatever their journey, it wasn't child's play. I could feel my claws metaphorically retracting. They might not match me one-on-one, but it didn't matter. If even one escaped their demise here, it would unravel everything. Any lead to my identity would leak straight to their world's strongest forces. I'd spent decades hidden, avoiding notice. For a legendary class creature to suddenly emerge from the underground, it'd be like handing humans a nuclear bomb ticking right on their doorstep. So, I knew I had two options. Feign weakness and blend into their group, playing dumb. Let them pass, blissfully unaware of the predator in sheep's clothing. Or eliminate them all. Not just a few, not enough to make them crawl back limping. Every single one would have to die, without so much as a whisper escaping these darkened tunnels. As I calculated, her spell finished. Even the sting and lingering wounds faded entirely. Don't worry. Tanessa smiled like a mother soothing a frightened child. We aren't bad people. You're safe with us. Her voice was soft, warm, and genuine enough to make you believe her words. Paired with that delicate face, her radiance could make almost anyone lower their guard. But to me, her sincerity felt hollow, exaggeratedly saccharine, and somehow unsettling. Beneath that gentle demeanor was a presence, something that pulled on instincts I couldn't suppress. A twisted compulsion bubbled to the surface, an urge to shred her delicate visage, to rip apart the perfection she exuded. It was disgusting. How could someone have this effect, even on me? No, she wasn't normal. My will was iron, forged sharper than most mortal minds could comprehend. Yet here I was, questioning myself. I forced a cautious, half-hearted smile and murmured something that vaguely sounded like gratitude. Playing a role, my guard lowered. We exchanged idle conversation, transparency giving no hints of aggression. Behind her, the party was anything but welcoming. Horton wore a thin veneer of politeness on his tone, but his gaze remained watchful. Analytical, he was keenly aware something about this stranger was off, and it was hard to shake suspicion. The assassin and mage didn't hide their thoughts. Both flat out ignored me as insignificant. In their eyes, I wasn't worth their concern. A wounded fighter wasn't remotely their equal, and thus I wasn't worth their words. The dwarf? Understandably impatient, his gruff frustration practically yelled, "Let's get this over with already." And the ranger, the bowman? Quiet, aloof, maintaining an air of condescension, as if everything about me was beneath their radar. Huh. I chuckled internally. What an arrogant group. I gotta admit, I enjoy people like this. The haughty ones who think fate has favored them over others. Watching that confidence break always adds a certain satisfaction. As if this detour wasn't complicated enough, I muttered softly. For all their hubris, these heroes might pose an annoyance, but that didn't shake an inevitable truth. Opposing my will never ends favorably. A group of people made their move. After all, the odds weren't guaranteed, and risking it wasn't worthwhile. Letting them live for now wasn't entirely out of the question. However, as for that female priest, I absolutely won't let her go. Goods of that caliber are far too rare, and who knows how long I'd have to wait for another opportunity. If I had to, I could figure out another way to capture her once we leave the cave. But to let a priest slip away from under my watch, that would be the ultimate humiliation for me. The mage suddenly announced he had detected a significant number of monsters nearby using magic, suggesting they clear the way as they headed back. The group seemed to agree. Killing low-level creatures at least counted as a good deed. My eyes darkened, and I inwardly sneered. I had been willing to let you all leave unscathed, but now you've insisted on walking straight into your graves. At this point, silencing you is no longer optional. Horton frowned, urging Tinas to hurry up, saying there were more pressing matters at hand. His gaze briefly lingered on me, and his instincts warned him to stay on guard around me. After confirming that my wound had healed, Tinas returned to the group and advised me to leave immediately. I softly muttered that my friend was still inside and that I planned to rescue them, and without waiting for her response, I moved forward. As I brushed past, my blade swung out of nowhere. The dwarf warrior didn't even have time to react before my strike ran him through, leaving him gravely injured and collapsing to the ground. Horton shouted, enraged, saying he'd sensed something off about me earlier. His longsword came slashing down powerfully. Using the force, I maneuvered myself backward and disappeared stealthily into the darkness. The archer and mage's follow-up attacks hit nothing but air. Horton suppressed his anger and instructed the group not to pursue me. They still had a mission to complete. However, his words were barely out before the assassin had already rushed down the passage, declaring that they'd ensure I was caught. Brief and muffled sounds of conflict echoed faintly in the dark before the area fell into complete silence once more. Horton's frown deepened, and he turned back to warn the group to be cautious. Tinas quickly cast healing light to stabilize the dwarf's injuries, and after he reluctantly recovered enough to move, the group cautiously advanced deeper into the passage. 10 minutes later, they spotted the assassin up ahead. Horton questioned coldly, "Where's the target?" The dwarf warrior stared at the blood-stained ground and asked with a furrowed brow, "What happened here?" The assassin, while wiping blood off his dagger, replied icily, "He got away." Horton nodded, reasoning that the wounded target likely wouldn't dare come back. The dwarf, clutching his injury, erupted with rage, vowing to crush that person's skull the next time they crossed paths. Tina stepped forward, asking if the assassin needed healing, but he brushed her off coldly, snapping, "I'm fine." Stunned, she hesitated, sensing something had changed in him. Horton, unfazed, urged the group to press on, though it was clear he was significantly more cautious now. The group hadn't walked far before they encountered a fork in the cave, with two passages that looked exactly alike. The half-elf archer asked in a low voice which way they should go. Horton decided they would split into pairs to scout each tunnel. The assassin went with the mage down one path, while Horton and the archer took the other. The dwarf and priest were left at the intersection to wait for news. At the end of the tunnel, a faint glow emerged. A small settlement of low-level creatures had appeared. The mage raised his staff and began chanting, unleashing a deluge of water element magic that obliterated the monsters instantly. Then, a whistling gust sliced through the air from behind. With a crack, the protective amulet hanging from the mage's chest shattered, activating a shield just in time to block the ambush. He turned around in horror to find the assassin standing there, weapon in hand. The mage yelled furiously, demanding an explanation. The assassin, grinning darkly, replied, "I want you gone, that's all." With a final push, the assassin broke through the protective shield, leaving the mage with no choice but to retaliate. Water wall. The barrier sprang up, separating the two of them. Then came the spell, Ice Burst, an overwhelming blizzard tearing through the space. Shards of ice shredded through the walls, their jagged edges as sharp as blades, chilling the corridor to its core. I clicked my tongue, realizing this mage's combat skills were comparable to a semi-legendary figure. But my gaze locked onto the staff in his hands. That magical staff. It could boost an already elite mage to near legendary level power. Pity it wouldn't help him. Gear alone can't bridge this kind of gap. I lifted Hell's Howl. Wind Slash. A single strike cleaved through the wave of frost, scattering the ice shards into fragments. The water wall, harder than diamond, split open instantly. The mage's pupils dilated in shock. Who are you?" A red slash ran from his forehead all the way down his chin, covering the fatal wound. The light in his eyes dulled with resignation. I coldly replied, "The dead don't need to know." I casually ignited a flame, reducing the body to ash, and retraced my steps. Before long, Horton and the archer returned to the rendezvous point as well. Horton scanned the group, his expression darkening. "Where's Bartley?" Disguising my expression under the mask, I feigned confusion. I got distracted while dealing with the monsters, and when I returned, he was gone. Horton's frown deepened. A semi-legendary mage. How could he just vanish without a sound? The dwarf warrior growled angrily. Could that guy who attacked me earlier have done it? Horton lowered his voice. I can't rule it out. From now on, no one goes anywhere alone. That guy might still be lurking nearby. The cold, oppressive air of the cave pressed down on the group like a weight. With tense silence, they pressed on. The mission hadn't even truly begun yet, and they had already lost a crucial asset. Everyone felt a creeping sense of unease. I narrowed my eyes. My pace slowed until I silently slipped closer to the archer's side. With one quick motion, my dagger danced toward his throat. Clang. Horton's greatsword interjected just in time, forcibly deflecting my blade. Horton glared at me, his voice icy. "I knew there was something wrong with you." Bartley, if he's... I'm sorry, but I can't help with that. Her inner faith was completely shattered. No matter how hard she tried to hold on, one day, she would break. No one could carry such torment forever. And besides, there was an unsettling trace of the god of corruption lingering on her. It was just a matter of time before it found its way to devour her. You think your god will save you? They've never cared whether you lived or died. I chuckled softly, tapping a finger against her forehead. But I'm different. I'll stay with you. I'll be here until the day you're willing to kneel before me and beg for release. Tina's clenched her jaw, defiance and loathing burning in her eyes. But the pallor of her face betrayed just how close to her limits she was. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear and pain. Yet she stubbornly murmured prayers to her god under her breath. Enough. Do you really enjoy suffering this much? I leaned in close, my voice dripping with mockery and amusement as I whispered in her ear. Or maybe you actually like it, don't you? Shock and fury flickered across Tina's face, but she didn't have the strength to speak. All she could do was shut her eyes tight and silently meditate on the mercy of her god of light. Her stubbornness both frustrated and bewildered me. I had seen so many souls trying to cloak their frailty with faith, and every one of them had eventually crumbled under the weight of fear and agony, without exception. But her? She had managed to endure this long. Fine, let's see how long your faith can hold out. I rose to my full height, looking down at her with a cold, unreadable expression. We'll take all the time we need to find out. She has been reduced to nothing more than a slave who obeys only my commands. I can't believe that someone, trampled to the point of being utterly worthless, could still cling to a god like a lifeline. A fully grown silver dragon, injured, and with a princess in tow. Seated atop my iron throne, chin resting on my hand, I sank deep into thought. My gut told me this was an opportunity. Slay the dragon, snatch the Empire's princess. There'd be more than one fortune to gain from this. I had heard about the Violet Thorn Empire in passing from the villagers. This world is crawling with kingdoms and nobles, but true empires? They are few and far between. In this region, only two hold that title. One is the Kingdom of Magic, also dubbed the Arcane Empire, famed for its mastery over spells. The other is the Violet Thorn Empire, the Northern Jewel, known for its bustling trade and formidable army. Judging by the Silver Dragon's escape route, it likely came from the Violet Thorn Empire. The royal bloodline of the Violet Thorn Princess is absurdly powerful. If I could make her bear my children, my heirs would be nothing short of exceptional. The calculations ran in my head, but I also knew better. Killing a silver dragon is no easy feat. Silver dragons aren't the most brutish of dragonkind, but their magic packs a punch, harnessing the very forces of nature. Even injured, it's still a legendary tier creature, and one misstep could spell disaster. I could take it down, but not recklessly. The dragon's been spotted nearby. There are eyewitness accounts. A wounded dragon carrying someone wouldn't get far. Chances are it's hiding somewhere nearby to recover. I issued the order immediately. Find it and flush it out. I mobilized every monster under my command within my domain, fanning out the search with the Caesar clan at its core. If the silver dragon is still in this region, there's no way it can stay hidden. I just needed to wait for it to be cornered. While awaiting the good news, several of my slaves happened to bear me a fresh batch of offspring. Ding! Detected birth of offspring from the host. Plus 4 common grade offspring. Plus 1 leader grade offspring. Rewards earned. Plus 100 to all attributes. Plus 1,000 to fire element magic power. Additional reward. Plus 1 fire element affinity. The notification caught me off guard, my eyebrows lifting in mild surprise. Catherine has been with me the longest. She's pivotal to the rise of the Caesar clan. Without her, there would be no Caesar clan as it stands today. But her innate talent as a mage has always been subpar. Even after forcing her progression through magic elixirs, she's only reached intermediate rank, nowhere near advanced. Talent is an immutable gap that I cannot change. Because of this, her children tend to inherit the weakest natural abilities among my offspring. The best Catherine has managed to bear thus far was 1 leader grade child. But this time, she produced another leader grade, a first. I entered her chamber to inspect the batch of newly born children. As expected, most were ordinary goblin hybrids. Only one stood apart. The child had goblin traits, but bore a near-human face. Its body was marked with tattoos that resembled flames blazing on its skin. The leader-grade goblin offspring surveyed its peers with disdainful eyes, as though looking at worthless trash. After a brief glance, I turned my focus to Catherine. She seemed hesitant to speak. I frowned and asked, "What is it?" Biting her lip, she hesitated before quietly saying, "I miss home. I'd like to visit my parents." Her eyes filled with unshed tears. This once proud noblewoman, who had never ventured outside her family estate, for the first time revealed vulnerability. I should have flat out refused, but the pleading look in her eyes gave me pause. Catherine is entirely under my control. Escape or betrayal is almost impossible for her. I've always allowed her free reign within the Caesar clan's territory. If she had any intention of fleeing, she would have done so long ago. Letting her visit her family once wouldn't be an issue. And if anything went wrong, I could crush her family's insignificant house in an instant. I knew they had no legendary tier defenders. Of course, she wouldn't be going alone, and it certainly wouldn't be until my current issues were dealt with first. Hearing my conditional approval, Catherine trembled with excitement. She didn't care if she couldn't leave immediately. Waiting a few days was fine. For the first time, I saw a spark of joy and passion in her gaze during our time together. It was a stark contrast from the cold, hollow shell she usually was. That moment almost made her seem alive. Turning back to the system rewards, I analyzed them. The attribute boost and magic power bonus made sense, but fire element affinity left me puzzled. What could such a minor, single-point increase actually do? I decided to test it out, casting a simple fireball spell. The moment the fireball materialized, I noticed a distinct improvement. Control had become far more intuitive, almost second nature now. Its power and area of effect had increased, while mana consumption had decreased slightly. The changes weren't massive. Mana usage had only dropped by about 10%, but this was only a single-point increase in elemental affinity. If I could raise my affinity further, even basic spells might achieve effects akin to advanced magic. Testing a range of fire-based spells, I confirmed each saw a similar improvement. This elemental affinity was absurdly potent. The more I thought about it, the more eager I became to increase it. Ironically, the quickest and most straightforward way to achieve that was through progeny. It's effortless and enjoyable, a win-win strategy, really. Who wouldn't jump at a chance like this? Driven by the realization, I pulled Catherine back into bed. I pushed her further, demanding she continue contributing to my power. Catherine had just given birth not long ago, and Evelyn followed with another batch shortly after. But this time, luck wasn't on my side. They were all ordinary elite offspring. It seems with Evelyn's potential, producing a leader-class offspring is indeed difficult. I don't mind though. Time is something I have in abundance. Demons naturally have a long lifespan, and after absorbing the blood of a dragon, my lifespan is likely to be measured in millennia. At a pace of 24 offspring a year, it's only a matter of time until I hit the jackpot. I'm in no rush. I turned my attention to overseeing the territory. Winemaking had already been added to the agenda. The village, once dilapidated and chaotic, had been rebuilt with cement and bricks, transforming it into a small town, where every family now lived in two-story homes. I decided to adopt an urban-style approach to governance, segregating waste and sewage into designated areas, and even constructed 4 large public restrooms in one go. The days of carelessly solving nature calls anywhere were officially over. Anyone who dares defy these changes? No one's foolish enough to challenge my authority, at least, not yet. Besides, after experiencing the comfort and order cleanliness brings, these villagers couldn't possibly go back to their previous life of filth. For the first time, they began to understand what civilization means. Looking toward the hills in the distance, I saw large swathes of barren land being tilled into farmland by the busy lizard folk. In this era, there's no such thing as dividing land equally. The rule is simple. Whoever cultivates the wildland gets to keep it. If you're capable of farming 1,000 acres by yourself, even the Lord wouldn't interfere. In fact, they'd likely praise you. This is because taxes are collected based on acreage, not on the number of people. The more land you own, even if you don't plant anything, you still owe taxes. These aren't unruly villagers. They're hardworking contributors so focused on increasing tax revenue for the Lord that they seem commendable. Of course, ordinary villagers wouldn't dare try to develop such massive plots of land. But I'm not afraid of anything. I've even prepared plows and enlisted kobolds and lizard folk to pull the carts. Once all the fields are planted with crops and properly fertilized, the harvest should increase several times over. We wouldn't just be self-sufficient. We could sustain a village even if its population multiplied several times. The best part is, I have no intention of paying taxes to the Lord. Villagers pay taxes for protection from monsters and bandits. But now, this village is entirely under the control of the Kesar clan. So why pay taxes? If the taxes come to me, that Lord's Day of Reckoning isn't far off. And the results of my efforts were evident. The villagers no longer look at me with pure fear. Some have even begun to feel gratitude. As I patrolled the village, I placed several dragon blood goblins on guard duty. If any foolish adventurers come knocking, they'll be taken care of on the spot. These dragon blood goblins possess leader-class bloodlines. Once fully grown, they're already on par with mid to high-tier combat forces. And with a leader-class warrior keeping watch, unless a top-tier adventurer shows up, no one can cause any trouble. Returning to my domain, I headed to Tina's cell. As always, I tormented her until she lost consciousness and began to babble nonsense. I glanced down at her slightly rounded belly, grinning with satisfaction. Leaving the dungeon, I remembered that the witch in the next cell had been pregnant for nearly 2 months now. Judging by the timeline, her first batch of offspring should be due any moment. Mary carries the bloodline of a fire demon, and her mother descended from a legendary mage. Combined with my near-legendary combat strength, this child's talent is bound to be extraordinary. Among all the women in my grasp, only the origins of Tinas seem to rival such potential. No wonder her pregnancy is dragging 2 months without much movement. Just as I reached the next dungeon door, a rush of scalding heat surged out. Ding! Offspring detected. Leader class ×4, Lord class ×1. Rewards, plus 1,000 to all attributes, plus 10,000 fire element mana, 1 Lord class talent scroll. Bonus rewards, Lord class fire demon heart, 1 fire law fragment. The system notification froze me in my tracks. 5 in 1 go. For leader class and 1 Lord class. I suspected Mary's bloodline was strong, but I hadn't expected it to be this strong. To put things into perspective, my previous leader class offspring combined didn't amount to this number. Now, the rewards have doubled, and I even gained a Lord class descendant. An ordinary leader class offspring can handle mid-tier monsters and adventurers. Leader class individuals can take on high-tier monsters with ease. And high-tier monsters? Those are so rare you can count them on 2 hands in the cavern outskirts. Ogres and crypt spiders, kings among the outskirts, are merely upper mid-tier at best. A single high-tier monster can wipe out all prey in a region, which is why they typically roam alone. As for a Lord-class offspring, they begin at a level where they can contend with top-tier monsters and high-ranking adventurers. I marveled at the rewards. They were incredible. Forget the stats and mana for a moment. The Lord-class talent scroll, the Lord-class fire demon heart, and a fire law fragment with uncertain utility. This was the most absurd bounty I'd ever received. Satisfied, I stepped into the dungeon. But the moment I looked up, I froze. Those offspring bore twisted, demonic horns and skin that glowed like molten lava. You're telling me these are goblins? Aside from a few barely identifiable features, they looked nothing like goblins. But I was sure they were mine. After all, I remember each and every encounter with crystal clarity. I can't be bothered to overthink this. Let's just call it Flame Demon Goblin. I fixed my gaze on the Lord tier talent scroll, feeling a rush of heat in my chest. What kind of monstrous abilities does something a tier above Commander even offer? I crushed the scroll in my hand, and its fragments turned into rays of light, seeping into my body. Ding! Potential activated. Bloodline strengthened. Obtained Lord tier talent. Desire Rune. Desire Rune, Lord tier. Exclusive to Succubi. Mastered only by the exceedingly rare male succubus lords. Effect 1 *, engrave a magical rune on the target's abdomen. Any suffering endured by the target will be magnified dozens of times. Effect 2 *, every instance of suffering inflicted by the rune's bearer leaves permanent, irreversible marks on the target's body and soul, gradually making them more loyal. I gasped sharply. This talent, it feels tailor-made for me. It doesn't directly enhance combat power, but it's absurdly practical. I was already plenty powerful, now I've become outright dangerous. Waves of heat surged from deep within me, and in my palm appeared a dark red heart. It looked like a stone, but inside, it churned with magma-like energy, radiating heat so intense it made my skin prickle just by holding it. Flame Demon's Heart. I uttered its name softly. The sheer quality of this thing was terrifying. It could turn anyone who fused with it into a peak-tier combatant in an instant. I drew my hand to my chest and cut it open. My blood squirmed, revealing a flesh-and-blood heart beating underneath. As I brought the Flame Demon's heart near, my own heart thumped erratically like a starved beast catching the scent of raw meat. Fleshy tendrils extended from my heart, ravenous and greedy, latching onto the demon heart in an instant. Moments later, the Flame Demon's heart was devoured whole, offering not the slightest struggle. Damn it! My pupils shrank as my fists clenched. It felt like a cannonball of scorching fire had barreled straight through me. The Flame Demon's energy tore through my veins, threatening to boil my bones. Any ordinary mortal would have been reduced to ash by now, but thanks to my unique physique and the blessings of dark divine power, I endured, forcing the flames to meld with my body. My heart pounded violently, each beat pumping searing magic through my veins and into every corner of my being. My skin turned red hot, as though fire coursed beneath it. Flickering flame-like runes appeared and faded across my body. I clenched my fist and waved my hand casually. A burst of flames erupted violently, requiring no incantation or spell models. Driven solely by instinct, the raw energy I unleashed rivaled that of top-tier magic. This talent is completely unreasonable in the best way possible. The flames gradually receded as my heart's rhythm calmed. With the Flame Demon's heart combined with my draconic power, even legendary tier opponents wouldn't faze me. I turned to the glowing crimson crystal embedded in the cavern wall, its brilliance alluring in the darkness. Fire Elemental Law Fragment. My Adam's apple bobbed as I swallowed, desire rising from deep within. Every cell in my body thrummed impatiently as though my rationality was being overpowered by base instincts, demanding I consume it immediately. Laws, powers that transcend mere elements themselves. To ascend to legend tier, physical strength and magic alone aren't enough. The steepest barrier lies in gaining insight into a law's raw power. This fragment before me likely constitutes about 1/10 of the full fire elemental law. Consuming it would be akin to grasping that fraction of its power. Those I've defeated before were, at best, pseudo-legends. Their bodies and magic were refined to their utmost limits, even to the very caps of their species, but they could never step past this hurdle. They merely possessed the potential to comprehend laws, but had not genuinely attained them in practice. Above pseudo-legends are false legends. False legends can wield portions of a law, though they've yet to grasp its entirety. They remain a tier below true legends, yet can crush pseudo-legends with ease. If I absorb this fragment, I'll instantly ascend to false legend. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and swallowed the fire fragment whole. It was like my soul was set ablaze. A warm sensation spread from its depths, connecting me to the world on a deeper, more intrinsic level. Fire-red elemental energy danced in my vision, as if bowing at my feet. One-fold. I exhaled slowly, my breath laced with satisfaction. All my abilities related to fire doubled in potency. This is the terrifying power of laws. They use your existing strength as a baseline, forcibly amplifying it beyond reason. A single fragment had doubled my firepower. If I were to complete the entire fire elemental law, my fire-based magic's power would surge tenfold. Even a low-level spell would hit with the strength of an advanced one. And unleashing a top-tier spell could level a small city effortlessly. More dauntingly, a true legendary mage could wield forbidden spells. Forbidden magic enhanced tenfold could reduce an entire kingdom of millions to ashes in mere seconds. This is why mages are ranked above warriors by default. In the same tier battlefield, the mage's destructive range exists on a wholly different scale. Where a legendary mage could obliterate a city in one spell, a legendary warrior would require hours of relentless attacks to achieve the same destruction. Even a formidable nation might repel a legendary warrior's charge, but it cannot guard against the annihilation a legendary mage's spell would bring. Only 9 more fragments to fully ascend to legend, I murmured. It didn't sound impossible. If Mary's efforts bore fruit, acquiring the remaining fragments within a year or two felt entirely within reach. What are you planning to do this time? In the dungeon, Tina's cowered in the corner, her eyes full of panic as I slowly approached her. The torment these days has left her trembling at the mere thought of me. She passed out multiple times, yet it wasn't enough to escape. The pain and humiliation were etched deep into her very bones. And now, I've returned. Don't be afraid. I'm just leaving you with a little mark. I raised my hand, pouring magic into her body. It coursed through her flesh, rewiring her nerves like a needle, before finally condensing all the energy into her lower abdomen. Slowly, a pink magic sigil began to form, a design that resembled both a budding flower and a demonic rune. Just glancing at it could drive someone to madness. Ah! Tinas let out a piercing scream, her body violently convulsing. The pain was unbearable, breaking her completely. Her eyes rolled back, drool dripped from her mouth, and her consciousness shattered under the agony, leaving nothing but despair. Even better than I expected, I murmured, staring at her passed-out body. I withdrew my hand, deciding to halt the experiment for now. I had no intention of completely breaking this devout follower just yet. God, forgive me my sins. After I left, Tinas came to, her trembling hands touching her swollen abdomen. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She was now carrying an evil life within her, her faith slowly crumbling under the weight of the situation. Following that, I didn't stop. I etched sigils on the other slaves one by one, and the results were astounding. Since fusing with the heart of the flame demon, I had gained the ability to spawn fire and intense heat from any part of my body. This only made my methods more brutal and more effective. Time passed. Then, with a deafening rumble, a terrifying presence engulfed my entire domain. Death, darkness, oppression, it felt like a massive boulder pressing on everyone's chest. Not long after, a dragon's roar, drenched in the essence of death, tore through the sky. Looking up, I saw countless red dots appearing in the sky above the territory. Each dot represented an intruder, and now there were so many it was absurd, at least tens of thousands. Dragons. I frowned. I didn't recall any known dragon species exuding such an air of death. Without hesitation, I summoned all my progeny back to the tribe, preparing for battle. I also called forth every one of my monstrous thralls, assembling them into a legion as I led them to confront the invaders. In these recent times, I had absorbed over half of the surrounding monster clans under my banner, swelling my forces to over 3,000. Even so, it paled in comparison to the opposition's overwhelming numbers. But wars are not won by numbers alone. We passed through a long, narrow corridor and arrived at a massive communal cavern, where 6 tunnels branched off in different directions. This area used to house a medium-sized clan, but they'd been wiped out entirely by the Caesar clan, down to the last bone. Its terrain was difficult to defend, so I had no interest in occupying it. Instead, it had become the ideal battlefield near the border, a zone purpose-built to wait for invaders. Easy to defend, hard to assault. At this moment, the battleground had already been flooded with the undead. The border was packed with skeleton soldiers, their slow, stumbling steps pressing forward en masse. Behind the skeletons crawled a slew of ghouls, their gnashing teeth a clear threat that they were ready to pounce at any moment to tear flesh apart. An undead legion. I lounged on my iron throne, narrowing my eyes. It seemed the ones trespassing in my domain were necrotic beings, clearly allies of that undead knight from before. I'd thought the necromancer pulling the strings had fled long ago, but they'd been waiting for me all along. The undead army stretched endlessly into the distance, with higher-tiered undead scattered throughout. There were over a dozen undead knights and at least 100 stitched monstrosities. This level of force was more than capable of flattening most of the monster tribes located on the outskirts of the caverns. Further back, a colossal skeletal dragon over 100 meters long flapped its bony wings, its presence flickering with ominous soul flames within hollow sockets. Beneath the bone dragon sat the necromancer on their throne of bones, only a pair of dark, glowing eyes visible from the shadows. "You've grown stronger," the necromancer said with a faintly amused tone. He didn't fear my growth. In fact, he welcomed it. To him, a stronger body meant crafting a more powerful undead servant. In his eyes, I was nothing but a future corpse, destined to be annihilated before his legendary undead bone dragon. You're putting all your faith in that. I rested my chin on my hand, staring disdainfully at his arrogance. That bone dragon was undoubtedly a legendary adult dragon during its life. Yet now it was nothing more than a lifeless husk propped up by magic. How much of its former power could possibly remain? An actual living legendary dragon? That I couldn't defeat. But a cheap imitation like this? Laughable. Waving a hand, I watched as the steel dragon that lay coiled before my throne slowly opened its eyes. A low, growling roar emanated from its throat, shaking the walls of the cavern. The oppressive aura of dragonkind swept outwards, and my monstrous thralls erupted into a frenzy, howling at the skies as their energy surged. Dragon marks shimmered across their bodies. The undead army opposite us, however, faltered, their movements visibly slowing under the crushing dragon presence. As the two forces collided, my monsters smashed directly through the undead's ranks, bone shards scattering everywhere. The necromancer let out a cold snort, and the bone dragon behind him flapped its great skeletal wings, surging forward as it conjured a corrosive breath of death so dense it turned black. With a thunderous impact, the deathly breath obliterated everything in its path, monster and undead alike, leaving a barren void in the battlefield. A dragon? That's your trump card. I smirked, standing from my throne while a hellish roar materialized into a long blade in my grip. The orc warrior memories I inherited told me the number of dragons slain by this blade could form a mountain. And this wannabe excuse for a dragon? Dead things should stay in their coffins. With that, I launched myself into the air, the hell roar blade carving through the void as it aimed straight for the dragon's skull. Behind me, the ghostly visage of an Orcish warlord coalesced, its mighty essence fueling my strike. The crimson-eyed warrior raised his blade and roared in fury. Battle technique, Dragon Slayer. The flash of the blade swept past me. My scales cracked instantly, pieces flying off. The necromancer sneered, "Fool. A legendary bone dragon isn't so easily." Before he could finish, the enormous dragon head crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. The bone dragon, as if its strings had been severed, was flung against the walls of the cavern. Its skull rolled to the floor. The necromancer froze in place, disbelief filling his gaze. A pseudo-legendary bone dragon, felled in one strike? I shook loose the broken scales, speaking with indifference. What was it you were just saying? Gripping my sword, Hell's Howl, I slowly walked towards the necromancer. Injured? Sure, but nothing I couldn't handle. Stop him, the necromancer screamed, terror overtaking him as he summoned every undead at his disposal, commanding them to swarm me. With a single slash, a streak of light carved through the air, time itself seeming to freeze. The horde of undead stopped cold, motionless. I walked calmly through their ranks, each undead creature breaking apart into dust and scattering with the wind as I passed. All things under the heavens, nothing escapes my blade. Unrivaled strike. Lifting my sword, I aimed to end the necromancer then and there. A gust of wind swept aside the pitch-black cloak, revealing the pale face of a woman. Her disheveled black hair framed trembling features, yet her defiant eyes still clung to some semblance of resolve. I quirked an eyebrow, surprised that my opponent was a woman. With a flick of my blade, her cloak fell away, revealing a set of tightly fitted leather armor. Functional, protecting her vital areas, yet doing little to mask her disheveled state. "What's your name?" "Bernice," she stammered, her voice shaking. Placing the tip of my blade under her chin, I commanded coldly, "From now on, you're under my control. Disagree, and you die." Bernice nodded immediately, a faint spark of relief flashing across her face. "It's an honor to serve you, my lord." Having grown up hiding and scavenging in the dungeon depths, forever hunted by monsters, the Necromancer clan lived like rats in dark corners wherever they went. Weaklings like her had only two paths: be crushed or cling to strength. To be taken under my wing? For someone like her, it wasn't just escaping death, it was securing both survival and protection. Even her kin would struggle to find such a chance to pledge service to power. "Follow me. Leave your undead here. They're not coming." I ordered, sheathing my blade before heading back toward the tribe. Bernice hesitated for a moment, but quickly reconsidered. If I had truly intended to kill her, she'd already be dead. Without further thought, she followed. Back at the tribe, I ascended the steps of the throne and sat. The place was eerily vast and empty. I had sent every monster under my control, every minion and offspring, to search for that accursed silver dragon. The only other souls remained prisoners in the dungeons. Bernice followed closely to the throne, standing stiffly, her hands clutching her tattered robe tightly. She didn't know what awaited her next, but she knew that whatever it was, she'd endure. As long as she could live, nothing else mattered. Propping my chin on my hand, I lazily pointed my blade at her and used the tip to peel back her tattered cloak, revealing the tight leather armor beneath. Now, you'll assist me in completing the magic rune engraving. Her eyes widened in surprise, but when faced with my piercing, aggressive gaze, it clicked. Bernice had no escape. Wordlessly, she stepped forward and knelt before the throne. Necromancers from the dungeon depths didn't care for morality or shame. From a young age, Bernice had been taught one lesson above all: surviving mattered more than anything. Her quick submission, in all honesty, caught me a little off guard. Obedience will earn you a reward, I murmured with narrowed eyes as I began carving the magical runes onto her body. Agony locked her in place. She trembled violently, struggling to endure the excruciating pain, nearly breaking apart under the strain. I didn't stop. Pain was part of the engraving process, something to endure and adapt to. And personally, I was curious to see if necromancers like her had the capacity to bear offspring. Several days later, I glared at my returning minions, frustration apparent. Still no sign of the silver dragon? We had conducted sweeping searches for days on end, yet there was nothing. If not for my certainty that Tina's wouldn't dare lie to me, I might have started doubting her words. Annoyed, I marched straight down into the dungeon. After a round of encouragement, Tina's weakly gasped the same words just before passing out. The silver dragon was last seen in this area. I scowled. If it had been here, how could it still elude us? What? Did it vanish into thin air? Days turned into weeks. Still, no sign of the silver dragon. And then, trouble cropped up on the surface. My lord, taxes were supposed to be due next month. Why is the collection being pushed earlier this year? The village elder asked nervously, his face contorted with worry. The knight commander gave him an icy glare. The lord is preparing for war with the neighboring region. You're his subjects. Every head in this village is required to contribute grain as military supplies. The elder grew increasingly frantic. But, sir, any spare grain we had is long gone. We still have a month until harvest. If you push us further, there won't even be bark left for the people to chew. The knight's impatience flared. I don't make the rules, I enforce them. Everything you have here exists only through the Lord's mercy. You should consider it a privilege to contribute. Fail to provide the grain? Then send 20 fit men to serve instead, and I'll waive the grain collection. With that, the knight unsheathed his blade, delivering a final, cutting remark. I'll return in 3 days. Either hand over the grain, or prepare 20 men. Without the Lord's protection, how long do you think your little village would last? Pausing briefly, he cast a lingering glance toward the village, its appearance closer to refurbished since his last visit, with newly cleared lands stretching along the hills. Tillable Field. The village chief watched them disappear into the distance, his face as pale as a sheet. The village barely had about 100 households. To have 20 able-bodied young men taken in one go was akin to tearing out its backbone. This is disastrous, he muttered. Hearing his words, I massaged my temples, feeling a headache creeping in. I just wanted to quietly grow and develop. But trouble always seems to come knocking on its own. The knights claim they're here for grain, but their true aim is to take away able-bodied men from towns and villages. Cannon fodder for the battlefield. When the lords go to war, it's the professionals who fight for glory, but the common folks. They're there just to fill the gaps. Out of 10, 2 or 3 might survive if they're lucky. When a village loses its young and strong, and all that's left are the old, the frail, and children, it's as good as dead. Seems I have no choice but to reveal a bit of my power, to make them back off. 3 days later, the knights returned. This time, they were even more aggressive, 20 professional knights in full force, exuding authority. Captain, Do we really need this many for just a small mountain village? One of them scoffed. The knight commander's voice was cold. Don't second-guess the Lord's intentions. This village is developing way too fast. It's already a threat. If we don't put it under control, there will be trouble sooner or later. Reaching the village gate, the commander ordered to summon the village chief. Before long, a few people came out of the village. Is the grain ready? The commander asked haughtily, his chin held high. With the Lord now backing him, he felt comfortable forcing the issue. No grain, answered a young man. Not the village chief, but someone standing behind him. The commander cast a glance at the young man. Then we'll take 20 young men. This time, all 20 knights were seasoned professionals. It didn't matter if there was grain or not. The men would be taken. You're not taking anyone, the young man said, his tone calm. Starting today, this village no longer falls under your lord's domain. We don't need his protection, and we won't be paying any tribute. Narrowing his eyes, the commander's voice carried an unmistakable threat. Do you even understand what you're saying? I've made myself quite clear, the young man replied, looking up. Starting today, this is my territory. Before the words had fully settled in the air, the commander had already drawn his sword, slashing straight at the young man's throat. Courting death, the long sword slashed down, aiming for my neck. Ting! I tilted my head slightly, and the knight commander's weapon shattered on impact. As the blade fractured, his pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. I raised a single finger, flames dancing across its tip. Trying to harm me? That takes some nerve. But it's also plain stupid. With a deafening roar, a pillar of fire shot forth, engulfing the entire squad of knights in an instant. Only the commander stood frozen in place, his face drained of all color. A mage, he stammered, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with terror. For me to leave him so paralyzed with fear, I had to at least be a high-level fire mage. Even the Lord himself would tread carefully around me. In a chilling tone, I said, "From this moment forward, this place is mine. Don't even think about coming back." Understood. The remaining knights turned and fled at once. I withdrew my gaze, understanding that while the Lord might choose to back down, if he didn't, then there was only one option left: elimination. As my thoughts settled, I scratched my chin, amused. This shape-shifting gift of mine, it's terrifying. Not even near legendary figures can pierce the illusion, and maybe not even full-fledged legends. Being able to shape-shift into the form of a human means I can go anywhere I want. Hell, I was even toying with the idea of visiting the imperial capital for a bit of fun. But as I weighed the risks, new intelligence came pouring in. A wounded dragon had been located. Southwest of the Caesar clan's domain lies a region teeming with high-level magical creatures. And within it lurks one of the fearsome groups from the outskirts of the abyss, a giant tribe. Giants are the sworn enemies of the elves. Long ago, under the leadership of a near-demigod giant warrior, they formed an empire that treated humans and elves as prey, and they almost drove the elves to extinction. Ever since, the two races have been in a blood feud of endless revenge. Only the rise of the Elven Kingdom shattered their empire, leaving the giants scattered and their numbers dwindling. Now barely surviving, they've become a shadow of their former glory. A single elven branch could wipe them out. That said, in the abyss, giants are still among the stronger players. Even in areas crawling with high-tier magical creatures, they've carved out their own territory. Giants come in many forms: forest, jungle, frost, desert, and dark variants among them. At the top are the dark giants, followed by the frost giants. The jungle, desert, and forest ones? They're somewhere in the middle of the pack. Rumors even speak of a mutant royal class, the storm giants, naturally bestowed with legendary tier battle power. But they've long been extinct. No one has seen one in the past 1,000 years. This time, I've set my eyes on a group of desert giants. My scouts reported that the dragon's last known whereabouts were in their territory. As I walked through the damp underground passages, a strange calm washed over me. Even the thought of a dragon didn't faze me. I was certain that if I couldn't defeat it, I could at least escape unscathed. Even if it were a fully powered adult dragon, I was sure I'd make it out in one piece. I hadn't yet stepped into the legendary realm, but my sheer stats, mana pool, and abilities made me a force to behold. Rarely do I have the confidence of a demi-legend. Since the opponent this time is a true dragon, I decided to act alone. Bringing my subordinates would only lead to their deaths. Their legs would likely give out in the face of a legendary creature's aura. This isn't some undead bone dragon that's been dead for who knows how many years. It's a real, living dragon. As for my offspring, they're my bloodline. They're descendants I wouldn't throw away as cannon fodder. Once a legendary clash begins, cannon fodder would be wiped out in an instant. First things first, let's deal with these guys. I stopped in my tracks, staring at the troll tribe up ahead. In the next instant, a dozen trolls charged out of the settlement like predators scenting blood. Standing 3 meters tall, wielding metal spears, they grew more frenzied as I approached. Seriously? I'm just passing through, and this many of you need to come out. I sighed in exasperation, not wanting to escalate things with this group of trolls. But judging by how they're blocking the road, there's no way I'm getting through without a fight. With a sharp whistle, a spear suddenly shot through the air straight toward my face. I raised my hand and caught it midair with ease. What might be a deadly strike to someone else was nothing but a toy to me. With a casual flick of my wrist, the spear reversed course, flying back and impaling the throwing troll right to a wall. Just like that, with a single effortless move, I annihilated a high-tier troll. My gaze turned cold as I locked eyes with the remaining trolls. I'm in a hurry. Come all at once. The trolls, seemingly ignited by fury, began to emit a blood-red glow. Their bodies surged to 4 meters tall, activating berserk mode, vastly increasing their strength and power. With a deafening roar, one troll hurled its full might by throwing a spear. The spear crashed against me, shattering upon impact. Now this is starting to be interesting, I commented flatly. Yet even this couldn't so much as scratch me. I willed it, and black armor emerged on my body, overlaid with shimmering dragon scales. Molten red magic surged out like magma, forming a stone-like protective shell around me, sealing me in tightly. Within moments, a barrage of spears screamed through the air and rained down on me, sealing off any escape route. However, the metallic spears disintegrated the moment they made contact with my form and fell to pieces. The trolls froze in disbelief. I flexed my joints, grabbing one of the few remaining intact spears nearby. You like throwing these? Then catch one from me. My arm muscles bulged, veins popping, as immense force surged through my body. With a powerful snap, the spear left my grasp, shattering the sound barrier like a silver meteor streaking through the air. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Before the trolls could react, several lined-up corpses exploded into blood-red mist as the spear pierced right through them. In a blur, I darted behind the remaining ones, pointing a single finger as a wave of searing heat incinerated everything in its path. This time, I held nothing back, cutting down their entire camp with an axe swing, wiping out the weak, the old, and even the young. Leaving even a single one alive would just invite future revenge. You being alive keeps me from sleeping peacefully, I muttered quietly. Yet amidst the ruins, there was still an old troll clinging to life. Clad in tattered robes covered with feathers and painted with strange symbols, it looked like a shaman. It sneered at me with pure hatred, muttering a curse through clenched teeth. Intruder, cursed be you. I offer my blood and soul to poison and decay your flesh. With its final words, poisonous green fog poured out, wisping menacingly towards me, seeking to invade my body. But then fire laws erupted from me, utterly scorching the fog into oblivion in an instant. The shaman's pupils shrank, and without finishing its breath, it collapsed lifeless to the ground. I sheathed my battle axe and pressed onward. The trolls weren't my goal. What I was after was the injured dragon. It's close now. I could feel the pull, the resonance of dragon blood drawing me nearer. No matter how deeply it hid, it couldn't escape me. Following the sensation, I came to a sealed wall and raised my axe high, smashing into it with a powerful blow. With an echoing crash, a deep, dark hole opened up. In the shadows, a pair of silver-slitted eyes gradually opened. Under the faint glimmers of light, a silver dragon appeared. Its scales gleamed like snow, graceful yet exuding a suffocating pressure. But on its back was an ominous, icy sword, impaled straight through and piercing its mighty form. The sinister energy within the sword was relentlessly consuming its life force. If the blade remained, it would surely perish. In its current state, This once majestic creature posed no more threat than an ordinary high-tier adventurer. Lying beside the great beast was a young woman in an elegant gown, slowly coming to consciousness. When she caught sight of the massive creature in front of her, the princess froze for a moment before letting out a piercing scream. An injured female dragon and an empire's princess, stuck in a dungeon where danger lurked at every step. One wrong move, and they'd meet certain death. Making matters worse, to the monstrous entities roaming the caves, a gravely wounded dragon was like juicy, fresh meat on display. Little wonder they'd hidden themselves away here to nurse their wounds. Well now, this is an unexpected surprise, I muttered as my eyes glimmered with intrigue, struck by the sudden twist of fate.